Black African power. What's good? What's happening? A well-organized lie. I said a well-organized lie. Defeats a disorganized truth every time. Woo-hoo-wee. Man, y'all already know what it is, man. It's God killing the house. And I come to do what I got to do, and I'm going to do what I got to do. I'm standing tall. I'm standing strong. Hey, man, y'all know what it is, man. Bobby banging this bitch. What's good, family, man? We got a good show coming up right now. We're going to rock for a minute, man, then we're going to get on out, man. Make sure I keep it nice and cordial and cozy, because that is important. But sometimes you got to straighten some things, because the cat is all over the place. So I just want to make sure I am crystal clear in what I'm about to say. First of all, man, is the Bible the word of God? That's April 12th is going down, man. $20 play right here, man. CQ Keller versus Easy Bands, man. The science of the Bible will be revealed. God is the ultimate scientist. Yeah, but make sure y'all there, man. It's coming up this weekend, man. It's going to be fire, man. We end that thing right there, man. Man, I see some people in there, man. The Pseudo Killer Army, man. So Gould, what's up, man? What it do, man? Appreciate you, brother. I see you, Gullah, man. What's good, man? What it do, man? I see you keeping literate with everything science. I'm not an expert, man. What's good with you, man? In the game, man. Lot of attention around subjects that we teaching, man. And this, I appreciate, man. I can appreciate people talking about science. And as you hear people talk about science, you can actually see where the gap is. And I see you. But I'm gonna let a little more people come in the room before we start kicking that fire, man. Hopefully Dr. Mayock can slide on through, so we can talk about the free online STEM camps that's going down. And this is what the naysayers can't do. They don't have programs educating our people. They just talk the talk. Talk off the top of their head, you know, barbershop style. When it's off the top of your head. See, in the barbershop, everybody's a damn scientist. Bill Carson is a scientist. I am Hotep is a scientist. This one and that one. Cooking is a science. Metallurgy is science. Everything is science. Planting plants is a science. Gathering nuts and berries is a science. And for sure and for certain, building pyramids is science. Boy, she looking fly. Look at the science to the way that body moves. Boy, over there smoking that weed. I like the way he rolled it, man. Boy, that's scientific. The way he tapped that car and started that car up. Boy, that was science. Everything is science. Let me tell y'all something. Sosa said this best. He said, I'm okay with getting information that can help me pass my college exams. So if you're teaching information that can't help you pass your college exams, then what are you actually doing? If you're actually running your mouth and could not go to a college institution and have it critiqued and have you teach it, then what are you really doing? You're really wasting our time. And I'm right where we need to be at, man. We right where we need to be. Big up to Omar Reed, man. What it do? What it do? So sometimes we got to catch our breath. Let me get some people in here, man, before we bang hard, man. Where Preem at? I don't even see Preem. Where Preem at? Preem still at work. Had to get this one off early, too, man, because I got to keep working, man. Uh, 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 uh. I see you, Supreme. See if I can get the link to you. I don't know what time you get off work, man. We didn't hear because I still got to go back to work, man. I got a lot of I about 3 more hours work. I don't want to be late night because it mess up my whole damn schedule, man. But it's something I want to say about the ladies, man. I want y'all to come in here, man. There are some threats being made by certain channels about the women, and this is where we have to draw the line at. And yeah, we have to draw the line. All right, has to be a line drawn somewhere. Just like there has to be a line drawn in science, there absolutely has to be a line drawn on, threatening women. And the niggas that sit around and don't say nothing about people threatening women and make wild videos lying and making up shit, I feel like it's irresponsible and that's bad character. Cause we leave the women out the friendly fire, man. We leave them out of that, man. Yeah, if it's about getting me, man, then go get me. I'm a big boy. I'm a big boy. You know what I'm saying? I can take it, man. Man, my thing is to keep the conversation stirred up, man. Right? To see what in good conversation, man, you can figure out what you don't know, what you learn. On some real. You gotta attack me because you run out of bullets early in the contest. You gotta talk about Malachi York as if Malachi York actually had a class. Malachi York used to stand up on the stage and do a lecture for 2 hours and you leave. That's how that worked. Malachi York wasn't teaching nothing, man. He was talking for a couple hours and that was it. So I knew of Malachi York not having no class. I personally never met Malachi York, never shook his hands. Did I go to Malachi York lectures? Sure did. Same way I went to Aswad Quasi lectures. That doesn't make a person your teacher because you go to their lectures. Not at all. Now, if y'all would like to meet my teacher, the person I consider my teacher, we could definitely do that. Yeah, that's easy. Yeah, there ain't no problem with that. Yeah. We can have that good. I got all the receipts. There's no shame in my game. Simple as that. If I was in a cult, I would say it. The point being, I'm not in a cult. If I use drugs, I use drugs. The point is, I don't use drugs today. And so we put that shit behind us as human beings. What don't kill you make you stronger? Because you left and you live a little bit longer. And hopefully you learn from your mistakes. And so anybody listening to these podcasts that have not misspoken or made mistakes, then you're lying. But for me in a conversation, whenever people bring up York or bring up drug usage for 30 years ago, York from 20 years ago, then I know I actually won. That's my cue to let me know I actually won. Yeah, that means you've ran out of intellectual bullets and you're getting into the personal life. So, Brass, you put the battery in Reggie back today. Right? Got them all out there, on that. Like you like the puppet master or something, bro. For what? We called you, right? But yet you want to keep bringing up Malachi York question. Why, bro? I didn't live on the land. I never even met York personally. I never shook that man in, bro. If you want to talk about it, we could talk about it. But it's your responsibility as being a leader to make people around you responsible. If you can't handle them, then stop playing the leader then. Because that's what you said, right? You're the leader. You don't got to not say my name. And I appreciate what you said about the crew, right? We're science advocates. Look up the damn word. That's what we do. We promote science and science literacy. Some have went to school and got degrees. Some have not. But we advocate for science and we advocate for doing things the right way. Reggie is out of his mind. Reggie is in support of y'all supporting a person threatening women. Corey routinely threatens women. Man, he's threatening the women. He's threatening women to do a video on them. He don't even know these women, but yet he's threatening them. That's why I got to draw the line there. The conversation around science is important, and I know y'all ignorance won't help you out in said conversations. But we're all ignorant to certain things. That's not an issue for me. But threatening women and y'all advocating that, imagine that. If a person threatened the women around you, Brass, or threaten your mother and them, do you think I would let that fly? If a person is in this group threatening anybody, the women over there that's in your server, around you, right? Do you think I would stand there, Pat? No, because in the true sense, yo, I'm going to stand up. Not that nobody wildly just threaten people. That's crazy. Well, over conversation, science, yo. And for trying to protect Reggie, Reggie's the number one pseudo in the conversation. Reggie messed up the whole conversation. The conversation never was about what Reggie is saying. It never was. Big up the Gary, pseudo killer arm. It never was that. Yeah, hey, and Bias, I'm at the point where I might just put you out, bro. Because I don't allow batteries in my back. See, that's a Baltimore thing. Let the nigga put a battery in your back, get you killed every time, yo. So I learned from my years in the street, yo, you hear what a person say, and you analyze it, and you move forward as a man. This is what men do. Men don't let the battery get them. It could be my best friend. I've been in situations with my best friends and them went and did things, and I ain't let them put the battery in my back. I'm not doing that. That's the difference between a boy and a man. So I've been a man for a very long time. Chief X could never pump me up to go at nobody. This man was a pseudo. He made shit up. That's what he did. Brad supports people threatening women. That's what he do. And he does it willfully. He doesn't really care about the conversation science. What he wants to do is he wants to allow Corey, right, threaten women. Corey popped up in a server and threatened women about he was going to do a video on this if we keep going at Reggie. Wait a minute, Reggie messed up the whole conversation. The conversation was very fluid and accurate. Reggie dove in with some wild ass African science. We don't even know what Reggie talking about. And then the conversation took off. The pseudo Hercules shouldn't even be in school teaching anybody's kids. He's teaching people kids, making up shit as they go. Y'all got him on your channel, number one pseudo, talking crazy African science. So you mean to tell me you got to teach the whole world a whole new model about science? It's ridiculous. It makes no sense. It's incoherent. So I don't even want to talk about science. I want to talk about why are the men allowing Corey to disrespectfully talk about women, right, wrong, or indifferent, to threaten women in protection of Reggie. And Reggie's sitting up there letting it happen. That's how you feel, Reggie? So now, Reggie, you are in support of the threatening of women that have looked out for you, bro? All because you might be wrong in a conversation, or we might be wrong in a conversation. We throw the women out in front. They don't even do that in the street. Leave the women and children alone. They don't gotta be right. They don't gotta be, just leave them alone. They not the conversation. It's about me, right? It's always about me. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate that. That means I must be doing something. So I ain't tripping. I'm saying, come on, yo, we threatening the women now, yo. I can't even think about science, yo. How's that funny? And even if you don't mean it, you jumped in the server. You snuck in the server like a little thief in the night, right? Snuck in the server and you wrote that shit. And you talk about it in that server. And they all agree to that because of what they like and don't like. Nah, bro, that's cap, yo. Y'all niggas done went too far, yo. Hey, Brass, if you want to have a conversation about science, nigga, let's have it. I'll beat you up. First of all, you going off of bad information. Second of all, I actually appreciate your show. Pick up the Cedric, yo, we getting in, man. Don't come in here wild. Don't come in here crazy. This is what we doing. Come in smooth, yo. Hopefully I can set the tone. Let me finish my point, though. I want to finish this point, though, Cedric. Listen, you know why I appreciate Brass? Because at least Brass had an individual on his show who halfway right. And in him being halfway right, guess what he did? He drew a damn line. He started talking about natural philosophy. And anybody else serving know that's our next move is to start talking about natural philosophy. Right? We was trying to figure out what is the criterion for when y'all gonna draw the line of where science starts and begins. But at least on Brad's story, he drew the line. When he drew that damn line, he has effectively threw all the black people out the damn thing. So we know what the line is. He starts right there in Greece with the Greek philosophers and say they could be scientists. You can apply it later because I appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you, Brad. Good work right there. So now all Egypt is done. Babylonia is done, right? All black people is done. Now we right where we supposed to be at. Now we had to figure out what was they doing. He ain't named no app. Now, if y'all trying to say I am Hotep as a scientist, I don't think y'all got enough heart to do it. So now we can see there's a fundamental difference between what the Greeks was doing and to what the African Egyptians was doing. We can see a difference now, can't we? Pull up Encyclopedia Britannica and start talking about Egyptian philosophy. And this I am Hotep a scientist. And you apply that to him. But now we see what the line is. We clearly see what the line is. We see what the line is, and we appreciate it. Right there. Hey, Super Wavy, you probably should take a class, yo. You don't want to get in this show if you just got to Google a conversation, yo. I didn't draw the line. I'm telling you where the line was drawn at. Nature really drew the line, y'all. I'm going to say this again, man. Pick up the Brass, who has officially drawn the line. Listen to his words. He left out all the Egyptians. That was smart. Not unless you think Anefa is a scientist. Not unless you think the head priest, Akhenaten, was a scientist. How about I am Hotep? Now, he's the father of medicine. Is he a scientist like Ben Carson? Y'all say Ben Carson is a scientist. Very nuanced conversation. Could be had. I didn't even know y'all had to go to ChatGPT. Y'all could just went through the man bio would have told you what it was. Pick up the history, did a great job on that ChatGPT. You know, for a group of people trained by hits on ChatGPT, y'all failed on that. Remember, hits taught the first classes in the Discord. This little kid's Discord. Put us all up on game early. Remember that? We never forgot those classes. How to prompt your ChatGPT, how to load documents in it. Hits take that shit serious. Hits type that Ben Carson thing in. We got them answers, man. No apologies needed. We ain't drawing no hard lines. There is a line in science, though, and I would like to say this before I let Cedric go. Ben Carson is a neurosurgeon, one of the best, used to be one of the best in the country, top notch. Some of his research is published in journals. Some of his research and data has helped aid scientists in what they do. So loosely, if you want to call that man a scientist, have at it. But y'all do know there's something called a neuroscientist, though, right? He doesn't have to be a scientist to be great. That's something y'all making up. But I appreciate that hard line. When y'all was on that, when that young dude came up with the naturalist thing, yo, he effectively kicked all black people out of it. And he doesn't even know it. He stunted himself and he doesn't even know it. I'm glad y'all want to talk about the quote unquote naturalists, natural philosophy. Yeah, out of natural philosophy comes science. You know, first you're a naturalist and they move on, and then Charles Darwin is a naturalist, which does not disqualify him from creating scientific work. So, of course, you can retrofit the title scientist on anybody you want. But Charles Darwin bio says he's a naturalist and a biologist, and he wasn't a biologist, but you wouldn't even understand that. Because the conversation takes education, and there's definitely an education gap. I can't help you when you read the word science or scientific, you actually think that means science. Can't help you. You would have to understand the culture. You would have to understand what science is. You can't close the gap on Google or ChatGPT because you'll prompt your ChatGPT wrong. You got to understand what the hell you talking about in this subject. And I'm saying there's an education gap there. But before I continue this conversation, yo, we ain't threatening the women, yo. We ain't sitting by letting niggas like Corey threaten the women. So make the video, Corey. Nigga, don't threaten me. Don't threaten me. Yeah, don't threaten me, Corey. Go make the link and slander the women, yo, because that's what you made of anyway. Don't threaten me, bro. I'm tired of the threat show. You're gonna have to act on that threat. And anybody not saying nothing to you about that threat, I know what category to put them into. We're out of order, bro. The conversation about science. Now we threatening women about science, about Reggie. Reggie messed up the whole conversation. Y'all don't even know what the damn conversation is. What's going on, Cedric? What it do? What it do? What it do?
What it do, God killer.
Yeah, we stay right in the sweet spot, bro. You seen how I did, man. I mean, some niggas ain't even worth calling names out. They ain't even there yet.
Science is methodological naturalism. And since I've always been ahead of the game, never been a follower, I associate myself with a certain level in a certain class, and that is becoming evident. Certain topics that don't need to be discussed have to be discussed because there are these unspoken rules among men that are rooted and raised with honor and dignity, men who honor their women, men who don't feel comfortable around men. I need a dynamic in my environment because that balance has always been something I'm comfortable with. I have no problem saying yes, ma'am, to anyone because I'm secure in my manhood. And I'm going to say this slowly. When you drink that truth serum and you start to articulate yourself in a particular way, where your mind is clouded with every homoerotic narrative that you can think of, subsequently you illustrate a profound disgust for women. You hear it in the way you articulate yourself. The women you appreciate are those that submit themselves to what they know is an inferior man. Those type of men have real issues with themselves. So the pattern I'm seeing from this particular, I want to use the word, but I'm not,
No,
individual.
don't worry about it. We don't
Yeah,
got to go too long with
individual,
them. We don't got to go too
individual
long with that.
is nothing that that surprises me. The fact that there's a natural pressure cooker in our environment produced by strong women to filter out weak men, all of them, those that are vocal and those that ain't. But the flies and the maggots, they merge all together over there. And maybe you're not vocal, but you're supporting because it's that pressure of that female dynamic that forced a certain element out of the way. But that is a compounding factor that goes hand in hand with intelligence. We got an emotional monkey with clippers sounding dumb. We got B15, the lowest grade of concrete, illustrating his ignorance. I wouldn't wear brass because it would damage my already sensitive skin. So again, I understand what we're dealing with, all in support of flim-flamming, scamming, lying pseudo, who's putting his chest out there because his blackology was was affected. But the more one speaks, the more one compromises himself. Everyone in this community understands that Reggie has now absolutely no value. Reggie was so out of his league that when he understood what methodological naturalism was, he went and looked it up. He came back with statements like the God particle. Now, if you know how infantile, stupid, redundant, and ignorant you sound saying something like that in this intellectual sphere, you would be embarrassed. But the fact that you're not illustrates your ignorance again. So I'm going to stay right here, methodological naturalism, and wait for the slow bus niggas to reach maybe next week. In the meantime, look out for my set talks where I'm going to break this down for those that really want the education. Unc went one step ahead. So the show I'm going to do is necessary to then do the show what Unc did, the history of science. Why? Because we thought that the sixth grade, eighth grade stuff was already common knowledge. So no, we got to go right back there. Everything I'm going to talk about over the next coming weeks is going to be out of the philosophy of science. And it's going to take a while. But without that grounding, you have no reason to be entertaining and engaging in this conversation. I'm dismissive because of the infancy and the ludicrousy that we're seeing here. Reggie has been a problem, and it's about time. All of us have kept a hand on Reggie's head. Oh man, let Reggie alone. Color, skin map, I'll leave Reggie alone. They came from the south. You heard his Black City plan? Even the Egyptian language comes out of the Nubians. Reggie has been scamming, lying, and a fraud. But now you stepped into an arena where I will beat you while I'm asleep, where I have forgotten more than you'll ever know. You are not a scientist. You don't have a science degree. You have most, if so, an applied engineering degree. Your computer so-called knowledge doesn't equate to the real actual sciences. So don't entertain that superiority complex around me because you sound ignorant, stupid, and redundant. And you're just looking for some attention. Cash App's got you looking like a jackass. You're being manipulated like a clown by a manipulator that the rest of us see coming a mile away. A bag of sorry. Now I'll land my plane there.
So, yeah. So I'm just trying to figure out. Let's get to it. Make sure we know what this conversation is. think it'd be very important. The conversation actually was here. This is my position. It has always been my position. I simply gave a global timeline from indigenous knowledge to modern science. That's all I did. That's all I did. I gave a global timeline, very simple, simplistic. I shouldn't have stepped on anybody's toes, but I did. But I realized I only stepped on the ignorance that was fostering in people's heads. I tapped that blackology molecule. Tap. The biases. Because if you can read this opening statement, global timeline from indigenous knowledge to modern science, what is this telling us? This is the conversation I give in colleges. Nobody dove out their chairs and wowed out. Oh, you marginalizing? No. Global timeline from indigenous knowledge to modern science. This for you, Brad, so you know where you at in this conversation. So you get this straight, Brad, because you're doing a lot of talking, right? You put a lot of batteries and you messing up the conversation with Reggie because your lead polymath, Dr. Reggie, the lead polymath, and Stu Peas, Dr. Stupid Peas, man, they the lead scientists over there. And they leading the conversation and nobody's correcting them. Y'all promoting pseudoisms, man. Now y'all in the crosshairs for no reason. And then you got a barber talking off the top of his head. I'm going to let him stay a barber until he figure it out. Give him a few days to read some serious material. I'm going to respond to him next year. He ain't there yet. Hard to even respond to Reggie because he don't know what STEM is. So I'm telling y'all now, most y'all in the conversation don't even understand what STEM is. How can we have an actual conversation, a good quality conversation with brothers who don't know what STEM is? Think about that for a minute. We're fighting to have a coherent conversation around STEM, and hopefully Dr. Mia can jump on here because we definitely having, for any of y'all got kids, right, to get the free program online, STEM program. And the seats is filling up fast. See, this was going on for real. Where everybody play, get in the midst of getting in the mud and the dirt. That's why I'm not getting in the mud with y'all, man. If it was left to me, I would just cuss y'all out and call it a day. But the conversation started right here. Hold on to me. Right here, look. Reggie, in his infinite wisdom, who does not understand STEM, and he does it on purpose. I'm not sure if he does it on purpose or he's just ignorant to it. I think he's just ignorant. But I can't even have a conversation with Reggie around STEM when he won't tell the people the truth. So it's in the words, cumulative development of scientific thought across civilization. I said across civilization. So where did I go wrong at? How is this stepping on anybody's toes? I said cumulative. Do we know what the word cumulative is? You accumulate things over. It takes time to accumulate. Even if you're filling up your swimming pool, the water has to accumulate in the damn pool. And when it's full, or when it matures, that's where it matures at the top of the pool. Hey, Cedric. Where you at, Cedric?
Yes, sir. I'm right here.
I had no idea that people actually thought. Let me say this to y'all. I actually had no idea that y'all thought that the house of wisdom was full of herbs. Why am I saying this? I am saying institutions of knowledge and learning centers will shift. And I thought that y'all knew that people from all over the world or the known world would come to these institutions of learning. So just because the House of Wisdom, right, is funded by the Arab or the Arab civilization doesn't mean they're the only ones teaching anything. I thought y'all knew that. So the House of Wisdom, although brought and paid for by the Arabs, meaning it's through their conquests, right? It's through their monies, right? The different scholars will jump aboard because they're seeking the knowledge, ladies and gentlemen. You have Arabs, you have Africans, you have Greeks, you have Jewish people, artisans, all this coming to where the knowledge is. They do the same thing in Egypt. It's like y'all didn't read or record certain Greek scholars coming to Egypt. Y'all didn't get that. And even when you come to learn, you test your moxie, and you may add something to the wisdom. So even if you say it's Egyptian knowledge centers, right? Other scholars add to it. Y'all didn't know that. So just because science matured in Europe doesn't mean it was all Europeans. Y'all that silly? See, I realize now that y'all really black atheists. I realize now that y'all actually think when you hear the word science matured in Europe, y'all thinking all white people. That's blackology. That's not true. Later on, we're going to bring some Ethiopian scholars, some West African scholars that was there, adding to the knowledge. But y'all so blacked out in review, y'all can't even get the lesson. So, ladies and gentlemen, for the slow people who are retarded and should be in front of the bus, just because science matured in Europe doesn't mean it was all white people. What the hell is wrong with y'all, man? Just because they had Greek schools don't mean only Greeks went to the schools. And just because they got the House of Wisdom in Iraq don't mean all Babylonians went there. It doesn't mean that. What is wrong with y'all? It is an education gap. Close the damn education. So I no longer want to hear because science matured in Europe, meaning it was all white people. That's what y'all think. See, that's what black algae do. And that's when Reggie jumped out the damn window. He can't handle the word European. He had fixed his own ideas to it based off of how he was raised. Now check this out, Reggie. Nigga, Malachi York never was my damn teacher, bro. You let that man put that battery in your back. He prodded you and tell you saying, hold on, bro. I ain't here for that. You could have stood up on that, but you didn't, nigga. So for the listen, it's Malachi York ain't never been my damn teacher. Y'all never heard me say that. You never heard me say the man ain't teach them about. Nigga, I went to lectures like everybody else went to in the daggone quote unquote 2000s. Get out of here with that. Y'all tripping. Y'all bugged out. I feel like that was an important part of my story. Hearing how a person can mix and match shit. And you not even know the damn difference. That's why I told the story. I didn't tell the story for niggas 20 years later to act like I was motherfucking this and I was that. That's nonsense. I'm not defending that no more. Say what you need to say. But just know this, whenever I hear it, that means I've won the conversation. Whenever I hear that, that means y'all tapped out. Whenever I hear that, that means y'all don't want no smoke. So stop doing shows around the faulty premise. Here's really what went down. Simple, easy, cumulative development of scientific thought across civilizations, not just African civilizations, nitwits, but all civilizations. China, Iran, Europe, civilizations, y'all. Evolution of scientific thought. So now we're talking about the evolution of scientific thought. Read the slide. The evolution of scientific thought. Look, come on, man. A journey from ancient wisdom to modern understanding. That's all I did. Oh. I start off with indigenous people. How long have I been talking? I've been talking about indigenous. I'm not even the Egyptian guy. I've been talking about indigenous people for close to damn 15 years. I said at 350,000 years BCE to 300,000, it's indigenous knowledge. It's the way indigenous people produce knowledge. That's all science is. Science is the way human beings today produce knowledge. Why do they have to produce knowledge in a scientific way? Why can't they have their ancestral shrines attached to it? Why can't they have their own ancestral wisdom and knowledge about plants without any European people being around? For at least 350,000 years, we did this without no Europeans because there was no Europeans because nobody left to even mutate to be damn Europeans. But this is what Reggie hates. This is what the Black Atheists, they hate this right here. You know why they hate this? They hate it because they don't understand it. They hate what they don't understand, and they blame, the white man has used the word early practical to trick you. See? I said early practical knowledge, astronomical observation, and agricultural calendars across diverse cultures. Yeah, see? Across diverse cultures. This is where it starts at. What's important to these people are the tools. Then we get into the proto-scientific. This when Reggie jumped out the door. Can't be no science if it ain't no science yet. How you gonna have science before it mature to be science? You got aspects of this, piece of that, almost this, almost that. It's still not science. That's okay. Emergence of structured, diagnosis, astronomical predictions, and rational explanations in early civilizations. First of all, humans are rational. We know humans are rational because chimpanzees are rational. They display rational thoughts. They can reason. They're in the Stone Age. Chimps are. Been saying this for damn near 10 years. So they have rationale. So we know humans been doing it. Archaic humans been doing it. Chimpanzees been doing it. It's all in the study. But the man jumped out the window with the proto-scientific traditions. Instead of saying, I see that, but I like traditional wisdom, that's okay. What he wanted to do was he wanted to retrofit something. He wanted to act like I was saying something I wasn't saying. This is not taking anything away from this. This is showing how the accumulative knowledge from 350,000 years would start to accumulate. The Egyptians sit on the hunter-gatherer tribes, y'all, from the Stone Age. Y'all don't even know what the damn Stone Age is. Stone Age 1, Stone Age 2, early Stone Age, late Stone Age. What kind of tools y'all think the Egyptians had, yo? Classical scientific expansion. Islamic golden age, translated, preserved, and advanced knowledge in optics, algebra, and medicine. This ain't no new slide. It's 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. But they still not at science yet. Scientific revolution, systematic empirical investigation, experimentation, mathematical laws define a new era of discovery. Yeah, they found the Americas. Modern science, the present. Institutionalized scientific development, new fields, global collaboration. The Egyptians couldn't be global, y'all. The Greeks wasn't global. The Arabs, they wasn't global. Do y'all know what global is? Bet you don't. That's it. That's all I did. I did that. And from that, I'm shitting on the angels. What's up, Praying? What's good, brother? How you doing, man? What it do? You muted out. Oh, there you go. Go ahead, Pring. I must can't talk. Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I got my own little presentation here, but I don't know when we're gonna get to do it. I think I
Yeah,
need
we
to
get
do
that
that
later
too,
on. No, no,
because
just stay with that.
yeah,
Go ahead.
we're
We not
arguing with
arguing
people.
anything. We not arguing anything. That was a presentation right there. You get it?
Yeah,
Like I don't know what their
yeah,
issue is.
that's it.
I like their own wisdom. I like their own knowledge, wisdom systems. You know what I mean? You
But
don't got
that's
it.
what it is.
Mm-hmm.
It is,
Mm-hmm.
we cannot superimpose our way of thinking, which occurred with that paradigm shift,
Mm-hmm.
and equate or minimalize ancient cultures and their
Yeah.
knowledge systems, right?
Yeah. That's
So when you
yeah.
look at the way historians are approaching the history of science today, they are looking back at these cultures and putting them into their own context. They are no longer applying terms like metaphysics or a myth. They are looking at it as a holistic system of gathering knowledge, right? And whatever that system was, in this day, we use science. And science is methodological naturalism. I'm glad the conversation has reached to the point that we now understand that science is a way of thinking,
Right.
because if natural philosophy, that's a mode of thinking about the natural world. And in that natural philosophy, you see an evolution as well. That's why methodological naturalism is a branch of natural philosophy which grounds the claims made in philosophy with proper epistemology. Science is the result of epistemology. How do we know what we know? This is all a philosophical endeavor. And most of these guys, most of them, don't have a clue of the words that just came out of my mouth.
Yeah. It's okay. What's up, Pring?
Yeah, what up, brother?
How you doing, man? Try to do a little early, man.
Everything's good. Everything's good. I see. Everything's
Mm-hmm.
good. Man, this thing, what we have is a fundamental lack of education and literacy going on here.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a bunch of people with an agenda, whether that be whether they Commission, whether they just pro-black, whether they doesn't matter what they are. They all I notice all of them have some type of spirituality with them, or like I said, that pro-black perspective. So they got to shoehorn everything to fit into their paradigm. Now, what I'm realizing is people don't even understand the basic terms. They don't know that, like you said, STEM. They don't know the difference between science, technology, engineering, and math. So to them, they're lumping all of it together and calling it science. And that definition is so broad that you have people talking about cooking with science. So now subhumans, you know what I mean? Homo erectus was cooking. That was they dealing with science? Like, come
Yeah.
on now.
Yeah.
They're not actually thinking their position through. They have a point that they want to make. And what's going on is they're just cherry picking whatever fact they could find that they feel like supports their position, but they not even considering the entire context of what's being said, and what the actual real point is being made. And you know like they don't even understand that it's really three types of science. It's natural science,
Mm-hmm.
it's social science,
Mm-hmm.
and it's what's called formal science. Natural science is the physical world. Social science is dealing with human behavior and interaction. And formal science, now I know they probably think I'm talking about science with a tuxedo on it, but no. In this context, formal science means abstract concepts. And by abstract, they talking about mathematics, computer software development, and things of that nature. And pretty much things that are logic based and thinking based. So those are the three types of science. And when you're talking about natural science, you really just talking about how we well in all of them we really just talking about trying to get to the facts or trying to get to the truth, but natural science is far more objective than the other forms. And the reality is that with natural science, I'm not going to say it only works, but it did not come into full flower and full fruition until the scientific method was implemented. And not only that, there were other science. See, science is a group endeavor. You might be in a lab by yourself, but eventually you got to come out of that lab and you got to present whatever you found to your peers for review so they could try to falsify it, so they could try to duplicate and repeat it. And then that's how we get to something that we know. And honestly, before 300 years ago, we wasn't doing that. We just
Nah.
wasn't. And you could, the main evidence is the advancements of the last 300 years. We would Homo erectus found fire damn near 2 million years ago.
Damn it,
So
true.
it's yeah, you know what I mean. So if that's science, then what took all of us so long? It took us millions of years. It
All
took
of
us
them.
millions of years just to get to and we didn't it took us millions of years and we didn't even know what electricity was. It wasn't until the fruition of the scientific method that we started discovering the quote unquote mysteries of the universe.
Mhm.
And then you can see the proof is in the pudding. Look at the fruits of the labor of the last 300 years, and not just from white people. I'm talking about people everywhere. There is no modern invention or no modern concept that you can point out that wasn't a collaborative effort from people all around the globes of all races, all nationalities, all genders, and that's just the facts of the matter. If you say it's something different, you pretty much you
Say
really just
that again.
reaching.
Say that again. Say that part again.
What's that?
Say what you just said again.
Oh yeah, there is no modern advancement, invention, principle scientifically that was just found by one group of people. It's all races, all nationalities, all colors, all creeds, all genders.
Mm.
Everybody contributes to science. So I don't understand why they have a problem. I don't like people look at our cell phones in our hands. It's a bunch of black people that contributed to that.
Yeah, it's
It's
crazy.
just it's just I
Wait,
don't know what they're thinking about.
the true measure of
All right,
your
hold, whoa,
scientific
whoa, 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 hold
literacy.
on, hold on, hold on. What's up? What's up, Amir? What's good, bro?
What's up, bro? How you doing? How
How
y'all
you
doing?
doing,
What
Peace
it
and
bro?
do?
love.
What it do?
Yeah.
What's
Peace and
good,
love,
man?
Cedric. Peace and love, Unc. Peace and love to the panel. Peace and love. Peace. I'm just listening.
Peace, peace.
Listen,
What up, bro?
I was listening to y'all bill, man. I mean, the last brother that spoke, he broke it down. I mean, I think if people fully believe in or fully understand or have scientifically literacy or aware of how science works, the race game don't even play. It's not accurate.
I
So
was just
anything that Homo sapien has done is what we done. It doesn't matter what continent they was on, how did it happen. If you fully understand science, or if you're fully scientifically literate, there is no black and white in the field of science. Race doesn't exist. Those are social constructs. So a real scientifically literate person would not be worrying about who did it first and who didn't do it first, or if it happened on this continent or if it didn't. I mean, the earlier predecessors that the brother spoke of, we were dealing with observation. Then we started to deal with fires, Homo erectus and Homo habilis with before him, even with the handyman, until we got here. If it wasn't for them to be there, we wouldn't be here. They're
yeah.
all
Don't
predecessors to what we are.
I don't want you to run past that statement again because that's what I actually came off the mic for. A true test of scientific literacy is the
You
measure of
can't
the
cut him
wit.
off, though, yo. You can't cut him off because he ain't
No,
gonna
no,
be around long. You could
no,
go
no,
ahead,
no,
finish
no,
your
no,
point.
no. I
Finish
was
your
gonna
point.
let Cedric and Bill, because I'm just gonna be real brief, Cedric. And Cedric, he's going in the right direction. And the bottom line is that if you're scientifically literate, we don't play the race game. Even if you're autodidact when it comes to science, so if you understand science fully, you would not be playing this race game. Race is not important in the field of science. It's not. It doesn't exist when it comes to our species. And again, and when you talked about natural science, did start off as a natural philosophy. But then when you start experimenting and then you start to deal with the scientific methodology that came, and it was only like at what 300 years ago, 300 years ago to 275 years ago when we really start to have the full understanding of the scientific methodology to add on to the predecessor phases of what we had. So natural philosophy at one time was just that. Outside of natural philosophy comes the experiment and the testing data. And the thing is that this stuff wasn't for everybody because science was rejected at one time. Because at one point it wasn't like the global population in Europe or the global population in Africa or everybody within these continents was able to deal with that because free thought wasn't even accepted or liberated fully at a specific time. So at one
Mm.
time, people had to go through a whole lot of phases in order to get to where we are, man, for real. And we have to accept what we've done and the direction that our species is going in. For even understanding how atoms work, understanding how electrons work, understanding how photons work, which is electromagnetic pockets of electromagnetic radiation, understanding how all these things work to get us in the direction that we are now. It's important.
Yeah, it's a cumulative. Go ahead, Cedric.
Yeah, I'm gonna just double down and reiterate everything that my two brothers just said. First of all, the truly scientific literate amongst us, the true measure is your racism. From the moment you are truly scientifically literate, you understand the universality of this endeavor and you understand things from a universal human perspective. You're not bogged down in the social construct of race. So your understanding of humanity. That's
Yeah, you
number
don't
one.
forget where the hell you came from, neither. Like, come on,
Exactly.
bro. You don't forget the history. You just have a literate understanding of history.
Yes, sir. Number
Shit.
two, natural philosophy, yes, and methodological naturalism was a way, again, when
Good
epistemology
knowledge.
became a discussion, that branch of natural philosophy where testing, experimentation, void any supernatural agency was developed, right? And it became paramount to the epistemic and empirical nature of reality.
Yeah, they. It goes. You want to answer a question?
Did I want to ask a question?
Oh, did you want to? Somebody had a
Oh no no
question
no
for
no
you.
no no no! I text you about something because I just heard something that came across my ear. I
Mhm.
was hearing so I just literally heard it when I text you, and I was trying to see if the brother and this is out. I don't want to get off the subject or the
You didn't
topic,
text.
but
You
it
didn't text it to me. I don't see it.
well it was well that's when I text you earlier. It was about I had a question to ask you because I wasn't really
Okay.
clear. It's about genetics in the
Uh.
field of science, but I want to get off the subject, so I asked you
No, that's
outside
still
of
in
it.
there. Go ahead. You good?
So
It's all in time.
I was hearing of the video and I was hearing that I just heard it. The brother, what's his name? God Force, what's his name? The young brother?
God
God
energy.
energy. Oh boy.
Pseudo energy.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I thought I heard the brother say that the Umayyads was
Uh-huh.
black.
Yeah, he said that. I thought it was from Mecca, but he don't know. But go ahead.
No, they wasn't black. And the
Mm-mm.
the Amazigh people that lived in North Africa prior before the Arabs getting there wasn't black. And I think that we get some Arabs having swarthy or darker skin or as terms like aswad or different things in Arabic when it comes to some of them being dark skinned, these Bedouin groups, that doesn't equate to being black. But they wasn't
Mm-mm.
black. Or then he said the Hijaz. We know Saudi Arabia is a new term. At one point
Mm-mm.
before 1948 or 1945, it's not off the top of my head, it was called Hejaz and Najaz before the royal Saudi family took it over. And in the
Mm-hmm.
Hejaz region, you did have Bedouins that were dark skinned. But dark skin does not equate to population groups within Africa. And
Mm-hmm.
also, when you deal with the groups that he spoke of, that's in the southern Levant and Jordan area, but they also had other groups that start to come on. So we can't play. I just don't want the audience or anybody to feel that these people were black in the sense of social construct or the people that we descend from, because they were not.
Right.
We
Facts.
know we
Hey, go ahead. What's
understand
up?
the
What's going on, Joe? You want to say something?
No, no, no. Go ahead. I'm just chilling. I was gonna come on
Okay.
here and clown, so don't worry about me. Go ahead, do your
You can
thing.
clown. You good. You good. Well,
I
what's
was
up,
trying to figure.
Snoopy?
I was trying to figure out why my I look, man. I built a real slick tree house out back in my house when I was younger. Man, that ain't science. I put a lot of work into that, man. It took testing. I had to take
how
boards
high did you go?
down.
How high did you
Huh?
go? If you went 2 stories, then it's high science. If you only went 1 story, then it's just science.
Oh dang! It was only one story, so it was
Oh,
kind
Yeah.
of low science.
hey man, hit that damn cash app. Y'all crazy as shit. What's up, Super Wavy? Have respect for black people. have respect for the indigenous black people. Don't disrespect them. Don't, you about to disrespect them. Go ahead. Watch him disrespect indigenous black people.
Hey, I just need before I take off, because I'm about to take off. I just need 3 minutes.
Nah, I can't give you 3 minutes. Go ahead. Say what you gotta say.
Put it on.
I'm gonna listen to you. Go ahead. Go.
All right, listen. Agricultural science is a common major. Ancient Egyptians, agriculture was a sophisticated system based on scientific understanding of hydrology, ecology, and technology. You got the basin irrigation, water lifting, soil and crop science, agricultural technology, plant manipulation. Yes, the Library of Alexandria stored and studied ancient Egyptian science alongside knowledge from Greece, Mesopotamia, and Persia. Okay, let's keep going. The Serapeum of Alexandria, a major temple dedicated to Serapis. Basically, what I'm saying is, when we got proof that the white man came into Africa and destroyed stuff, and I get y'all forgetting, we also got proof that the ancient Egyptians practiced science. Y'all want to say proto-science is science. If you got a 78 Thunderbird and I got a 2020 Hellcat, we both could say we got a car. So I think y'all brothers need to get put some respect on y'all ancestors. All of y'all.
All right, man. I thought it was
Can we define science first? Define science. Super wavy. I kept asking you in the chat. Define it for me.
Oh, that was you in the chat. All right. So science.
Yeah, man. I'm not an expert, man. I'm just trying to learn.
Dang,
oh, that's you. I'm not an expert in the chat.
No. Yeah, that's him. I'm not. Hey, Joel, I keep forgetting that's you in there, man.
Science, to me, science is having a methodology that works. Meaning you do it 10 times, 8 times is effective. You have a correct methodology. You studied it, you did the eye test, it took some days, you corrected yourself, and you got it together. That's what science is, my brother.
Oh, snap. Okay.
Yeah, you made up some shit. Science is actually a specific way of thinking. Not just thinking, but like it's a very, when you talk about science, it's very narrow. Okay? And the thing is so serious that you can take it anywhere. You know what I'm saying? You can take it anywhere, right? Meaning there's a set of ideas. So I'm gonna let everybody go. I'm gonna go down the panel, right? I want to start with Sosa. Hey, Sosa. So what separates science, which is simply a way of getting knowledge, from, say, maybe the naturals or something like that? Because each time period, each age has a way of gaining knowledge. That's not to make one higher than the other. Go ahead, Sosa. How you doing, brother?
Everything good. Peace, everybody. Yeah, science ain't just about knowledge. It's knowledge in the process. So hunter-gatherers know each plant to go grab for specific illnesses and ailments, right? And that knowledge is passed down in generation upon generation, right? Now, the science is, how does it work, right? What is the substance in the plant? Why does a leopard have spots? Right. Those are the questions that science answers. So you was to ask the hunter-gatherer, how does this plant work? He wouldn't know. That's the difference between knowledge, right, and science. So it takes a while to get to science because you first need the tools to understand the why, the how, and the what. And that's the demarcation between traditional knowledge, right, and then science, the process behind why we, how you know what you know. So I'll leave it right there.
All right, Amir, let's go. He died. Preem, what science? He's stuck. I wanted to say he said it for last. Frank.
So science to me.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
All right, hold on. All right, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear
Oh,
you.
my fault.
So listen. I'm saying there seems to be a gap here in education on the subject, right? You know, I say science is a way of gaining knowledge, and it crystallizes, right, in the West, right? But that's a specific way of gaining knowledge, right? Different from how the Egyptians gained knowledge and the Greeks gained knowledge. So to you, what's science?
To me, science is the path to gaining knowledge. And by path, I don't mean any path. It's a specific path that's rooted in a scientific method. Scientific method is about observation. It's about collecting data. It's about forming a hypothesis. It's about testing your hypothesis. It's about experimentation. And it's about passing out your work to your peers in your field and then having them review it, duplicate it, try to falsify it, and then, pretty much submitting it to the community. And then that's how we come to be exact. And there's also a mathematical element because the advanced mathematics brought in a way to get like to be more right and exact. You know what I mean? Like I look at it like the ancients, they implemented some of it, but they were cutting corners. And it wasn't until about 300 years ago where they stopped cutting corners, where we as humans stop cutting corners when we're seeking our knowledge. And that's the difference to me, the scientific method.
That's a big difference right there. Cedric.
Science
Let me
is
go before
methodology.
Cedric, because Cedric gonna drop bombs. Let me give my little simple, plain, not real technical thought
We don't
on
want
this
the
thing.
civil because then the Egyptians can jump in it, the Greeks, and we don't want
Man,
that.
let me
Go ahead.
say what
Go
I'm
ahead.
gonna
Go.
say. To me, man, science is you think you know something, right? And then you want to know why. You start trying to figure out why is this really doing what I think it's doing. And then somebody says, they say, well, I think it's like this. So they write a hypothesis. And then they start sitting there, they start trying to tinker with it. They try to extract, do all the research they can to really get to the point where they can actually write down exactly what they found. Right? So even if I wrote the math to building fire, like somebody might say, well, if I add 6 sticks, I get or if I add two buckets of coal, I can get this thing to burn 600 degrees. But the scientist is going to want to know what's the element in the coal that's making it ignite in the first goddamn place. And then they're going to find whatever else that ignites, and they're going to say, oh, this particular element burned hotter than this one. That's what science is doing. It's not just setting a fire. It's trying to figure out, well, why is it burning? What can I use to make it better? I mean, hotter? How can I control it? How can I make it so that I can add enough oxygen to stand around the fire with carbon monoxide don't kill me, make it burn clean? Like that's science. Not just knowing, but diving into the why. All right, I'm done.
All right. So, Francis, what's science, bro? How
The
you doing,
meaning
brother?
of the
Welcome.
word means to
No,
know.
no, no, no,
It,
no, 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 no. Yeah. Go ahead. My fault. I
it
apologize.
means to know.
Mm-hmm.
We are putting a modern stipulation on it. When the Romans invented the word, they didn't have all them stipulations. It just meant to know something, to gain knowledge. We are putting modern stipulation that you had to have this theory and that theory. They didn't say that when they invented the word at all. It was basically synonymous with philosophy in a way. That's it. There's no
Okay.
stipulation that you had to do any experimentation in the original
Okay.
sense of the word. That's it. That's
Okay.
all it means.
All right. Let me give y'all an example. I want to kind of show y'all something here. I'm gonna share my screen for y'all. This is a little PDF. Put this together. Watch this, so we can kind of get it a little bit, right? Kind of, so we can mix it up and be very, very clear in what we talked about. So Francis is right. It's just knowledge, right? But it's actually how you do your knowledge. So the misnomer is to act like the Egyptians didn't have the specific way to do their knowledge. That's how you know it's Egyptian knowledge and wisdom, right? It's specific to them. Okay. So this is the question. Which schools better support scientific progress? Malaysian natural philosophy versus Egyptian scribal schools. Now, you can even take this as a shot, right? Or you can take it as, well, what the hell is he talking about? So here's the bottom line. The Malaysians, right? The Malaysian model more readily supports, look, formal scientific inquiry because it emphasizes natural explanations. Y'all got to get this, right? Sometimes you're very cultured. This is what's wild about science, y'all. Is science makes you a walking contradiction. Science does not care about the color of your skin, right? It wards off customs and traditions. I'm going to say it again. Nature will beat your culture up. It doesn't care if you're a white culture, black culture. It doesn't care. Does the very system that your culture produced, does it lead to inquiry into understanding the natural world? And this is why we say it's accumulative, because it took time for us to mature on planet Earth. Preem say, man, you talking 2 million years. Y'all not even getting how the process of science actually defeats your brain. Remember, I said it defeats your 5 senses, because your 5 senses are what? They are evolved in the atmosphere of the earth. It's designed for us to make it to the age of listen, our 5 senses are designed to help us make it to the age of reproduction. That's why I always talked about evolution first before I came to this. Because I knew if you didn't understand evolution, you wouldn't even begin to understand this.
Can I respond up?
No, I'm in the middle.
Come on, let's go back and forth. What we doing?
No, I don't want to go back. We're not going back. This is not the barbershop.
I got a source. This ain't the barbershop. You're right. I got a source.
I don't do the barbershop. I'm teaching.
Right, I got a source.
Fine. You'll get that.
Let's go back and forth.
No, I'm not doing it. Listen, let me finish my point.
All right.
Right? The bottom line, the Malaysian school model is more readily supports scientific inquiry because it emphasizes natural explanations. Okay, critical revisions and inquiry into the nature as a self-ordering system. Egyptian schools were highly organized, see? And intellectually rich, see what I'm saying? But they were more tightly embedded in temple, scribal, and traditional structures. I thought Reggie was going to teach about that. You know why he can't teach about that? Because it would show the people that, damn, their culture wasn't right for science to mature. And by y'all hearing that make you think we banging on Egypt. We're actually not. We're simply saying that nature don't give a damn about your culture. I'm going to stop right there. Hope y'all got that little blotter, right? That little piece. It's a little piece. I am telling you right now that the Egyptian schools were highly organized and intellectually rich. I mean, they were very sharp, had a lot of wisdom, ancient fucking wisdom, right? But they were more tightly embedded in temple, scribal, and traditional structures, meaning the Egyptians felt like we stand on the shoulders of the elders, meaning they're not wrong. Older is better. Edward Quasi, Dr. Ben, John Henry Clark, Chancellor Williams, they're better. And Lord knows, don't you check Shikanti Diaz. Meaning, if you kick them down, then some kind of way we're going to all disappear. Like, you can't say they wrong. They just say Christianity is based on the pillar of Jesus Christ. If you kill a sacred cow, you kill Christianity. That's a bad system for learning. I just wanted to put that in there because nature don't care about your culture. You know what I'm saying? You showing this video.
I got you right here. All right, so let me start at the top. All right, so let me just say this. I hope nobody is saying that ancient Egyptians practiced modern science. I hope nobody is saying that. I also hope nobody is saying that. Let
me say it. Okay. I'm saying Egyptians practice Egyptian knowledge Reggie say don't use proto-science. Reggie say don't use proto-science. He don't like that. And proto-science is not science.
I got you. All right, let's check this out. In my source right here, you're not gonna see proto-science one time. In my source right here. All right, let's go.
What's the name of the source? We'll put it right here. What is it?
BritishCouncil.org. BritishCouncil.org.
Yeah, put it. Can you copy that? Can you copy that link and put it right here for me?
Yes, sir.
So while you're going over it, thank you.
Copy. Back chat.
And just drop it in there for me. I appreciate you.
I just sent it to you, OG. All right, let's rock out. Why has Egypt produced so many great scientists? We asked Nancy Hathaway, scientist, faculty member at the University of Alexandria in Egypt, and Newton Masharafa, fund PhD student at the University of Reading. All right, let's go down a little bit. For 7,000 years, Egypt has inspired artists, writers, scientists, and intellectuals. Pharaohs with a huge scientific legacy were the first to introduce mummification, medicine, agriculture, fermentation, engineering, and architecture. The ancient Egyptians were pioneers in astrology. Their expertise played an important role in determining an annual flood of the Nile and aligning the pyramids toward the pole star. Now, if you think the pyramids don't align with the pole star, just Google it. Don't listen to nobody else. Just Google it. They were very interested in observing the night sky and phenomena associated with sun and moon. We still haven't worked out all the exact processes they use for mummifications, and I'm done, or even building the pyramids. We still haven't worked that science out yet. So I'm not saying the ancient Egyptians practiced modern science, but if you're gonna say they didn't practice science, we playing games. I'm done.
All right, man. Anybody want to speak?
They didn't practice science because they didn't write down. They didn't write down no formulas. Yeah, I ain't had nobody. We got some pretty good metal readers in this community. I ain't seen nobody jump on the wall and say, "Here go how they explain the experiments they did for figuring out what stone to use to build the pyramid." And they sent this stone off to those in Mesopotamia because they was building too. They sent it over to them to see if, after they looked at it and peer reviewed it, that it was the right stone to use. And when you find that on the walls of metal with the metal letter, then buddy, they was doing science.
Maybe you wouldn't hear at the beginning, but I explained the Serapeum and the Library of Alexandria. That's just two places that the Europeans came in and destroyed African knowledge. So if you're gonna act like we don't act like all of us.
They ain't got no hypothesis in that library. What are you talking about?
1 second.
Wait. Hold on, wait. Alexandria is a Greek city. No. Alexandria is a Greek city, yo. That's not an indigenous city. That's a Greek city. The Greeks did that.
Say it again.
Alexandria is a library. The ancient Egyptians had temples. They kept their scrolls and stuff in temples. That was their schooling system. The Greeks brought, that's a Greek library. They would have some ancient.
Did they library for African science? You can Google this. This is common knowledge.
No, it's not common knowledge.
You said Alexandria, bro.
Yes,
once you said Alexandria, you took the Egyptians out of it. And Alexandria is modern. Egypt is over 4,000 years old. Alexandria is comparatively recent. Egyptians wasn't running Egypt at the time of the Library of Alexandria. Egyptians didn't establish. Hold, brother, let me finish. Can I finish?
You making rhetoric,
bro. I'm responding to what you said. You mentioned.
Whoa. Hold on. I'm gonna do this before we. Everybody, the conversation got to be right there. There's no cussing each other out, no yelling and screaming. I want the audience to hear it. And I'm not going to let y'all mess up my monetization. This is what we're not doing. I don't care. I'm saying? Preem, my man, and Super.
Hey, I ain't cursed yet. No, I'm
saying is y'all don't got. I'm saying no, you didn't. I'm just making a point. I think the conversation needs to be heard. Yeah, we got to keep it. I say this: we got to keep it at Sosa level.
Right, I got you. Just let me finish. Just let me. That's all I say. I'll mute up. I'll
Yeah.
mute up.
No.
Listen.
Go
The
ahead.
point I was trying to make is once you mention Alexandria as a source, you disqualify the Egyptians from it. The Library of Alexandria is a Greek city. It's named after Alexander the Great, and it was established by Greek people. It wasn't Alexandria was never a Egyptian city. By the time it was established, they weren't running Egypt. But by the time it was established, Egypt had been ran through. Persians, Greeks, Romans, whoever. Well, not the Romans at that time, but they came because they came later. But yeah, the Egyptian that wasn't Alexandria wasn't an Egyptian thing. That was a collection of all the known writings in the Greek world, quote unquote Greek world. So it's and to further kind of if you just look at the timeline, we were talking about this yesterday about Greek being the lingua franca of that time of like the House of Wisdom and prior to that and all of that. So by even bringing up Alexandria, you kind of take the Egyptians out of the loop.
No, brother, because all you got to do is understand what was in the Library of Alexandria. The
I
Library of
do.
Alexandria stored ancient Egyptian science alongside knowledge from Greece, Mesopotamia, Persia, and all these other places. Now check this out. It says, if the Library of Alexandria never burned, humanity might have experienced a... Hold on. Before, let me rewind back. Okay, so when we talk about the Library of Alexandria, yes, that is in CE time. But brother,
when is it?
BC.
is
It's
it,
BC.
is it 500 CE or 500 BC?
It's BC.
300
Yeah,
BC.
it's BC. It's BC. It's before the Romans.
Right. So the ancient Egyptians weren't controlling Egypt 500 BC, but we talk about the knowledge that was already there. When you go to Egypt, why are they still reading from the walls? Because the knowledge is already there. Common sense, man. Happened at the Library of Alexandria. It got destroyed. Common sense, man. Next up.
I think super ways to understand what we're saying. Look, man, we are not taking anything from folks in West Africa, folks in over there. And wait a minute, though, I got y'all. Ain't nobody. Okay, fine. We're not trying to take nothing from these old civilizations. They laid the groundwork. There's a lot of stuff that we build upon after they did it, and they did some real slick stuff. No, nobody's saying they didn't do nothing real, some real slick stuff. Nobody's saying that. We're talking about whether when we use the word science, you are implying a certain methodology. Right. They just didn't do it. What's so bad about that? Golly, man.
That's a good question, Super Wavy.
And science is a modern word. Go ahead, my fault.
This question: for you, when does science begin?
Yeah.
When does humans start participating in science?
Hey, Sosa, that's a good question. I'm not sure. Look, let me say this. I'm not sure, but I could say it started on the continent of Africa, and I could say we could point at civilizations in Africa that was using it. I'm Hotep, the pyramid.
Hey, Wavy, you don't even got to argue. Why don't you take my stance? So I have a great stance. I think that African knowledge and wisdom, you know what I'm saying, was superior for its time period, and was far ahead of other cultures of that time period, bro. And may have some things that may be superior now. Why don't you take my stance? But it was indigenous African wisdom, social, spiritual systems. Yo, I'm rocking with that. I don't gotta. Science don't move me. Science is a way of getting knowledge, bro, which is dope. That's our thing. And guess what? I just want to let you know, for the listening audience, that people that are like me and you are producing in science at high levels. That's the dope part about science. Everybody get to play the game. In Egyptian, hey yo, the Egyptians got to play the game. It's dope, right? But now, right? Look, bro, you can't push black people out of that. Like you hard pressed for that. So you just don't listen to Reggie. If your argument is close to Reggie, bro, he gonna have you disrespecting the people me and you trying to uplift. I'm trying to uplift. Ain't nobody even talked about West Africa in their golden age. Nobody mentioned no. You know why? Because they don't think what they was doing was science. See what I'm saying? See, like that pottery, all that, they messed that up. They think that's science. No, that's a tradition started by the women of being able to store goods, which is crucial for humanity. See, we don't want to talk about that though. They didn't need to know the chemical, the why, what is. They didn't need to know that, bro. They need to have something that worked. They didn't know the why. You know what I mean? They needed to do. What did they need to do? They need to store. They need to store food away from the wild insects. Stop, be able to carry things, protect it, right? Carry water instead of the daggone fragile ostrich shell that could break in a minute and all your water gone. You got to beat your son half to death. Don't drop the egg shell. Shit, we ain't bringing no water for him. Like crazy, bro.
Hey, let me get your perspective on this.
No, we gotta move forward.
No, wait a minute. Let me ground this conversation again. What we're experiencing here again is watching rationality, which is a common trait of all sentient beings, and equating that to a very specific mode of thinking, which comes into fruition much, much later. All species with sentience have a rational foundation, what we call knowledge, their ability to manipulate and use the environment around them. You explained empiricism, right? Looking at your environment and being very precise and selective how you engage with your environment. I keep using the floating log as an example, right? The log float and we manipulated that phenomenon. However, at the point we decided to ask a question like Joel was saying, but how and why does the log float? I can take a big log, which I know is way heavier than this little rock, but the log floats regardless. And the little rock, it still sinks. When that question was begin to be asked, we were at a very far developed stage. That is a mind process. Your PhD is a doctor in philosophy because science is a way of thinking, not necessarily the actions you take. So don't confuse rationality, which is endemic to sentient beings, and confuse that with science.
So we got a good question right here. True evidence says, and I'm saying I ain't doing that, but I'm gonna do this for you. What is more important than the why or the results? The results.
The results.
It depends on what time period you're in. Now,
No, we talking about ancient time period. We talking about ancient
in ancient time. The results.
Yeah, the results.
Who cares why? I put this plant on you, it makes you feel better. I don't need to know what it does, how it works. I only care about the results.
That's a great point right there. What's up, Grant? What's good, brother?
But when you get, my fault. I thought you.
Yeah, let Grant go. Let Grant go. And then Anonymous, get that out. I don't want you to forget.
Oh.
You're getting old. You're getting old, Grant. I mean, you're getting old.
I am. You're right. I just wanted to ask my man a question, and he don't even got to elaborate.
No.
Oh no. All right. Go ahead. It was a question. It was a question to make a point about STEM, and does he understand what the difference is? Because I think the issue he having is he doesn't understand the difference between science, technology, engineering, and math. But go ahead. I get that later.
I'm not beating up the team.
I get that later.
We don't want you to get lumped up like that, Super Wavy.
We'll get you lumped up, Wavy. Come on, Wavy. Stop.
You get jumped like that.
Yeah, just listen though, because you on my side with this. We don't care about the word science. We care about the traditional knowledge that black people did without no white people. Remember? Let's stay. We don't need science to be great and renowned. All right? Hey, Grant, what's up?
What's going on, gentlemen?
Man, good to have you on, brother. What's good with you, Mr. Grant?
It's always interesting to hear these conversations. I do think I do hear that we're trying to understand the world around us, but I also think we're missing some critical facts. Correct? Like, even if we use the example of, let's say, the Library of Alexandria, correct? Just from a historical standpoint, and the Romans, correct? The Romans aren't the ones who come up with the idea of sort of this hyper-racialized world, correct? And so we can use broad terms like whiteness or Europeans when the Europeans aren't using that at the time of the destruction of the library, correct, of Alexandria. And I think we weave in and out history in a way that is unfortunately makes us prone to sort of pseudo knowledge, correct? I'm not calling Stupa Waiva that or his position to be pseudo, but I think the problem with it is once you begin to weave these, history and trying to sort of piece it all together, you miss some of the more critical parts of it, which is Egypt at one point was a center of Mesopotamia. It was a center of this very vibrant area. Then the Greeks come along, and then the Romans come along, and then the British come along, correct? That this is just happening without there having to be something nefarious, that empires are rising and falling in this very fertile part of the world. And it's important to keep that in the context of what's happening. And ultimately, because all these groups of people are in a very concentrated area, you have this hyper sense of sharing a lot of information. And the other thing that keeps in mind is, even if we were to grant the idea that the Egyptians were the first builders as an idea, that they came along to science on their own, and let's say that's your proposition, and that's your new scientific method, that buildings or pyramids or pointy shaped buildings are the beginning of science. Let's say that's your proposition. I'm not saying that is anyone's proposition, but saying let's say that is someone's proposition. The problem with that is that you then have to explain Mesopotamia. Like you then have to explain other pointy, triangles in Mesopotamia prior to the Egyptians. And that would be an even harder thing to do. And so I do think what we're doing here is trying to walk our way into science without actually having a formalized methodology in order to back up our concepts.
All right, so check this out, Grant.
That's a
point of bringing up the Library of Alexandria was to say that the Library of Alexandria stored ancient Egyptian science. Do you agree or disagree that the Library of Alexandria stored ancient Egyptian science? We can Google this.
Disagree.
So you don't have to Google it. So we can just talk about it. So if your proposition is that the library hold information, yes. And if some of that information was Egyptian, the answer would be yes. But then the additional piece of information that you would need to also articulate is that there were other pieces of information that were from other parts of the known world for these individuals. And so when the destruction happens, it happened because the Romans were coming after the Greeks, and they were taking over the Greeks, and the information had already been dispersed to other libraries of conquering people. So when you say it was destroyed, and yes, the artifacts were destroyed, but it is not clear that all of the information or knowledge somehow burned down with the Library of Alexandria, which I think that's what you're trying to sort of infer here, correct?
Well, that's not what I'm trying to say. Just listen to what I'm saying out of my mouth. I'm saying that the Library of Alexandria stored ancient Egyptian science. That's what I'm saying.
How do you know that?
This comes from Ohio State University.
You're saying that, but how do you know that?
From Ohio State University.
What's the source?
White man saying it that y'all like.
I got.
Where? What's the source?
God dang! Shoot, you like him so much you speak his language. I ain't seen you create your own language.
I'm about to jump in.
You ain't created your own language yet. Speaking pretty good English to me, there, buddy.
I got a question for the floor.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Hey, Joe.
And we have surviving Egyptian stuff, and it ain't science.
Hold on, Preem. So I want to address him. Hey, Wavy, listen, the time period you're talking about, the indigenous people, right, is gone. Meaning they're not empowered. Egyptian knowledge and wisdom is not bubbling no more. You get it? So the priests, they making them, they shutting them down, and they don't got their voice. They still in their temples, maybe, right? They doing their thing, but it's real marginalized. At this point, the Greeks are kind of they're showing their supremacy. You know what I'm saying? If they need to know a little something slick from back in the day, they might tap one on the shoulder. Yo, they all right. You got okay. You get it,
You ain't
but
gonna
it's they
feel no
not bubbling.
logic.
No. They
Well,
time is
man, I
past.
want to go next.
You got it. I'm just saying they time had passed, bro. You get
Doesn't
it? Like it's just your
it doesn't
time go
matter.
past, yo.
Even if
Nah,
they
you
was
right,
bubbling,
huh?
they did
Right.
not have
I wouldn't even
science, bro. Even if they
Yeah.
was bubbling,
If they
even
was
if
bubbling,
they
they
was
ain't
still
got something.
there, they didn't have science.
Yeah, they ain't have science, yo.
Period.
They could have still
We
been.
gotta address the elephant in the room. I gotta read.
The library
Why is
was
it?
still there
Why
now.
is
They
it?
did not have
Hold up,
science.
stop, y'all. Everybody, hold up. I gotta read. Why is it improper to use the word science to refer to old civilizations? The term science is often used to describe the systematic study of the natural world, which began in ancient Greece and Rome. However, the use of the term science to refer to old civilizations is improper because it implies a modern, objective, and objective understanding of the natural world that these ancient societies did not possess. The ancient civilizations of Egypt, Mesopotamia, India, China, and the Americas made significant contributions to mathematics and technology, but they often intertwined their observations with religious or superstitious beliefs, which hindered the development of natural science as understood today. The Greek approach to knowledge, emphasizing the separation of natural laws from mythology and superstition, catalyzed the evolution of science into a distinct discipline. The historical context reveals a diverse paths of scientific thought across cultures, providing insight into how modern science emerged from these ancient traditions. We have to stop saying this particular group had science.
Yeah,
There is no such thing as an African science. There is no such thing as an Egyptian science. There is no such thing as a Mesopotamian science. Straight up. At some point, we have to use the word that civilization used. Now, super wavy. What in the metal netta did they use to describe their technology? Go.
Hey, Joel,
Science, not the technology.
can I
So
just jump in here really quick?
Yeah, go ahead. Hold. Stop. Go ahead, Grant, real quick.
Yeah.
Go.
So I want to just address something that keeps coming up and I see often, and I think we probably need to keep repeating this. For those who think going to ChatGPT and Google is a problem, the reason we're using these tools,
brother. Thank you, brother.
Because often what we're doing is we're trying to present an idea, and then the people who are listening are going to often go back to those tools. And what's happening here is you can miss a word, or you can sort of do something, you can miss some pieces of information. But what I want to make sure everyone understands is that no one's required as a fundamental idea to know everything. Correct? And part of being intellectual, or at least trying to attempt to sort of further your knowledge, is to both you understand something and then go back to what you think are reasonable or recognizable sources. That doesn't necessarily mean that the sources that you're using are all completely correct. And so what you will look for other contemporaneous information that will ultimately back up the information that you're looking at. So part of the way of researching is, I believe X, I'm going to go and research that. In these very short pieces, or the short, narrow windows of time, correct? We're on a podcast. If you're looking for a complete dissertation or thesis, you're in the wrong space. And so in this particular case, we're looking for a very narrow band in order to supply information to speak about. If you, as a person, believe that you have all the knowledge in your head and that you can speak for hours on a subject without referring to something else, then by all means, I would recommend you come up here and show us your sorcery. But until then, I think being disingenuous and thinking that you have hacked the life, that you have a life hack in the chat by saying someone is using ChatGPT or Google, you really lost the plot. And I would highly recommend you examine where your life has gone, because this isn't how you do. This isn't how you engage in scientific or intellectual thought. So I hope for some of you who may need to hear that, understand what I'm saying.
But let me jump in here. But let me jump in here for a second. I agree with
You
everything.
jumping the line, Joe? You jumping the
No, he
line?
ain't really said nothing. He ain't said nothing. Jose.
Oh, you ain't really said no good, bro.
on my side.
Let me jump. I like the way you said it, but let me jump in here. Go ahead and jump in, man.
What I'm saying is this, right? The issue is not the word science. The issue is that in modern times, they are telling you, they don't want you to get modern science confused with ancient practices or ancient science, so to speak. They're imputing a modern term on something that existed for the longest time. So it is not improper to use the word science. It is improper to impute the modern term, which is why they put modern in front of it, because there was something before modern science that was considered science, obviously. So we don't want to get the
I want to disagree.
Hold on. We don't want to get the modern idea confused with.
Why y'all keep saying modern science? Why you keep saying
I didn't say that. You have modern science.
Egyptians can't compete with the Muslims.
You said that.
The ancient
science implies the word science implies modern already.
Yeah, right.
No, it doesn't. It does not.
Yes, it does.
It does not.
Because it's a new word. It's a new word they use to describe something new.
Go get that. He made that up.
Science can't be a modern word.
It is.
Because the word was invented in ancient times, so it can't be a modern word.
Say go get
no,
that.
it wasn't.
I just read it.
No, it wasn't. Science wasn't used until the 13th, 14th century.
Not a modern word by our standards.
Yes, it is.
That is not science. It's not a modern word.
Okay, can I say something? Can I say something? Because you're talking about Latin, right? You're talking about the word scire. The word scire just means to know. It's a declarative form of a verb. It's a verb. It just means to know. They didn't use that in the context. Hold on. Let me finish. Hold on. They did not use that to describe what we describe as science. Just like we use the word to know, that's how they use scire, because it means to know. That's it. There is no other implication there, because there was no science back then. Now, hold on. The word science is an English word used first in the 13th, 14th century, and scire, it's a derivative. It's a derivative. You got to understand linguistics to know what a derivative is. Now, that does not mean a word that's derived from another word doesn't mean exactly what the other word means. It's just an updated. It's just that's just the foundation of it. Again, you can look it up. Science wasn't used until the 13th, 14th century, and even then, we didn't have the scientific method all the way fully. Hold on, let me finish. And even then, even when the word came out, we didn't have the scientific method fully fleshed out. We were just beginning to enter the scientific era and leave the mysticism out of natural cause and effect, or our explanations of natural cause and effect. But yeah, that's you gotta that the word scire did not do that.
Let us go at it.
So let me respond to what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but a definition is not the same thing as a meaning. A definition is the modern usage. That is not the meaning of a word. That's why the dictionary has a linguistic origin, which is the meaning, the original use of the word. The definition is how you use it in modern language. They are not the same thing. The meaning of a word never.
Bro, you're talking the etymological meaning is not the word. The source of the word is not the word. It's not the definition of the word, bro. You're not let you get that off. I can't let you get that off. I can't let you get that off.
Hold on, anonymous.
I can't let you get that off.
Look, Jose, anonymous. This is what we saying.
We don't believe y'all, man.
Yes, y'all talking to somebody that took 3 years of Latin. Y'all are talking to somebody that took 3 years of Latin.
Tell them, yo.
Y'all are talking to somebody that took 3 years of Latin. Y'all are talking to somebody that took 3 years of Latin. I'm gonna keep saying it. Y'all are talking to somebody that took 3 years of Latin.
I don't care.
Y'all are talking to somebody that took 3 years of Latin. I know what a derivative is. I know what etymology means, and y'all are lying.
Everybody slow down. And make everybody stop. Yeah.
Everybody stop. I'm just saying, the man said he took 3 years of Latin, yo. we ain't gonna sit up here and argue with the guy.
We're not even arguing that point,
don't care. That doesn't.
He ain't
That doesn't
speaking
to what I
that
said.
5 times for what?
He is. All right,
That
we're gonna
don't
stop.
count what I
Man.
We're gonna stop
This
this.
is what we
Let me
saying. Hold on.
No,
we saying
no.
Hey, we use science today as to know, to understand a methodology. We saying the ancient Egyptians.
Hold on.
Don't beat up the straw man saying the ancient Egyptians had science and they didn't have science in the another. Don't beat it up.
If that is your definition, then we back at 350,000 years at least of science. And now you're saying that Africans were in Africa practicing science for over 300,000 years, and niggas ain't left. Niggas is just melting iron, bro. That's crazy.
So we talking about the ancient Egyptians, bro. Don't
No, but I'm saying if science only means to know,
right, bro.
Hunter gatherers know.
That's what y'all say.
Animals know.
Homo erectus knew. Neanderthals know. So now we pushing science back.
Monkeys know.
Bro.
Lions know.
Chimps know. Like what the fuck we doing?
Wild dogs know. Elephants know.
That's why I read that definition I read, man.
All right, let me hold on, man. Hold on. Let me move on. Let me get, man. We got a guest on it, man. We're gonna always move side. What's going on, Brass? Talk to us.
Brass. Oh,
What's
there
up,
goes
brother?
the neighborhood.
Yeah. What's up, brother?
Neighborhood just
I can't change the thumbnail because hits got. I don't know. But if I go on a panel, it got hits.
What's up, Brass?
What up, Joel?
Man?
What up, Super Wavy? I see you. What's up, G? What's going on, brother?
I did this show especially for you so you could see the slides that all started and what I really was saying.
Okay.
And how Reggie came in and messed it all up. Yeah. And some other things, but go ahead.
Did you see the whole show? Or you just saw that part?
No, I watched it. You gave us a great compliment at the beginning. I think that fits as well.
And I did that on purpose, huh?
Yeah.
Listen, no matter, none of this stuff that's private needs to always be public, right? So at the end of the day, I don't, even Super Wavy come on the shows and clown us or whatever, but I don't even make that kind of stuff public. Just thank you for the support. We don't get nowhere arguing and bickering with each other, right? I didn't know, I'm just saying this for the record.
Okay.
I did not, if you feel like it's a battery in the back, I can't make you feel no other way. But if you watch that show, none of that Dr. York stuff, none of that was in the show. It was just a simple show. And I said 1,000 times, I want to keep it clean. Stop presenting information to y'all as though y'all are like the Mount Rushmore. I even said I would hate to have y'all job. That every time science come up, somebody got to say, oh, what do the pseudo killers think, to cause some kind of argument. So I was trying to be as political as I possibly could. But if somebody else bring up Dr. York, you got to stop giving me all the superpowers, bro. He brought that up himself. I was getting clarity, not for you. The chat was saying you. I was getting clarity simply because he said it was somebody in my Discord. Mm-hmm. And I wanted clarity on that.
All right, but listen, so where are you in the science conversation, bro?
Yeah. How do you just watched my whole show.
Yeah, he drew the line.
Yeah, but you kind of slipping and sliding, bro.
Pause. That's one. Two, I definitely. It's still that. I don't know. It sounds crazy. But I don't know. Hey, listen, I ain't changed. Nothing changed. Look, see this right here. The pseudo killers understand. Y'all crazy. But anyway, my point is, I understand that I'm not comfortable with the word matured as if it wasn't nothing before that. Now, if we're gonna say the modern science, they added in variable isolation, controlled environments. They had something to address their biases, because that's not what they had before that. The biases is basically, it was kind of crazy. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. But in modern science, they put in mechanisms to address the biases cleanly so we can move forward. My statement, I just don't like matured. I like refined and formalized. I don't hate matured. If you want to use matured, fine. I just say it a little different, and I think it's cleaner
You
for
know what
me.
you just did? You just
This
said
is a
the same,
critical
man.
point.
I want to see what wave you agree with what Brass just said,
No,
Yeah,
though.
how about grew up? How about grew up in the West? It became grown in the
Okay,
West. It
okay.
became a man in the West.
Whatever, however you want to do it. When you say matured, to me, you're saying everything else is savage, primitive, and hold on, hold
No,
on, hold
it's
on,
not.
hold
It's
on,
just
hold on,
young.
hold on,
It
hold
was
on,
just young. That's all. It was
hold on,
just
hold on,
young.
hold on, bro. I don't know who that is talking about.
well,
Shouts
that's
to you.
Cream, man. He been pseudo killing
Okay, shouts to you, Prince.
yeah.
I'm
Peace.
saying anything before that. And when I hear the word matured at a date, I hear savage, primitive, but especially because
No,
Europeans,
Brass.
hold on. When you say the West is calling it matured, in my mind, the way I work stuff out in my mind, I'm not arguing with y'all on y'all terms. That's the key. I don't have a challenge to y'all saying matured. I'm saying for me, what works better because of Eurocentrism
We ain't say it
is
though.
the refining and formalization made it modern science. Something to address the biases is
The
key.
formalization
I
and
can
that
get with
stuff
that,
would
though.
imply
I
that
like
there
it.
were other civilizations that have it. It is a particular philosophical frame of reference. You are not talking about ancient cars. Cars is a paradigm shift. Before the combustion engine, you're not talking about cars. They didn't have primitive cars. They didn't have premature cars. They simply didn't have cars.
Now,
Knowledge,
hold, right there,
transportation. They had a
right there.
particular form of gaining
Right.
knowledge.
Okay.
Their form of gaining knowledge, their form of transportation was horse and buggy. Our form of gaining knowledge, our form of transportation is a combustion engine, is science. Science is simply methodological naturalism. It is a philosophical position that uses a particular tool, but that philosophical position is what is paramount. Nothing matured because that philosophical position wasn't nowhere else. Let's deal with it.
No problem. I just know that before modern science, what we call modern science today, a lot of those foundations of what we call modern
We
science
only
today
use
Let him
modern
participated.
science in reference
That's
to
what we
ancient
say.
science.
let him finish.
Ancient knowledge versus modern
Let him
knowledge,
finish.
Let him
right?
Let him
finish.
finish.
So
Get it
when
out,
we
man. Let
use
him
the
get it
word science, it's not saying that they had a system of science because science was a
Jesus Christ.
particular frame of reference. Horse and buggy,
Let
combustion
him
engine.
let him go. Let him
Jesus.
go. Let him go. Let him go.
Horse and buggy, combustion engine. They
Got
didn't
it.
have
Said it.
primitive
Said it.
cars.
Said it. Come on, bro.
Said,
Come
let
on.
him go. Let him go. Go ahead.
I think a
Go ahead.
lot of before modern, like Newton, if
Hmm?
Newton's not a scientist, I think a lot of the stuff that he did is the foundation for science that we use today. So
Yeah.
if y'all want to say matured, once again, I am not trying to change what other people saying. I'm saying I'm making my argument of what I'm comfortable with at the end of the day. I'm not saying it's law. I'm saying it's my argument, right? I present it on my channel. I came up here because I want to be clear. I meant what I said in the beginning, not as disrespect. To treat the pseudo killers as a standard or the arbiters of truth, that's just too much because even they treat experts as the standard. So so even then there's a gateway. It goes too far because now that's where the arguments go in, and that's where the personal stuff goes in, and I don't want to do that.
So let
So
me
if
say
you
this.
want to
More
say
like
matured, I have
we
no
more like the
issue with it.
gatekeepers, Brad. We kick niggas out.
No,
And
that's
shit.
cool. If that's what
Check
I wouldn't want
ideas.
that job. If that's the job you want,
Checking
enjoy it.
ideas,
But
shit,
I
and
wouldn't
doing
want
shit.
that
Yeah.
job. Not
Even
that
letting
nigga.
kids in there. Yeah, we checking
No,
ideas.
no. But I'm saying it's
Hold on,
clear
Brad.
that it was
Let me
refined
bring
and
this point.
formalized in
Let me
regards
bring
to
this.
modern science
Let
because
me
of the
bring this
things they
point to
added,
you. Let
the
me bring this point to
controls,
you. Let me
and
bring.
something to address biases. I have no issue with that.
Hold on. Let me
Not
bring
not
this point to
not
you.
at all.
I think this
That's
point.
it. Because 1,000 years from now,
Hold on.
Sosa,
Can you hear me,
a
Brad? Can you hear me?
thousand years from
Can
now,
y'all hear me?
we're
Brad, so I
gonna
don't
put
think you can hear
ourselves in the. I
Brad, you
know.
hear
I'm just saying
Can you hear
if it was a fifth, but 1,000 years from
I don't think
now,
you hear me.
they're gonna look back and say,
Can
"What
you
I
hear
don't know what the hell they
Brad,
thought
can
they
you
was
hear
doing."
Hey,
Can
Brad.
you
Can
hear
you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you
No,
hear
Yeah,
I
me?
can't hear. I
I can
can't
hear
hear.
you.
I can't hear.
You might go
I
out
can
and come
hear.
back in. Go out and come back in, Brad.
Okay.
I
Yeah, you could. Yeah, that's what I had to do.
want to make a serious point here. Do we realize that
Let him back in.
knowledge systems actually shift? I think this is important though. Like we ain't sitting here thinking we studying history and then think that the knowledge systems was always on the continent of Africa. That's a mistake.
That's what we
See,
said.
that's the black allergists that will say that. To think that only the Egyptians studied in Egyptian schools is retarded. Makes no sense. If we just look at the time periods that the Greeks was coming in to even learn some knowledge, right? They was other people was coming in. Yeah, and they was fostering the knowledge. So if we just fast forward very quickly to the points of reference when we talk about it matured in if we say it matured in quote unquote Europe, but it's a knowledge, it's the knowledge, central hub of information at this time. So if you're a black geologist, you hate that. You're the only one who wants to run the ball. We ran the ball for 350,000 years before we even left Africa. You hate that you got to lead on the rest of the world. You hate that you're the foundations of what would be fully blown in. You hate that. You hate that people travel to Africa for wisdom. You hate it. You hate it so much so that when somebody else gets the ball based off of what you had the foundation on, then you start talking crazy. So I thought y'all knew that just because it was quote unquote matured in Europe didn't mean all European people. Y'all immediately think that because the black allergist, he lies. He lies to himself because science make him lie. Because if he told the truth, if he said, well, damn, there's some African people there too. They couldn't even get those thoughts out in their own country in Ethiopia. They'd be banished for saying what they said in Europe. So y'all don't know about those African thinkers, huh? Of course not. It's the black allergists. But the black allergists actually think it's white man science. They really think that. They don't know it's the coming together culmination of a whole lot of things. Some things lucky, like the discovery of the daggone Americas. Lucky. That made them break away from the classical philosophers. Made them break away from that. They was like, damn, they don't know that they don't know. See, that's the difference. How do you know what you know? They broke away from that authority. They realized they didn't know that they did not know. They broke away from that authority. At the House of Wisdom, they didn't break away from that authority. No. They was not. They did not break away from that. That's part of it. So science is a cumulative thing here. And it just so happens it fosters, at the time it does, during the scientific revolution in Europe. It doesn't mean the people that was doing it was all white. We got to stop the ignorance. That's why the title is Science and the Education Gap. There's an education gap there that tells you that it was all European. Craziest thing ever. We're never saying that. We've never said that. We've never promoted that. We've never even promoted. Matter of fact, at the time of the scientific revolution, when it matured, how is it that China was far advanced in Europe? How is that possible?
I don't know. All I want to say is that if you use the word science, you're implying a modern, objective understanding of the natural world. They're just not doing that. And I just think it's really bad to use the word because so here's the thing. It's like a bias. Because we understand science to be a certain definition, and we know that science carry a lot of weight. So you'll hear religious people say, "Oh, the science in the Bible," because we know that science carry weight, right? So because we rely on it right now, we rely heavily on it. So saying that word, just using that word, you are casting a predetermined definition to what the other society was doing, and it's just wrong. We just got to stop using the word science to refer to old communities. That's it.
Because science is modern. So what I want to say to you, Brass, was this though. In actuality, when we say, can you hear me? What?
You got to get that. Say science is modern, Uncle. You got to go get that. Remember, you missed to go get that.
No, I know.
I can't hear him if he's talking to me.
I don't feel like that.
We can't hear. What the hell's going on?
Transmit that to him, then, though.
I can't hear him if he's talking to me.
I just read that to you, Super Wavy. What you mean by go get that?
Not Super
I
Wavy.
just read it to you.
Why you can't hear
Grant, say you can use Chat GPT when you talking to us?
All right, where you want me to get it from? Hold on, where you want me? I can get it from wherever you want me to get it from.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
No, I'm saying Brad can hear me, but he can't hear you.
That is crazy. He
I'll
must
be
got
back, Super Wavy.
Block.
I'm gonna load my gat.
You know what? Let me read this. Black Panther says, "Chat, God Killer has no reason to backpedal about anything. He stands in his words. If he's wrong, he would admit it. Yeah, I would admit it. I just think y'all love science too much now. All of a sudden, y'all overlove it now. You know what I'm saying? So I would ask you, Super Wavy, right? Super Wavy, why is it so important for Africans to have science? And then I'm gonna beat up your article that I told you don't bring. I'm gonna beat that up.
I got you.
Why is that so important for them to have science? And not their own system of knowledge. Because that's all science is. Go ahead.
I got you, OG. Now, from listening to y'all would like to make us believe that science started in the 1300s, 1400s. But if we already know that Egypt was an advanced civilization, we don't got to play this game with y'all.
All right, freeze for a minute. Freeze. So you don't think they can get advanced without science? You think they need science to get advanced? Because that's the way we advance? No. Oh, yeah, that's it.
Yes,
that's the problem. We got to talk to you like that.
You say that's a problem?
You don't need science to get advanced. The Mesopotamia didn't have science either. You don't need science to get advanced.
Mesopotamia had science.
Nah, bro.
No, they just had some good calendars.
I got definitely.
They were able to make good observations and it comes to empirical. Yeah.
I got a source.
They didn't know how to work.
Last thing, is the panel saying science started 300 years ago? Is that what the panel saying?
No, I'm saying
yeah, man. I got a source.
Oh,
yes.
But
not at that exact point, but that is the emergence of science.
Yeah, that's the emergence of science. But it's cumulative, accumulating.
Before then, you have the pre-science. Like you had like
science.
Yeah. Because you see more aspects at a particular period that relates to modern science in pre-scientific eras. The further you go back, the further you get away from science.
So, sir, if we still can't mummify nobody today, if we still can't build no pyramids today, we can't call this pre-science.
Because we don't want to
do it. We don't want to do that no more. It's like he don't know why they did it. What in the world?
We don't want to build pyramids no more.
Remember when I asked him, do he know what STEM means and what the word individual words and what the difference? That's what I was going to ask him earlier. Yeah. He does not know the difference between science, technology, engineering, and math. He does not know. He don't know.
I want to stay where he
is. So you saying
he don't know.
Science started when the word came out?
No, I'm saying science started when the process was emerging. How we ascertain knowledge, that's when the science began. Before
then, let me read the definition.
Huh?
I got a source. He don't want me to Google, so I went and got a real source.
Hey, what he's saying?
When did the process begin? Give me the year.
What he said? I can't hear you. You're kind of staticky.
When does the process begin? Give me the year.
When does the process begin?
17th century. That's what the entire process begins with traditional knowledge. Traditional knowledge is the foundation, but it's not science.
How?
It's like you know how you put you know how you put ingredients in to make a chicken gumbo? You can't just put okra in the water and say that's a gumbo. No, you need sausage, you're gonna need some tomato, you're gonna need some, and before you get to a gumbo. Right? You can't call the water and okra gumbo. What is water and okra? You know what I'm talking about?
I'll just read the definition. I went and got a source.
You already read the definition.
Well, they don't read
We already read it like 2 times. I just repeated when I came in. Science is a knowledge of how things work. That's pretty much
it. Out. Ancient Egyptian agriculture was a sophisticated system.
Science, man.
Not science.
Based on scientific understanding. You said it's not science?
That's technology. That's technology.
See, so you don't want me to read it.
That's technology.
No, listen.
Agricultural science is not science.
We don't know what STEM. We don't know the definitions of STEM.
No,
what are you talking about? That's science.
No, we don't know the
science now.
You don't know the again. You is anonymous. So what you saying on the I'm talking to a wall talking to you.
Listen, it's a science now, but back then, no, they just planted in the ground.
Hold on. So basin irrigation, water lifting, soil and crop science, agricultural technology, plant manipulation. That's not science.
That's not science.
Nope.
Come on, hey.
It does not know the difference between science, technology, engineering, and math. You never know the difference.
Let me read the definition. I don't know why y'all
We have a
so.
thing called agricultural science now, but that's not
into this conversation. We only talking about science, brother. Maybe you wanna do a lecture on STEM on my channel. You can do that.
No,
but that ain't what we talking
We
about
are talking science. You're talking engineering and technology. We're talking science. You're talking technology and engineering, and you don't know the difference between the three.
I'm talking science, brother.
Can
All right.
Yeah, all right. You took 3 years of Latin. Now you think you know something. Get out of here. Go ahead,
Day by
Brad.
day, it's impossible to cope.
I made you mad.
I'm the one that's doing
you mad. I made you mad with that one.
My mind playing tricks on me.
Hey, Brad, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
So I was saying, did you realize that I'm not sure how much of the show you heard. I was simply saying that when Egypt was the hub of knowledge, people came from all around, right, and brought their ideas too. If you go to the House of Wisdom where your boy was talking about it, it was a place.
Where Reggie was. Stop doing that. Reggie way longer than me.
Talking about it. Chef was talking about
it.
Chef. Yeah.
Oh, you know the Chef boy. Okay, that's my boy.
Yeah. So he talked about the House of Wisdom, but he doesn't understand the House of Wisdom. It's a knowledge center, meaning people from all around the world that they knew of came and threw these ideas there. So that's the same when we say Europe, we don't mean white people. We mean that people from all around the world, now for real all around the world, not the Roman Empire world, not the Arab world, not the Greek world, not the Egyptian world, the Mesopotamian, but the whole damn world.
Mm-hmm.
This is a serious step because now the whole world is involved in this process, bro. And it matured there, not because of white people, but because of the thoughts and the minds of humans that came there, bro. I can show you African thinkers that was there. This the shit that the people don't talk about because the blackologists don't want to talk about it because then it would kill the whole thing of science for real. They don't want the real science. They want the black science where you make up stuff. They don't want the real thing. The same people that promote science now never agree with me in anything I say. Think about that, bro. They all fought me on the Egyptians being African, and now they only talk about the Egyptians. What about people in West Africa? I haven't heard anybody talk about that because they don't know enough. So I'm just making a point, Brass, that nurturing or coming to be, or have I said it, have an article said it, it wasn't just saying white people. That's all.
Yeah.
That's crazy thought.
I don't do the white, but we've talked before. I don't do white science and black science. I think they're actually offensive words. I hope y'all didn't think I meant white people. I wouldn't fall under blackologists. We had it, and nobody would agree.
Yeah,
but I don't know. I say things to make me be comfortable. Now I don't want to hijack this show. But I did watch your intro. Do you want to address it now, or do you want to address it another time?
Address it now and get out the way.
Okay.
What did you say?
I saw the same York video that everybody else saw. Mm-hmm. And when I saw that, because you was talking about being a leader, one hits is the leader. I'm not the leader. Y'all appoint me this. Me and you had that conversation before. And you with the rich blood bullshit, Wavy. The bull crap, sorry. I saw the same video everybody else saw, later than others, but I saw the same video. Mm-hmm. And in our Discord, I made it a point to say, I don't want to have that conversation publicly because I don't talk to Ankh, and I would be incensed if somebody took my words from 25 years ago put them on the internet, and somehow said that that's who I am today. And that's why we saw that video in our Discord 3 months ago, and we never went public with it. But to say I'm putting a battery in Reggie back to somehow go public today, that's just incorrect.
No, I was saying you do the Sarnetta thing.
Oh,
he
that's
has
offensive.
a way. He has a way of. No, it's not offensive. That's all right. It's just, and it's like when people are not trained for interviews, the interviewer can get them to, he wasn't trying to. He kept prodding them to get into it. And reality is, y'all got my number. Like I'm not ashamed of, what role y'all think I play. I could just explain it to you.
Right.
You get it? Like anything 25 years ago, 20 years ago, I'm like, I already know that mean I won. Whenever a person say something about yoke, that mean I won. That mean y'all ran out of shit to defeat what we really talking about. Why else would you bring that up?
But our
actions, there would be no reason to bring that up for 25 years ago.
Our actions showed that we wasn't trying to have it as a public conversation.
No, it was a public. It was actually public.
No, listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying if we saw it, we all got channels. We could have done a show on it if we wanted it to be public.
What you talking about?
Brass, it's like this. Brass is like this.
Go ahead.
Just tell Unc his content. Just tell Unc his content.
No, that's Chef lane. That's not my lane. Because
that is your
I know
lane.
some. No. I'll give you an example. Somebody put a clip on our Discord. Wavy. Wavy. God's honest witness. Wavy. God's honest witness. Somebody put a clip in the chat. I only see y'all stuff through clips, right? In our chat, everybody posts and promote. We don't stop people from doing it. It is what it is. Somebody put a clip in the chat of someone in a conversation saying that they was gonna slap Unc's daughter. If we saying that talking about Unc on the corner is content, that ain't content, bro. That's something else.
That didn't even make the net. That didn't even make the net. I'm talking about
That
Dr.
did make the internet. That was on Sarnetta.
I didn't see that. This is what I'm talking about. I'm saying when you put Unc in the title or bring up Dr. York,
I don't put Unc in my titles on purpose.
Huh?
That's Chief X in them. I don't put Unc in our titles.
You saying Chief X is in charge of doing titles on your channel?
He doesn't. We don't put Unc in our titles. Why would we? Have you seen us put Unc's name in our title of a show?
You know what I mean. Dr. York, when you poke the bear, just say it's content.
No, I can't. Chef will be here shortly. He'll tell you it's content. Me and Chef don't agree on that shit.
All right, let's get.
We don't agree on that. We don't agree on that. Wavy, straight up.
Well, let me say this: it's never content for me. Because I think I'm better than y'all niggas to bring up any of y'all family. I think I can beat you in a conversation that I've been studying for the last 15 years, and y'all just popping up in it on Google and now new AI tool. I think I'm better. I think I've talked to enough professionals. I think I've done enough lectures in college. You know what I'm saying? Talking to STEM students where I ain't gonna mess it up as bad as y'all.
Yeah, let it go.
So stop growling. That shit sounds good. Go ahead, but all I'm gonna say is this.
So I'm not listening.
But you give me superpowers when you tell me I could put a battery in Reggie's
Everybody know you did that, man.
Bro, you know what?
Hey, Brad, stop acting like you innocent, Brad. Stop acting like you innocent.
I'm not. Wait. I don't use the words. I don't use the words innocent. The word that I use, which is problematic, is that if I can get Reggie to say somehow in a show where I spent 2 hours trying to keep it as clean as possible and bigging y'all up to make sure that there are no clips of no disrespect of no kind. If he just says out his mouth somebody was taught by Dr. York,
that's not it.
We wasn't even talking about Dr.
Yeah, hold on. We mixing two things.
Okay.
Talking about that clip y'all seen in the corner, man, it was damn near 20 years ago, bro.
And we never did a show on it. So why we didn't bring that public?
Y'all was. You missed it. You ain't know y'all was live,
nigga. Nah. Chief X did that.
No, that's Chief X show. We didn't do a show
about it though. Anyway, I don't even care. Let me get out.
And then on top of that, let me ask you a question, real quick.
Yeah,
and I'm like I said, not hijacking, but I want to sort the shit out to get it out the way, right? Mm-hmm. So when you say that like for Chef, right? I saw that
Yeah,
clip.
he don't know what he talking about.
Right, with that clip, right? I saw that clip.
Man.
Now with that clip,
Man.
you was up with Chef. You was upset with Chef about he was kikiing and this.
No, because I done met his wife, dog, and I'm never let the nigga say nothing like that.
No,
that's
okay,
my point.
But
no,
that
hold
ain't
on.
where I'm going.
Hey, Brett.
Okay, go ahead.
Brett, I know your wife watched the shows, bro.
Yes.
I watch what the fuck I say about y'all wives. And I make sure niggas don't say nothing. So I get offended when niggas like Corey sneaking out server like a little wild little dude. And we calm down. I get offended when human beings sneak their way in our server, bro, and threaten the women, yo. I think it's offensive, dude. Right? And then the nigga come in the chat and he threatening women with making a 3-hour wild video talking crazy about them. I'm saying I'm never letting none of these niggas get that off, bro. Not on your wife, not on Chef wife, not on none of that, bro. Because we men, bro, and it ain't funny. Like, get Ankh, get me. I don't care how you think the women treat you. I don't care if your wife came and cussed me out, bro. I'm not saying nothing about it, bro. She might be mad because I was throwing shots at her husband. I can understand that, bro. It ain't for her. It's for me and you to handle, Brad. So when I see niggas like them niggas do that, yo, I feel offensive. It's offensive to me, bro. And y'all niggas don't step and say, ho, Corey. Yo, you out of order for that, yo. I think y'all support that shit. That's how it is in my neighborhood, yo. If you sit there and let a nigga say that shit, that mean you in support of that shit. That's my real thing. Fuck the York, excuse my language. The hell with the York shit. I'm saying, Corey, yo, see me, bro. Just see me, yo. You can never have a coherent conversation with me at all. Never can. You can't. But you want to threaten the women. And he did it again, bro. In your chat, on your show, bro. He did it on y'all live show. Yo, he did it today, yo. Like, what's up with that? What's up with that, bro? We men, yo, we get it in. We laugh, we pray, we joke. We try not to really call each other name. Like, we know we ain't supposed to be here with this animosity, bro. We know this. But it's that little thing right there, yo, where that man, yeah, I'm saying, I don't know if he drinking half the time. I don't know what that dude do. Hey, bro, don't be mad. Just get even with me, bro. Have a better conversation with me. Defeat me in what I'm saying. Niggas got beat up in Black Egypt. Everybody act like they got beat up. And they mad because I'm still standing. You mad because I've been studying this shit for years and niggas just jumped in it? Come on, bro. To jump into what? Now we talking about science and now everybody mad? Nigga, I've been reading it longer than y'all. I've been messing it up longer than y'all. That's why I can sit here and hear some great things from different people. I got what you saying about you don't like the way it sounds. Yo, we can work that out. But I'm never letting these niggas talk about y'all women, dog. I'm never doing it. You will never see me be disrespectful like that. And I'm saying, if I got the heart to do that after all the blatant shit we just said about each other, right? And stand on that, I'm wondering why y'all niggas can't stand on that. That's what I'm really saying, yo. That's what get me. Chef No, ain't nobody saying nothing about his daggone wife, yo. Nothing about his daughter around me, yo. Not on the same broadcast, not in the chat. Never, yo. Never, bro. Brass, do you think I'm gonna let somebody say something about your wife, yo?
No.
Right. Right. You know how much these women look out for me over here, yo? On some real shit to make sure it's organized. You know how much they support me when nobody wouldn't, yo? Come on, dog. I'm not letting nobody talk crazy about Sosa, about none of these niggas, because they stand on that shit, yo. They don't let me get away with crazy shit. Because they like friends for real, bro. Yo, when I say something wrong, you ain't correct me, yo. They don't let me get away with the little dumb shit. Hey, bro, you doing too much, yo. Yo, calm the shows down, man. Come on, dog. We want to have conversations, bro. Come on, man. Everybody ain't with all that wild stuff I be doing half the time, yo. That's why I'm trying to be cool now. I'm just saying, as brothers, yo, we gotta chill out on all that women shit. If y'all would need to see me intellectually, physically, yo, I'm with all that. I'm with all that. I'm never a tough guy at all. I wasn't a gangster. I wasn't none of that. You know what I'm saying? I just wasn't. But what I was a wish the fuck you would, nigga. That's what I'm on. I wish you would. I'm not trying to start nothing. I'm not doing it, but I wish you would. That's how I was raised. Yo, we was preppy dressing niggas with the Timberlands on, looking fresh with the gold chains on and the hood niggas talking shit. And we just saying, man, we don't want no problems, but we wish you would. That's where I'm at, dog. Come on, yo, we gotta respect. Line gotta get drawn somewhere. I draw the line at the women and children, yo. Cause I know we be back talking later on. It's all good. I ain't tripping. And hits my man, yo.
Don DeMarco, something to hit.
Bum the bum.
Don DeMarco, something the button press.
That nigga stupid.
Hey, so I'm gonna say this to you out. I'm gonna say this to you out of love.
Shit.
When you're done, I want to say something to you out of.
I'm done.
Out of
I just felt crazy.
No, that's fine. I've been there.
Hold on. Here you go.
In the building, man.
There.
That,
I don't know.
This
Go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead,
I want to say something to you out of love, because we whatever it is, I like the way you worded this course. But you being a hypocrite.
Might be.
Okay, because none of us saw that video, and this is gonna sound like an age-old argument when I was in that circle. None of us, you know where we all saw that video at?
What video?
The video of you on the video we talking about. You on the car.
I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about.
No. I'm making a point. I'm not going to talk about him. I'm just talking about that.
Yeah,
the energy that you knew Corey. I get it, but you knew Corey. You know what's funny? You hold me accountable for Corey, but you knew Corey 2 years before you knew me, and you couldn't control him. I saw all them pseudo killer videos. You couldn't control him then. What the hell make you think I can make him do whatever? I don't know. I didn't know he broke into the server until after it happened. Yeah. So quick question, and they could come up and defend themselves, but this is the hypocritical part.
Reggie stand up there and he know that them very women that Corey talking about, yo, ask a little doubt for that dude, yo. He know that, bro. Like, show him love, yo. And that's the kind of help Reggie think he need, yo, to get that off.
But here's the part.
Mental illness is not an excuse, Reggie.
But here's the hypocritical part, though, and this is you and Sosa. We didn't. I saw that video when they dropped that clip, and I'm gonna get to the point without being messy. Get to the message. The video. I don't even want to say the name. The shit on the corner 20 years ago.
Oh, I don't care about.
Okay, hold on. I know, but
Brad, we don't know what you're talking about.
We're
trying to talk about something else. We don't know about
that. If you cut me off of the first 3 words, you'll never know what I'm talking about.
I'm saying you keep on bringing that video.
The reason why you're gonna catch why I'm bringing it up, because if you say you're a real guy, so you'll understand what I'm saying, and I don't want to. Y'all do that on y'all time. What I'm saying is this: that clip of that initial time 3 months ago when we saw it, that was on your man channel.
Who that is?
And you have all this energy and anger.
Who channel?
Sanetta.
No, it wasn't. It's on something.
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
Hey, Ankh, listen to me.
No, the Wapians stole that. No, they stole it from me.
Ankh, listen to me. We didn't find this video out the blue. When you was debating the crazy polite friend dude, Inky. Him and Sanetta had a good old damn time in front of 1,000 people playing that video. You ain't said nothing to him.
Yeah, that was Inky. That's my.
Sanetta was sitting there laughing with him, and you cussing Chef out.
Yeah, that's my YouTube enemy right there.
Yeah, but you cussing Chef out for Sanetta doing the same thing.
So I go cuss him
out.
No,
I don't want you to go do it. I'm saying, I'm saying, but no.
I can't bring it back. I'm
not trying to take it back, but I'm saying I don't understand the energy you got for Chef when the guy
I didn't have the energy for Chef.
You just said he was high. I saw the clip.
He was.
You said right, but so was Sanetta. Nobody would have seen this video.
I know.
Nobody would have ever saw that video. Hold on. Wait, we didn't see it. I known you 3 years. I never. Hold on, real quick. None of us would have ever.
I had the video on my channel. It's my video. Do you get it?
But it ain't. But the video we saw ain't on your channel.
It is. It's my video.
No, it's not.
It is. We taped it. It wasn't with a cell phone.
No, I'm saying where we saw it. It's on a whole
I don't have
channel.
A problem with the video at all. It's when niggas act like it's something it's not that got me going.
So what was Sanetta doing?
No. I will go back right? I will listen to and see what Sarnetta say.
They
I'm
was
never letting nobody
laughing.
put no back.
You think what Chef and Chief
It don't make no difference.
Bro, it's not
I
drop
don't
it
let the
down on
battery get
Sunday.
me.
We gotta get him now.
No, I'm
I don't
just
got
no,
me.
but Sosa,
Hey, yo,
understand
but
my
we not
energy.
talking.
I'm just saying.
Talking about.
No,
Hold
no.
on. No, we talking about the
Name
women. Yo, you keep
man.
twisting it
No,
off
but
the
you
women.
keep no. But what if you talking about the women? One thing I won't do, and you don't do this. I don't know why you're doing it now, but you normally wouldn't do this. Hold on.
Do what?
Go back and find something I've said publicly anywhere near that about Juju, Tiffany, or Miss Lisa. Go ahead.
But you got it on your channel.
Bro, I don't, bro.
You got the
can
crazy
you
nigga
control
on your channel
Corey?
doing that.
Can you control Corey, bro?
Yeah.
You
Hey,
would, bro.
Corey,
When he was in the serial killers, he is not
he
different.
wasn't doing that. Oh, you say
what? You wait.
He wasn't doing that. I wanted him. What you say? A lot different.
Corey, wait. The original video, you've been with Chef after, bro. I heard whatever he said recently. I don't know. Other than what he said today, I did see that today. I'll tell you.
Talking about that nigga, yo.
4 months ago on Carnivorous podcast, he spent an hour going worse. We all, Chef and all of us been on your channel since then. You ain't say nothing. This sound like a you and Corey issue that you making about us.
No, nigga, I ain't seen him do no worse. What you mean? What you talking about? You mean Corey?
Yeah, like
nigga,
it ain't never been. It's always been smoke for them too.
Listen, I don't jump on every event. I jump on the events, and I'm saying
okay,
that Corey
that makes sense. That makes
sense.
I'm
saying Corey talking that shit about them women made it come out again, yo. Like, come on, bro.
Was y'all
That's
ever
my
cool?
issue. What? Nah, fuck that nigga.
No, I'm saying, was y'all ever cool?
Nah. Obviously not. Because I
was a pseudo killer. How the hell wasn't he? Y'all cool?
Nah, he was a fake pseudo killer. He was faking.
See, now you in there.
He scammed. He did. He scammed.
You 2 seconds from doing the go get that nigga like you did the Yeah.
Hey, Brad, it's like this. Remember when y'all came out with the gorilla? Remember when y'all came out with the gorilla theory? It's kind of like when you.
I'm getting back on the time. Get back on
the gorilla theory. That's why.
I'm just saying, make it.
I'm saying I'm getting off that. I'm saying I'm getting off that. I'm back on the science part. I'm
okay.
I'm completely.
But hey, though, honestly, if you did say you'd be willing to have a conversation, if you want to have it private or public, that's up to you. But I would like to talk about that because I do have some questions.
Yeah. Of course. What I'm alive for.
I would like to talk about that. No, I didn't say live. I just said I want to talk. I would like to talk about it.
We have a paperwork party running. My nigga name the paperwork.
Yeah. They say you snitching, Brad.
My paperwork, man. Shit. You know how much that paperwork costs? My shit good. My shit good.
We have to investigate
something. I don't because I could have easily just
we gonna investigate something after the show. Brad, thank you.
No, listen. I find it hard to believe. Now listen, I'm just believing because I'm just believing them. But I find it hard to believe it was the day after them 2 niggas debated. The nigga did damn near a whole show on that video, and ain't nobody seen it but us. That's the wildest thing I've ever heard.
Appreciate your cooperation. No, trust.
Yeah, and I don't care about snitching on a rat. But go ahead. Yeah, I don't fuck with dude. Don't bring him up. Like me and him, nah.
Just so they know we're working behind the scenes. You know what I'm saying?
But I'm here.
Let's get back to the science, man. Go ahead, Grant. Let's get back into this philosophical, science.
You got Chef here. You don't want to hear from Chef?
No, I don't want to hear from him because he made up.
They about to start cussing.
No, we not. No, he ran up there with some off the top of his head shit, halfway crook playing. Freestyling and shit, laughing and shit. Where you at, Grant?
Emotion, all type of shit. I think he almost cried at one point. I think he hold it back.
Was it good? Was it good?
Niggas started holding back tears. I'm like, this nigga holding back tears.
So go ahead, Grant. So what do you think about the statement that science matured in Europe?
That's interesting. I mean, I think we're just playing with words, correct, at this moment. And it seems if you're acknowledging this transition or this demarcation, but then using a different word for it, it just feels like you're acknowledging that there is a break and a beginning, and then just attempting to use a word that you prefer, which I call it what you want, but in essence, the rest of us are just going to use the the sort of nomenclature that is accepted within scientific communities. And I think you just have to be reasonable and say, I accept the premise. I just decide to use I'm deciding to use different nomenclature, and that's fine. You would just be hard pressed in a more scientific environment to be taken credibly, correct? And I think you have to think about it in that sense. You know, as someone who spends quite a bit of my time in rather diverse, diverse scientific communities, I would just say that in different, in different arenas, anyone that is walking up and deciding to use their own language would just get laughed out of the room, because ultimately science is also about precision of language. It's not about just making up your own words. It's not about making up your own science. It's not about making up your own belief systems. It's about working within the parameters of the scientific language, the scientific methods. And then if you want to make a change, proposing why the changes make sense and providing the evidence behind why you perceive a difference and why that difference should now be the new standard. And because it requires—
That's what's happening, though.
I wouldn't say that, correct? I would just say that you as an individual are proposing something, yes, but it doesn't meet the standard of scientific methods of saying, I'm proposing this based on this particular evidence, and here are the rationale behind it, and I'm going to have all of this evidence, and then I'm going to have other people come behind me and peer review it to validate whether or not my assumption or my hypothesis meets the scientific standard. Sort of just making proclamations, although I think they feel good in sort of these environments, which is fine because we are having a debate or a conversation. I do think if you're thinking in a broader scientific way, you have a lot further to go in order to prove your case. And I'm not saying you're wrong in a sense of how you feel. I'm just saying it doesn't necessarily meet what I imagine are standards that most scientifically leaning people would agree upon.
Most folks ain't gonna jump on here and go through all that work you talking about right there, gang. I'm tell you that now. They're gonna just use the word science and overwhoop it and try to make what we do modern day apply to old societies. You know, that's just what they do. And then if we say no, that ain't true, they're gonna say, oh, you just siding with the white man. You trying to say the white man was the only one that had science. They're gonna be disingenuous with the conversation. That's just how it is.
I'm not disagreeing with you, Joe. I don't think I'm disagreeing with you on that position. I think I'm agreeing with you in the sense of saying you can't if you're saying that it's white science, correct, or that you're saying that if that's your belief, correct, you have to prove that is the premise, and I don't know if they have evidence to support that case.
What juju doing? Good juju, bad juju? What's going on with this?
I don't know. We got good juju today. We got good juju.
You got two of them. Good juju, bad juju. Look, good juju, bad juju. I don't know which one the good one.
Oh, double trouble.
They both did.
Yeah, both of them.
All right. Well, I just know I hear people saying African science. I hear people using the word, and I just know it muddies the waters of understanding when people do that.
So let's get Chef. Say, Chef. Now we got you in the trap. Now open your big barbershop mouth with the clippers hanging out. Get the clippers hanging out your mouth. So where do you draw the line on science? And this will let us know whether you're the one that has a gap in education.
Bloomberg's cave.
Yeah, where you draw the line there, Chef? Don't run into the house of wisdom.
Red Oak. That'd be crazy.
Go ahead. Come on, Chef. You where you draw the line there, bro? Because you made a lot of mistakes with the house of wisdom, but we want to know, where do you draw the line at, sir?
I don't even know if I mentioned the house of wisdom.
You did.
You did.
You did.
You did.
I forgot already. Yeah, you did.
You forgot already.
You did.
With your eyes closed like Reggie at the Reggie.
You was talking about the optics, remember?
You did the whole transition with how the knowledge passed hands.
You said they had peer review and everything.
Oh yeah. They did. They did.
No, they didn't.
I can prove that. Yes, they did. I can prove that. So that is right there. So
No,
if
where you
that's
draw
where
the
we
line
at,
at? No. Hold on. Before you get that,
Hold on.
where you draw the line?
He just said that they
No, I
didn't.
asked you where you draw the line at first. You got to go to the first question.
I
Don't escape to something you think you can
No,
answer. Go to the draw the
got him.
line.
I got him.
He's a Martin Bailey.
You can get him next. No, my Molten Bailey.
Molten Bailey.
Molten Bailey.
Nah, I got him right here. I'm going right here.
Weakest link first. First, you get the weakest link, and then you work back. Let me build some momentum.
Okay.
Oh shit! Let me stand back.
Yeah, I'm up here. I'm up here. I'm surrounded. So let me, you know what I mean? Let me get my quick knockout, and I'll get around to knocking you out, huh? You dig what I'm saying? Yes, I can prove that they had peer review. Now, where we at?
Go ahead. Let's prove it. Because from what you were saying, I only could go off of what you said, and you and you. So, what do you think peer review is? You think peer review is going within your own institution and getting other professors in your own institution to review your work? That's what you think peer review is?
No, that actually no, what?
That is peer review.
Joe, their manuscript.
No, it's not.
Their manuscripts was translated and passed around all throughout their kingdom, and the other madrasas and school attendees will actually write their commentary and disagree and refine their findings. So that was their form of peer review. What are you talking about? They had
That's not peer review, bro.
Oh, Barbara Blood fighting. Barbara Blood fighting.
Says
that's not peer review.
Hold on. If my source say that's their form of peer review, just
their
because
form,
that's
form of something isn't the thing.
What?
Let me ask you a question.
All right.
What? So in
I'm listening. Jelani.
The person's name is not on their work, right? Because the review has to be unbiased. So can you say that these people doing the House of Wisdom removed their names from this work and then it was circulated around the community for unbiased peer review? Can you say that 100% with your chest out?
Now y'all getting...
No, that is peer review though.
No, bro, listen.
Do you get that?
Double blind, triple blind?
And also peer review happens in more than one educational system. It doesn't come from the same system. It goes all over to people of different languages, different cultures, different everything.
Peer review.
Different countries.
They had a form of peer review. Now, whatever y'all saying, your modern form of peer review, it don't meet that standard, then say that.
It's not.
It doesn't meet the modern.
Here you go.
Believe what you're talking about?
No,
we got
it. We got it.
That's the point.
We got it. You had scholarly vetting.
And it would critique, and it would write.
Yeah,
it's got an early form of it. This is olive branch.
But that's our whole argument is all that stuff is an early form of science. That's an early form of peer review.
Early form of peer review.
That's not the modern. That's not the modern standard of peer review. It's not.
So they don't use the word science.
I didn't say it was modern. And why wouldn't I use the word science?
Because science is a modern word.
Come on.
And it speaks to
Can I
a
read the
specific
definition?
Process and methodology.
Can I read the definition?
Somebody
wasn't here for
proto peer review, exactly. See? But I'm the weak link, though.
Science is a modern word,
yeah,
but that don't mean that science is a modern endeavor.
He told on himself.
Science is a modern endeavor.
It's a modern word.
So scientific thought has been with humans since as we became bipedal. In essence, we begin to see the world in a way that allows us to examine the world around us. And we begin to see, okay, I should do this. I need to get out of this. I need to feed myself. In essence, how do I do this? And these are the early, again, they're trying to feed themselves. And so they're trying to figure out the world around them, but they don't know how to do it. And they stumble onto things and they share information. But that is scientific knowledge, scientific thinking. That isn't science, because in essence, they weren't testing through the ideas and they weren't able to sort of completely replicate and understand why something was happening. And when we talk about science, we're talking about a methodology and a way of thinking that allows for us to work through the calculus of different ways in which we perceive things to be true. And then
Brother,
often
they did brain surgery. What are you talking about?
Man,
they did
come on, man. I'm jumping. We're not just jumping in. That ain't how we having these conversations. I want everybody to get their thing out, yo.
I do get the sense that
brain surgery.
Yeah, I do get the sense that you keep going back to the Egyptians.
We trying to get the original answer, y'all.
I think I would even say that I would imagine that the most scientific minds of the Egyptians they would probably disagree with you too, because they would understand that they were sharing information with other smart people, correct? And that they understood that they were seeking something, they didn't necessarily know how to get there. And we have to be precise in our language. And I think one of the problems here is no one has said that the ancient Egyptians did not engage in scientific thinking and attempted to approach understanding the world around them. And they provided a mechanism and a blueprint for many of the other cultures around them that began to both share information with them and then later conquer them. And they began to build on what they may have saw or learned or when they got into Egypt. So no one is saying that they didn't provide something to what we now know is a scientific method in thinking for modern humans.
That's what the panel was saying.
No.
I'm going to read the definition.
Man, where does science? Where does it end? Like, where
does it end, Chef?
Where does science?
Damn, I went out again. I can't hear nobody.
No, we can hear you. We hear you.
Where does science and not science begin? That's what I want to know. I'm trying to start there.
Yeah, we hear you,
Chef.
Yeah. He can't hear you. His clipper's running.
On purpose. Turn the damn clippers down, Chef. Now, where the hell is the line at? Now, knock me out. Where your line?
I'm saying that the ancient Egyptians had science.
Okay.
I'm saying.
How about before that?
Before the ancient, we don't have no records.
Yeah, we do. Yes, we do.
So we got written records of people before ancient Egypt.
Yes.
No, you don't.
You don't. We do.
Right. Yeah, y'all got it.
We know hunter gatherers. We know hunter gatherers were using.
No, written records mean recorded at the time. Who was writing before the Egyptians?
Chef, they made that up.
No, come on, man, stop jumping in.
Listen, but we do know that hunter gatherers been using plants to make medicine for thousands of years before.
How do we know that?
Yeah,
I'm saying the
Neanderthal did it. So okay, we got you.
So now y'all playing with me.
No, I'm not. So you saying the line is going at written records? Let me hear that.
No, from what we can know, like out of the written records.
Hey, no problem. So you just eliminated 99% of West Africa. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you for bashing black people. Thank you, sir.
No, I'm saying from the written record. From the written record, something that we can actually look at. Now we know that scientific endeavors was going on all around the world. Like we can see.
No, that's not what I'm talking about, Chef. Chef, you know you stuck right now. Chef, I asked you for the line, bro. You said the line for you is written records. I like it. You said written record, right? So you say to help. So you say 3000 BCE. So that was in my presentation for the record. So you basically saying to hell with everybody before that. Before then, ain't nobody have science. Am I correct?
No, I'm not saying that. You said where do I draw the line? I'm saying No, I'm not drawing the line on science. I'm saying
that's what I'm asking. That's my question. Direct question.
I don't know that, but I'm saying where I can put hold on. I'm saying where I can put a pin in it, right? Where I can start is at the written record when we have their texts and scrolls of them actually performing scientific procedures. That's what I'm saying. Now, before that, I'm sure.
So you got another dude that don't know what STEM is.
Hold on. You just said that was in your presentation.
Yeah, I was saying it went from 350,000 to 3,000 BCE for me when you get to proto-science.
Traditional knowledge.
Yeah, traditional knowledge. That's what I called it. And Reggie, your master teacher, dove out the window. Remember you following Reggie on this conversation. Don't forget that. See? You ain't doing what pseudo killers do. We fight each other and we prod and we get our answers correct. You following that guy right now. And that guy says
how you think I'm following Reggie?
Because you back in the stance, bro.
No, you saying, I'm making the stance that science,
that the line for you is with
that
right.
Science don't start with goddamn Francis Bacon and them. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying science does not start with the European. And that's what y'all been stating, that it started with the West. And that's why I went back to the Library of Alexandria and brought it forward, showing that all of that knowledge and research went into making the European Renaissance. So if they had science and they was reading the Arabic text and all of that, then how they didn't have science? Like, what are y'all saying?
Because they didn't practice the scientific method. They collected data. They did observations.
How is anonymous not a pseudo?
Can I say something?
Listen,
I'm literally looking at the process of the scientific method right now. I could read it if you want me to, or I could just give you the prompt and you could read it for yourself.
Islamic scientific method.
Let me say this real quick. Listen, Chef, we're saying that it took time and a different amount of ingredients to get to gumbo, right? So if you show me somebody that got some aspect of it, like okra and water, I'm gonna say that ain't gumbo. You know what I'm saying? And then you just add some sauce. I said that ain't gumbo. You got to get all the different ingredients, and when you finally get all the ingredients that makes it science, we in the 16th, 17th century. That's what we say. Right. So when as you back up, you have more ingredients that are almost gumbo. But the further you go back, the further you get away from gumbo. That's all we're saying.
That's all we're saying, bro. So we never said that. We never said with nothing. They didn't have science, bro. You cannot find a Scott. You can find Reggie talking crazy. You tell me Reggie. You can find Reggie saying, think about it, yo. Reggie is the number one pseudo. He's a polymath. He's the lead scientist on TMI. Think about that guy, man.
Wait, I'm sorry. What did you say? I heard TMI. What did you just say?
Man,
no, I just want to be here to say, you can look at my thumbnail and hear this. He is not the lead researcher at TMI. I just want to be clear. Y'all can go back to y'all regularly scheduled program.
You got a wild starting fire. You got Badon Kim in that point.
Yeah,
you got Stu Keys at powerful. Look, after a while, you guys say, "Hey, yo, I don't know if I'm
first team all pseudo."
Don Kimmett is not in our server. He is y'all server. He joined y'all show.
Hey,
he ain't in our server.
They first team all pseudo.
This shit looks crazy, bro.
Pan-African James is not in our server either. He play for the people y'all naming play for the Carnivorous Podcast by TMI.
Chef,
they got a whole nother team. Pan-African James ain't on much.
Look, Chef, and then y'all got the most powerful weapon, which is hits, right? Y'all don't even know how to use the damn thing. I'm mad at this point.
You said you watched the whole show. Wait. Hits is the reason of how we hit 1 million views. That ain't us. That's him. Shouts to him again. That nigga is cooking. Man, I ain't stopping him.
Hits taught all us. We took classes with Hits, yo, on how to prompt and ask different questions. And it's like y'all forgot how to do that. It was like, yo,
how did we forget if I brought him up on the show today?
Man, he did his thing though, and then we, at the end of the day, we realized that Ben Carson ain't a damn scientist. That's what I'm saying.
Everybody, ChatGPT, including Sosa, are in lockstep saying his primary job is neurosurgeon, and he is also a clinical scientist.
No, bro.
Sosa, the person on your panel, a pseudo killer, agrees with us.
All the branch at the parentheses.
You can call it an olive branch, Olive Garden, Lakers in 5. You said that Ben Carson was a clinical scientist. That's the end of it, bro. You said it. That's all I heard.
He said you could say it. You know the prompt said you could say that. That's the point.
They ignore inconvenient words.
Let's get back on course.
Get back to when time
Chef, I brought you I brought you some time to look it up on your chat GPT. I brought you some time. You know what I'm saying? I brought you some time. Now, where the hell is the line? Because now you have to prove to us.
No,
hold on, you have to prove to us this. Hold on. If
Egypt.
science is cumulative, right? You have to prove to us that it accumulated and culminated in Egypt. You know that, right? Your statements have consequences to it.
No,
so I'm gonna ask you again. Where is the accumulation of science prior to Nile Valley culture? Because that's the only way they can get it. They can't just religiously pop up that.
First off, I don't have to agree to your neural.
Yes, you do.
Standard. No, I do not.
No, you have to agree it's cumulative. No, you're not talking about science.
No, these niggas might gotta agree to your neural definition. I don't have to do that.
So you're not paying attention to the conversation?
No, I'm saying
I'm not giving you a neural doubt. No, you have the broadest.
Does not begin.
You can have
I'll say this.
Listen,
science does not begin at a specific point. I don't believe that. I don't even think that's coherent.
Okay, so
that don't even make sense. Now, if the rest of the panel believes that science begins at a certain point, that's what you're asking me.
No, we're not. What I'm saying is science is cumulative, meaning you can't just pop up in the Garden of Eden. So you're basically saying that Egypt has science. So hold on. So if Egypt has science, right?
Yes.
Then where did it accumulate before Egypt? That's the question, bro. You can't just have science. You hold on. Hey, Chef.
I don't know that.
Hey, Chef.
I don't know that.
Hey, Chef, then you playing with me. You know exactly what I'm saying. You try to use the whole panel. So if you don't know that, okay, right. So I'm glad you say if you don't know that, stop making videos as if you know. That's my point. Stop talking. Stay cutting hair in the barbershop, bro, because you don't know. And I like that answer. You know what, Chef? That's the best answer you had all week. Bro, you don't know. Thanks, man. Now I can help you out.
But
yes.
You do.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I have a better. Scientific thinking starts at 350 BCE, where the first Homo sapiens. Yeah, I'm saying it. Now, from that point, you got to make it all the way to the point where you start having writing, like you said, proto-writing. You got to do all that, bro. Now you can get to the stage where the Mesopotamia is and Egypt is, and now they have a rudimentary proto-science. Proto-science is not science, bro. They doing big things, bro. They got technology at the level. They're building pyramids. They're doing calculations, right? They have technology, engineering, and math. That's dope. They're ahead of everybody.
They got what? Okay? What you say they got?
They got engineering, technology, and math. They got the recipe, bro.
They got Tim.
They got Tim.
Y'all are funny, yo. TEM, huh? Okay.
Yeah, they got Tim.
They got a team because they got art too, so they got a team.
They got a team. Good team.
They got a team. They got a team. They got a team, yo. There you go. I just want to get that point off. That's all I wanted to get off with that, though, yo. If you don't know, you know it's proper to say you don't know. It's all good. They got a team, yo. There you go. There you have it.
So Barbara Blood agrees with that. Do you agree that the ancient Egyptians had teams?
You was gonna say something.
I agree. I agree with all of the things that he said that they had, right? But I will also add that they had science.
Thanks.
How? You had to
show. That's why y'all gotta let me read the definition.
Go ahead. Let me read the definition. Go ahead, yo. Where the sister? I'm dropping the link for the. We need another voice
because super wavy banged on me earlier. Said, you
speak.
You gotta let Julanda speak. Then
go ahead, Juju. All right, damn.
Cause she being
nice. I was gonna be quick, Juju.
She should have jumped in here. She should have jumped in.
No, because every time I do that, y'all say I'm rude and aggressive and loud and all this, and I'm disruptive. So when I'm a lady, then you know.
Then you don't get to talk. That's why I was trying. See, I was trying to get you in. Go ahead, Juju.
So I wanted to ask Nubian Muhammad here, what were his sources for saying that the Library of Alexander and all its knowledge and technology was basically ancient Egyptian?
I didn't say that.
I think that was Wavy who made that, if I'm not mistaken.
No. Last night in the show, you were saying you was following like the science or whatever came out of Egypt through Greece and went all over the world, but it originated in Egypt. You said that, and you used the Library of Alexander.
Right. I use the Library of Alexandria being the source or the repository of all of that information.
Of whose information?
What was that? The Greeks, the Romans who had conquered Egypt, who had all of that information.
So
it was in Egypt.
So you saying the Library of Alexander was Greek? It was Greeks' information though, and their technology.
No, it was accumulation of their information that they had, and then the Romans took it over. They had Egyptian knowledge there. They had, the knowledge of their empire.
So how much Egyptian knowledge?
Go ahead and say what you're saying.
I'm asking you. So how much Egyptian knowledge did they have in there? Was the majority of it Egyptian knowledge?
I don't know that.
So your show yesterday, you implied that that knowledge was indeed Egyptian, and the Greeks took it over. That's what you implied.
Did I say that?
You implied it.
Oh, okay.
You implied
so that's your interpretation.
No, it's factual. Yeah. We can go back and clip it up, and I'll show you where you did that.
Go ahead and clip it up. Well, I'm able to make. So if that was my implication, and if that's the way that I imparted that, right? Then I messed that up. You feel
Appreciate
me?
that.
I messed that up right there.
But because
I don't think it takes away from my historical timeline and how I put that together.
It kind of does. It kind of does, because when you implied it like the Greeks took Egyptian knowledge and information and made it their own, and we know that not to be true. And so that's
how we know that. How we know that?
They did.
No, keep jumping, man.
I mean, the Greeks.
I'm gonna finish. I don't need nobody.
The Greeks made some of those statements.
Can I say something? Right? It's kind of relevant.
Yes, you can. And then hold on. I see a sister has jumped on here. Get it out.
Did you finish?
You finished yet, Juju?
No, I'm not.
My fault. I thought she said she was finished. My fault, Juju.
Don't do it.
Christ.
My fault. I thought you said you was finished. My bad.
No.
I had to put my headphones up. I'm just going off my phone speaker right now. My bad.
So we have sources, and because I wrote this down when you did your show, and I just want you to know that the Greek had their own knowledge and technology coming into Egypt. A lot of the temples are Greek made. A lot of technology are independently Greek. Not saying that the Greeks and the Egyptians did not corroborate on some things, but the implied notion that the Greeks stole the Egyptian science and made it their own was just false. And that's what I wanted to tell you. And I'll clip you up and let you know where you implied that at. And you can, and it'll be that.
Yeah, you was on the Reggie rant. Your eyes was closed and you ran out of breath. Put your head down.
I turned to a blackologist.
I said, damn, right in front of my face. I never expected. You was like, I was like, Black Egypt, all that. So
I got it bad. I read Stolen Legacy and all of that stuff. So some of that stuff can rear back up. But I don't think I did that. You dig what I'm saying?
But one more thing. Let me tell you why you did it.
Go ahead.
Let me tell you why you did it. Because you was all on the, science was from Africa tip. The funny part about it is Greek is Western. And they were the epitome of European science.
Egypt is Western. Western.
Let me finish. That's exactly where you made the correlation at. It's exactly where you made the correlation at. That they stole the Egyptian science and it went to yours. You gave the whole history about the Persians and the Syrians of all that, but you gave it credit that it started at African science, and that just wasn't facts, Sheffrin. That's all I'm saying.
I don't think I did that.
Yeah, because your whole premise was about African science,
All right,
bro.
well, I gave Africa some props. What's the problem?
You can give
When I
Africa
don't give
props, but
Africa
the
props, I get
problem,
y'all
the
scream on me. Then when I
problem,
give Africa
the
props,
problem
it's the
is
problem.
y'all don't
Y'all got
actually give.
schizophrenia.
You gotta let
Y'all
me talk.
schizophrenic.
You gotta let me talk. The
Go ahead.
problem
Go ahead,
is you
Gigi.
don't actually give Africa props. You give Egypt props. Y'all don't talk about nothing in South Africa. You don't talk about
They
nothing in
wasn't
West
writing.
Africa. You don't do none of that. You
They
didn't
didn't
do
have the
any of it in
Library
your
of Alexandria.
presentation. You didn't do any of it in your presentation.
It
So just
didn't
say
go with my.
Egyptian knowledge and science, not
It's
Africa.
Africa.
It
Oh,
is.
ain't that
But
Africa?
you don't, if you're going to say Africa, you need to
Isn't
include the
that
other
Africa?
parts.
I thought that was indigenous African civilization.
That's not
I
the
don't
I didn't know
know.
point.
I was doing something
Nobody
wrong
said it
by mentioning
wasn't.
Egypt.
But you're in a
Now
particular
when you mention
place
Egypt,
in
you ain't giving
Africa,
Africa
and
its
you
props.
only concentrate on that particular place in Africa. And I think it's unfair to say African science when it's only based in Egypt and you didn't deal with the rest of Africa. If you're going to say African science, deal with the whole of the African continent and all the contributions. That's my point.
That's crazy. That's crazy
Right.
because Egypt is in Africa. Egypt is an indigenous African civilization.
Now,
I heard
all of
that
a
over
sudden,
here.
all of a
Yeah, I
sudden,
heard that over here. And now all of a
sudden.
sudden, when I mention Egypt, I ain't doing Africa any good by mentioning.
That's not what I said.
Yeah, that's what you
That's some
implied.
yellow
That's what
journalism
you
right there.
implied.
That's not what I
Because
said, and
we
I
got
think
You
the
did just
panel
imply
people in
that.
the
in the chat
building.
heard exactly what I said.
You just
You can't run
implied
and
that.
twist it, bro.
You
You got
just
to stand
implied
on
that.
that. What I said is you focused on one part of Africa, and that was
But it was
Egypt.
Africa.
So don't twist my words.
But it
No,
was
it wasn't.
Africa.
Because if
It
it was
wasn't
Africa, you need
Africa
to
no more.
focus
All
on the
right,
entire
okay.
continent.
Okay.
Yeah, she
All right,
tripping.
good.
She got cooked.
Nah,
I
we
cooked.
good. We good. Hey, we got Wise and Dome TV, man. Make sure y'all like, subscribe to the channel, man. I got an interview over there I did, man. Let me I need the definition. Oh, he gone. Damn, he left. Issa, sister Issa Queen. What's up with you? Talk to us. What's on your mind? You're gonna have to unmute. Where you at, Issa? She died on the thing.
Now you might have to get another streaming platform because the reason why I come on and off the platform all the time is because the sound goes
Goes
out.
out. Yep.
There's a
Same
lot of
thing here. Yep.
technical issues with StreamYard.
Is that what they doing?
Yep. That's why I got to keep going out and coming back too. I
Y'all
can't
on
hear y'all.
your cell phone, right?
Yeah,
Can I just make
I am.
one
So
quick
y'all
point
got the
with
app?
the
Y'all need it.
Egypt?
Oh, there she goes. She off. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I
Issa.
have the app. That's not the point.
Go ahead, Issa.
Y'all can see me?
Yeah, we can't. Yeah, we see you, but we don't. We hear you. Go ahead. We can't. We can
Oh,
see
you
you.
hear me? Okay,
I hear
thank
you.
you. I'll give us
Use the
free
mute.
this whole time. It wouldn't let me.
It was the ancestors
Peace,
didn't
y'all.
want you to get up here and make up nothing. Ancestors held you back.
I guess, or it was, your ancestor Darwin, whoever didn't want me to say something. I'm here to say it anyway. Yeah.
Get him. Get him. Get him.
I'm here to say it anyway.
All right, go ahead, Tate.
Peace to all of y'all.
Peace.
I'm gonna be honest. I want you to come back to me because I was having like volume issues while the sister was talking, so I kind of missed some of what she was saying. So I just want to catch up on the conversation again.
All right. Okay. All right. We got who we got on here? We got God Energy in a room where we talking science. Well, welcome to the discourse there, God Energy. What's on your mind? What you want to talk about?
Peace. No,
Science
I'm just listening. I'm just listening. I heard a little bit, heard a few different perspectives and stuff like
What you
that.
got for us? What you got for us?
Then I like the aspect of building up these aspects of science that culminate. Even today, they're culminating, right? All of the knowledge from the past is compounding. Even to this day, science is constantly changing and updating itself anyway, right? So, that compounding and knowledge being built up from even before hunter-gatherer societies, you know what I mean? This knowledge has been compounded since Homo erectus and before. So I just like the perspective of, breaking down this legacy of observational empirical data and TEM and team and STEAM and all of this stuff. I heard it. I heard you.
That was slick. I gotta get up here at the chef right there. That was slick right there. He said, "Hey, it's the truth." Okay, so God energy. I know I didn't chose friend. I chose enemy. But just when I chose enemy, I say, "Yo, I'm gonna fight you till you get to the point where we can parlay at the place where neither one of us is promoting pseudoisms." Right? It's important to get our thing off and not promote pseudoisms because our history is so spectacular, right? That the pseudoisms actually destroy you. You know what I mean? Like we so serious. We come from a serious subset group, right? Of endurers. Like African Americans, man. Like we there, bro. And from day one, we have participated in science. It's African Americans, yo. We just sent people on the moon again. Again, I say again. Right? Yeah. So, man, I'm never taking away from the sacred wisdom knowledge system that we had in West Africa, bro. I'm never doing that. And I don't gotta call it science. You feel me? But okay, we got
real quick, sorry. And speaking on that, I know everybody think that we worship Darwin, but I feel like that's the only parts that people want to hear because a majority of the time we're always focusing on how we are included in science so people can stop saying white science. So soon enough, we'll be doing a show to show all the Africans and African Americans that were involved in this Artemis 2 Orion mission around the moon. So please stop saying that Darwin is our God. It also, what people fail to forget is one of Darwin's main teachers was John Edmiston. And I'm going to keep saying it so you'll understand that if he was racist, why would he have an African teacher who was once enslaved? And when he was a teacher, he was not a slave. He had his own business and everything, but he was one of Darwin's main teachers. And if Darwin did not have John Edmiston, he wouldn't have been able to preserve some of his specimens to figure out how variations in different things and adaptive mutations work. So give a little credit.
It was mostly just a joke because of how I met Ankh. It wasn't about everybody else on the panel. It was specific to Ankh and the question he asked everybody on the panel about evolution and Darwinism. Right. So that was a callback to the first time I met him. So sis, that wasn't a personal jab at you. It was only a personal jab at Ankh. That's all that was. It was a joke.
Oh my goodness. We all take
I wasn't particularly talking about you. I was talking about it's in the chat. And it's not just you saying it. So that wasn't towards you at all. That was more towards God energy and Sheffrin, not just you. So I didn't take it personal.
Be y'all God though.
I understand that, but even in the space of you saying not just you, you were putting me in that category. That's why I was speaking. So what was happening?
You're a punching bag. Just accept
this is the problem.
Punching bags don't complain
what
about
else
punching.
Did I say after that? We showcase African and African science all the time on here. And I need y'all to focus on that. That goes for everybody in the chat or on the panel.
I don't have a problem with Darwin.
Nobody has a problem with that. It was a joke that you're taking it very seriously. And then when you added me into what you were talking about, that's why I felt the need to respond. Right?
It was my opportunity to teach about John Edmiston, who was an African and a teacher.
And I'm glad for you.
Hold on, y'all see the screen?
I called it straight for no reason. I don't have a problem with Darwin. I believe in evolution.
We're gonna get back on the good foot. Hey, hold on. Do you see this right here? Do y'all see this? Y'all see this? Y'all see this, right?
Naturalist, geologist,
What did it
biologist.
say it was? It says Charles Darwin, widely known for his contribution to evolution. Let me see. Boom, 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 boom. Where it say that right? He's a what, yo? I'm gonna
But
tell you
first
what he is.
line.
Yeah, yep. He's a
First line.
naturalist. He's a naturalist, geologist, and biologist.
Is a geologist a scientist? Is a biologist a scientist?
No, I'm just saying he's a naturalist, yo.
What about the geologist?
Hold on. Let me finish. In that particular time, period, it wasn't, because they was basing geology off of Noah's flood, right? So that discipline, those disciplines got to get
What
there.
about
Now,
the biologist part? What about the biologist part?
He's definitely not a biologist.
Well, why did they say that?
Wait, so you're going to accept the fact that they call him a naturalist and disregard the part that he says he's a biologist?
Yeah, the field's not even. You know.
No. My point is your source. If your source by that idea, we'd have to accept that he's a naturalist.
And you don't have to.
That is correct, but then forget the rest of it.
You have to go look it up.
No. I'm saying, no. You understand what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying?
Yes. The biologist is what they label a biologist. They're being retroactive, right? Because during his time, he would have been considered a naturalist, not a biologist. The term biologist wasn't even in frequent use. It wasn't. So
widespread. They wrong with their retroactive
labeling. You accepted 100%.
So are they wrong with their retroactive labeling?
So why they put it up there?
No, I don't have an issue with
No. One at a time, bro.
Okay.
No, but people don't want it. People do understand that it is retroactive. That's all they're doing.
So why they put it up there?
So you don't agree with the retroactive labeling?
Yes, and that's why I wanted to finish my point. So if you was to ask me, and anybody that's been following me for the last just 5 years would know that this man created a scientific theory. So I can't be saying that in my explanation of him that he didn't do scientific work and he wouldn't be considered a scientist. I never said that. I simply said what his labeling was, to try to show you that the labeling is actually a modern labeling. That's why I said it, right? Okay. The same with the other people. That's important. So my whole conversation is based off of how I hear conversations amongst the experts. You know what I'm saying? Like, amongst the experts, this is conversation. Like, they know, okay, he's really a naturalist. We can retrofit the science because what he did. That's not a problem. That's not a real issue. So I'm giving the community what I get. So I know y'all took it and ran with it because that's the only bullet you got. But it ain't no gunpowder in the damn bullet. So no, I wasn't saying that this man. I said technically he is a naturalist. That's his title. I'm going to keep that with him. Now, of course, he was a scientist in the modern sense. Of course. So some naturalists will be considered scientists, but all naturalists are not. Now y'all have to figure that out.
No, we don't.
So, who is Ernst? Are you familiar with?
I want to ask you. No, I want to hear. Go ahead.
I want to do this.
I want to hear from sister. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, sister. I'm out the way.
Yeah, Issa, you had to say something. Issa, you was talking, but you was kind of.
I was more.
I want to let you know I support you on all the feminism. Every last single drop of it. We did. The sisters over here did a great presentation on it. I hope you check it out. Most dudes are ignorant on what feminism is.
Absolutely.
Ignorant. I mean, completely ignorant. It's obnoxious at a certain point.
What is it?
It's giving religious, but I'm not going to go there.
Yeah, it's all that. Chef wanted to.
Is this a show or something?
It was horrible.
You hear him, right? See, he hated the show.
No, is there a show? Is it like a show? Is there a link to a show or something?
Absolutely. I actually did an Ask a Feminist panel, maybe less than a week ago.
Chat, please, if you don't mind.
I could try without getting kicked off the panel. If I get kicked off the panel, y'all know what happened.
Are you on your phone? If you're on your phone, you try to.
Yeah, I'm on my phone.
StreamYard is just crazy right now.
Get booted. Just
it gave me a problem the entire time, so I kind of don't want to move.
No,
but it's on the rhetoric frontier.
Okay. Yeah, make a statement.
But I was gonna say to actually the point that you were making, about whether Darwin is a naturalist, a biologist, a evolutionist, and somebody else said, well, a lot of these words weren't created yet, and it doesn't stop him from being those things because the verbiage wasn't there for it yet. Just like the man who discovered what plate tectonics were. He didn't know, he didn't have the information behind plate tectonics, but he was just observing, right? I don't think we got the actual information to prove that science is right for another 100 and something years. But it doesn't change the fact that that plate tectonics was real. What he was talking about was real. He just didn't have the verbiage or the science to be able to say the things that was in his mind. So I think that we could walk a fine line, especially when it comes to science, because we know that science is forever changing with new information. And with new information also comes new words. Doesn't negate the fact that the people that came before was in that sphere. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay.
The issue is that if you label him a biologist, right, and he's going to fall short of the criteria of what a biologist is just based on his time. So to get the correct framing, he would be a naturalist. That's just a more accurate framing of what he was. That's all. So you can retroactively call him that because he did do some work in biology and geology.
So you familiar with Ernst Mayr?
The coral reef. Who? Never heard of
Ernst Mayr. ERNSTMAYR.
No.
All right. So Ernst Mayr wrote a book in 1982. He's one of Ernst Mayr. You can look him up. He's described as, he's definitely a scientist, and he's described as one of the greatest evolutionary biologists of our time. In 1982, he wrote a book called The Growth of Biological Thought in 1982. The exact phrasing that he uses is that Charles Darwin is one of the greatest scientists of all time. So it's a clear, direct classification from an evolutionary biologist in modern times. This is 82, who absolutely considers Darwin a scientist. He's one of the greatest evolutionary biologists. Now, I'm not going to say he defined him as that.
No, why you think
Hold on. I'm not going to say he defined him as that. I'm going to say he referred to him, just to be clear.
Okay. Yeah.
But hold on. I don't. What I'm saying is, this is where I get the challenge of, why is it that I don't know if it's a semantic thing, or if we're trying to be technically right and not necessarily intellectually honest. But if one of the greatest evolutionary biologists of our time wrote in a book that Charles Darwin is one of the greatest scientists of all time, why are we trying to somehow, well, not me, why would there be the push to somehow say he isn't?
Because you might not, that's his personal belief. We might not think that about Charles Darwin. He's the greatest scientist.
But you wouldn't think, no, but I'm not keying in on the word greatest, huh? I'm keying in on the word scientist.
Yeah,
he's
but
he's not quibbling over that.
I know he can't say naturalist, won't nobody know what the hell he's talking about.
He can type naturalist the same way Wikipedia did.
They wouldn't know, yo. They wouldn't hit the same way.
An evolutionary biologist wouldn't know.
No, not him. I'm saying the people he's talking to, right?
Right.
If you say naturalist, they don't know what you're talking about, yo. People in this community don't know what a naturalist is. I'm the guy that brought Greek thought to the community, yo. Remember with the atheism. That's how I learned about naturalists and natural philosophy. That's what keyed me into science. As long as I was stuck in Egypt, I couldn't get it, right? And atheist for me was those who asked questions about the natural world without God. The Egyptians didn't ask questions without their God. Whether we can take it or not, that's the truth. Now, if y'all got an example of the Egyptians, right, writing down, questioning the gods, then let me have it. And it'd be a great place to start.
But I don't know nothing about the Egyptians.
I give you ancient Egyptians practicing science. 365-day calendar.
Yeah, I'm out. When y'all do the Egyptian thing, I'm gonna just
it's not science. The count is not science.
Levers and ramps.
Yes.
Come on.
They did all that.
Can I interject here?
Yes, you can. Jump in.
All right. I did. Again, I told everybody about this search. It's through AI. How was the scientific method created and provide sources? Now, it does everything y'all saying, it gives those people credit for their contribution. All right, so like for ancient foundations, 1600 BC to 300 BC, the earliest physical evidence of applying systematic observation to problem solving is the Edwin Smith papyrus, which used a 4-step medical process: examination, diagnosis, treatment, and prognosis. It lacks steps. Now, all of these ancient civilizations had aspect of science. They just didn't have the full picture, and that's all we're
You got a
saying.
white
And
man.
we're saying,
You got a white man telling
come
you it
on,
lacks steps. You got a white
Oh,
man
see
telling
now
you.
we
yo, man.
No.
I'm trying. I was
Hold on,
being quiet on
wait.
purpose.
Everybody stop. No,
All I
no,
want to
hold
do
on.
is get through my spill. I don't
Cream,
even want to talk to this clown no more.
Cream, hold on. Cream, hold on.
You the clown.
Cream. Hold on,
You
Cream.
nigga,
No, Cream.
You the clown.
Hey, Cream.
you
Cream, listen what I'm saying, Cream.
fuck
All you
out
gotta
of
do is
here.
look at his face when he said it. Hey, see the way you should see in your face, yo.
How you gonna let a white man say Africans was missing steps?
Yo, listen what you saying, yo. Listen.
The white man tell you
Look
to
at
be the
your
counter.
face,
Ain't
yo.
nobody tell me it's missing
Would it
steps.
have
You
been
can count the
better if
missing
a
steps,
black
you
man
idiot.
said that they were missing steps? Like, would it have been
The
better if
fact,
the black
if you
man said it,
if you
or a
compare
yellow
that
man said
4-step
it,
process,
or a
if
red
you
man
compare
said
that
it?
4-step
But at
process
the end
to
of
the
the day,
scientific method, it's missing steps.
Right. Keep
right?
going, Cream.
Simple.
Like, what's the
Hey, Cream.
problem?
Simple.
Hey, Cream, you remember what the rule is?
Keep it calm,
Huh?
Listen, you forgot the rule is you can't get mad. You know what the information is. Don't get mad because he don't understand it. He
All
laughing
right, you
now,
right.
see? He
No,
just started
Nah,
I
understanding
got to
that.
no.
I
As much as
understand.
I
You
interrupt
choose to
people, I
rate
don't like being
superiority.
I
interrupted.
know, let him
That's
go.
my
Go ahead,
toxic
Cream.
trait.
Go ahead, Cream. Go ahead,
That's my
Cream.
toxic
Yeah.
trait. All
Go ahead,
right.
Cream.
So again, we know the scientific method has more than 4 steps, but they give the Egyptians credit. They move on. Later, Aristotle pioneered the use of empiricism, promoting careful observation and inductive reasoning to infer general principles from nature. They give them credit, but at no point does they say that that's a fully developed scientific method. It moves on,
Who made that
chef.
argument? Who made that
Yo,
argument?
man,
Jesus
No,
Christ.
don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. I got to put you down at the bottom, yo. You
Who made that
didn't.
argument?
Yeah, you didn't.
You gotta,
Jesus Christ made the argument.
you
Yeah,
gotta understand why.
goodness.
you got to calm down.
Oh
You got
my
to calm down.
God, this nigga.
Calm down. Nah, man, no,
Yeah, here we go.
no.
Whew.
Cream, you don't
All
got
right,
cream.
then like chef,
Listen, hold on,
and
listen, Cream. Let me tell you something.
what's
Watch
that?
this. Do you know how hard this conversation is, bro? You got Chef the Barber making mistakes. You got Unc making mistakes. You got everybody making mistakes in conversation. The difference is we ain't making whole videos with the mistakes like Chef did.
You done did 2 weeks of mistakes.
So you think I'm doing 2 weeks?
I'm trying to sum it up, but I
Yeah,
can't get
sum it
through.
up. Go
I
ahead.
can't
Get
get through
through
it.
it.
All
Get
right.
through
Speaking the chef point, they give the House of Wisdom credit. Ibn al-Haytham is often called the architect of the science method for his work in optics, where he insisted on using controlled experiments to test hypotheses. Al-Barini further contributed by emphasizing the need for repeated trials to account for human error and instrument bias. Then it goes on to the European Middle Ages with European thinkers like Roger Bacon, who were influenced by the Islamic text, again agreeing with Chef, and they contributed to emphasizing the need for repeated trials. Then it goes up to Roger Bacon, where he started advocating for experimental science, emphasizing that results must be independently verified. Then you come to the point where the scientific revolution, that's where you get Bacon, and who's widely regarded as the father of the scientific method in his Novum Organum. Then you got Galileo Galilei, who integrated mathematics with the experimentation. Now, before this time, this is the 17th century, so Newton had just invented calculus. So now we have advanced mathematics to go with the science. All right, and then so now, and then Newton cemented it all by by combining induction with deduction in his Principia. There's even steps. Science has to evolve. Y'all, the people who say everybody always has science, y'all not giving it a chance to evolve. It doesn't become science until it's completed in its complete form. And pretty much that's what we're saying.
You got it.
Was it Margot? Because I agree with that all the way to the last part, because I feel like that was a little subjective, right?
What's that? What's
The
that?
last part.
And the last part where you said that you don't have the science until it's completed, right? And I feel as though it would more so be the type of science that we're talking about in the completion is the science that obviously built the things that we have and be able to go to the technologies that we have. I'm not negating that. Okay. But I do feel like all of those steps up into is also for the science. I do feel that way.
And that's the disconnect.
Hold on. No, it's not a disconnect. These are subjective opinions about what science is. Just like you have a subjective opinion, I do too, right?
I don't have a subjective opinion.
Okay.
I'm going by what the definition. Words have meanings. I'm going by the definition of the word in the process. That's why none of what I just said is from me.
Words also upgrade. Words don't say the same. Words have an evolutionary process as well. It's called linguistics, right?
And what has science? I'm reading the latest.
I can't argue with you.
You're right. I'm doing what I got mad at the other board for.
And then you can only respond to what I actually say. So you got to let me say it so you can respond to it. It's the only way conversations work.
Right.
So all I'm saying is, I agree with you, brother. I do. But there is a certain type of science that goes into every single step, just like you were reading. I'm just listening to the things that you're saying. That's all I'm saying. That you can find pieces of science. And then when you get to the echelon of the science, which we're still not at, right? We're still not at where we could be at if we didn't get so involved with religion and religion then took over and started killing people, right? If we were actually to focus on the science, we would be far as hell. So I'm with you. But who's to say
I'm going to say
that
one
when we
more
get
thing.
to that echelon, they won't say that what we're doing right now is primitive and this is not science. Right now, what we're doing right now is science. 1,000 years from now, that's the real science. Who's to say that?
Not real. No, you made that up. I done heard that enough. Yeah, that's craziness.
If you have an arm, you can't say you have a whole body. And it's really as simple as that.
That's one of them fallacies. I just don't know the name of it.
But that's why the point was made.
You can't have a part in
we don't
like
that it matures in the West. That's offensive. Like how many ways?
No, it's not. Don't put words in my mouth. That's not what I said. I don't have a problem with white science. I don't have a problem with science being in Europe and it doing all of that. That's not what I said, and that's not what you're going to put on me. Speak to what I actually said.
What you're saying, right? Outside of you saying it, like can provide a source that's saying that other than you taking what's being read and saying something different. Do you have that? Like if you just have an opinion, okay, I respect your opinion. But otherwise, we got to go with...
That's okay. This is why I said it's important to listen, right? Because the first thing I said was, this is my subjective opinion. That's the first thing I said.
We're good.
In the whole conversation. I ain't said none of that. All I'm saying is that like you said when I was listening, that there was an evolution to the science. Science has an evolution to it. So all I'm saying is, I feel as though
Right.
In every step of that wave, because the step after is learning from the step before.
Keep building.
I feel like all the steps are still in the staircase of science. I don't think that, I don't think the ancient Egyptians was in the lobby of the
How does that
building
make sense?
and then everybody else is walking up the steps. I don't believe that.
So then you can't say steps then. You got to take that word out. Take the word step out. You have to.
Why?
Because what are the steps to science?
Yeah, you got
if not what I just said. What are the steps?
Just see y'all looking to argue. I agree.
I'm literally asking a question.
Listen, one more time.
If that's her opinion,
I agree with you. I just don't agree that the Egyptians is in the lobby of the staircase. I think the Egyptians are in the staircase with the rest of us, figuring out what the science of this earth is. That's what I'm saying. Now, I'm not saying that they're outside of it like you are saying.
Let me ask a question before we just keep pounding over here. Is there anything that you would accept that would change your mind? What could we do for you that would change your mind? Is there anything?
I ain't mess with you, Brad.
So the Egyptians wasn't doing science because what?
No. Before we go there,
they didn't do the scientific method.
I'm asking the question. I'm gonna ask you questions for you to convince me.
No,
it wasn't. It wasn't.
Then
they
I
weren't
don't get
using
it.
the scientific method.
I don't get what you want from me. You want me to tell you what do I need to understand where you're coming from, and now I'm telling you, and you're telling me that's not it.
No, you asked me a question. You didn't tell me what.
That's how I get to the understanding of what you're talking about. Through questions.
I can answer the question if you want.
No, I don't know where to go.
What?
We're saying that the Egyptians didn't have science. They had what's called traditional knowledge.
Yeah,
that's what we're saying.
Yeah, it was serious.
Which is information.
That was passed down. The traditional knowledge outside of any of the steps of the realm of science?
Yeah.
Yes.
What part?
It's not a complete process.
When you add causal ages and
the complete process of science would be the last steps, the upper echelons that we're talking about. He was talking about an evolution over time. So
you asked me a question, cut me off before I can answer your question. I don't know what
I heard somebody answer it. My bad.
I'm saying that you asked if they're doing something. The thing that they're doing that outside of steps that makes it remain in traditional knowledge is they're adding causal ages and deities to it. And there's authoritative. There's no challenging. It's tradition passed down. That's why it's not science.
I heard you. I heard when the other person said that. So
you don't believe that?
My question is, within the deities, right? Were they still able to do agriculture, a form of agriculture, astrology?
Yes.
Astronomy.
Technology. Were they doing engineering? Yes. Were they doing a repetitive process to perfect what they were doing? They did all of that. Are those things in the realm of science?
No, it's in the realm of technology.
It's technology in the realm of science.
No.
And so geometry
you don't need science for technology.
Let's bring it back.
It's technology. I thought astronomy was mentioned as well. Wasn't astronomy mentioned?
Right. Let's bring it back for a second.
No, since you admit it. No, you admit it. Hold on.
I didn't admit anything. Now you're trying to put words in my mouth. No, thank
don't
you.
Be a light bender. Don't be a light bender. Don't be a light bender. You're being a light bender. Let me tell you how you.
I don't like name calling either.
I'm not name calling.
So let's stay in the realm of science.
Okay, Issa, you're twisting the truth. You're twisting the truth.
What am I twisting? Can I? You asked me to try to find the understanding.
No, let me say it. You said, "Hey, man, this is I was being subjective. I'm not. Yeah. So basically, it's just based off what you understand, and it's okay. But now you acting like it's past what you understand. You acting like it's something you can verify. We simply saying that what you're saying is wrong. There's no
And what
source.
I'm saying is that that's a subjective opinion, the same type of subjective
It's
opinion that
not.
I have.
No,
And
listen,
these questions that I'm
it is
asking
not
are
subjective
proving
as
that. And instead of
technology
just
is
letting me ask the
technology.
questions that I'm
Farming is not
asking, you're
science. No,
trying to
farming
do
is not science.
extra.
Issa, science, listen, science is not technology back in the days, man. That's not as I'm telling you, yo. No one
You
would
telling me
dispute
what?
that
We
progression.
also mentioned, I
No,
also
Reggie,
mentioned
come on,
astronomy.
Reggie.
I also mentioned
They didn't have
geometry.
it.
Astrology is
And I
They didn't
also,
definitely
have astronomy. They did not
astrology
have
is
what?
astronomy.
But how did we get
astrology is
300?
definitely not
How did we get the cycles and the seasons and the
Man,
365 days
because
and the
early
calculation of the
Observation.
early
That's
stars?
only one piece of
early thought
science.
early thought
Right.
Observation
That's
is only
only
one piece
one
of
piece of
science.
science. Who said it? Ding, ding, ding. Who
this
said it?
Y'all gotta
Who
stop.
said it was only
man
one piece of science?
The
Who said it?
scientists,
astrology is not science today.
the scientists,
No,
It's an
the
early
also,
form
I'm
scientists who use the
sorry.
scientific method
early form
to
of
this day
astrology.
to
Okay,
build
yes,
everything
it's
that we
only
have.
one piece of of science, right? So would
no,
you
I didn't
say
even say
that
that.
No,
I
no,
did.
he did
I
say
said
that?
that.
Exactly. So let the
Observation is
conversation
only one part
flow.
of it. You don't,
oh,
but then
okay,
Exactly.
no
All
part.
right. So let me get to my next point now that you got there, right? So earlier when I said that I wouldn't consider the Egyptians in the lobby of the building, I would consider the Egyptians a part of the staircases on the way to through the evolutionary
Oh,
steps of
this your
science
fault.
that you were talking about.
but that
Making
doesn't make them
the in
Oh,
scientists.
down
right.
in facto,
That doesn't
making
make them
No,
scientists.
Yeah,
maybe
I
that's the
didn't
part that don't make
say
them
derail.
That's the
that.
part
You
you
lose
missing.
I
that.
That
Yeah,
doesn't
didn't
that's
just
the
because
part
they
say
that
were
make them
able
that.
to
science.
observe in
That's
the
Big
distant
something
time.
that
technology
you're adding
doesn't
to what
mean they
I'm
were scientists.
saying.
Oh, this is your
That's
fault.
something that you're
Listen,
adding to what I'm
It's your
saying
fault.
because you don't like what I'm saying.
maybe okay.
This
They
is
the
your fault.
elevator. They the
It's
elevator
all right.
going up
Y'all
the
got it.
Empire State
Y'all got
Building.
it.
Oh,
I
Yeah,
man.
see that
They
this is
the rail.
not
They
a
the
I could
handrails
conversation.
read what the
on the government
scientific
building.
method
That's
is.
Yo,
I'm
can
all.
a
looking
new
at it.
voice chime in?
yes, you
Go
can.
ahead.
Can I
Go
chime
Please.
in?
ahead,
Go
God.
ahead.
And the Moors ain't Negroes, for the record. Not good.
This is smoke. This is smoke. Go ahead.
Can I
Oh
say
yeah, hey,
something?
ain't that
Can I
the
speak?
dude? Ain't
Go
that
ahead.
my
Hey,
man?
so this is the
Yeah, that's
guy that
my
Can I
man.
speak?
this the guy that debated
Hold on.
Chief X?
Yeah,
Like
May
when
I
Yeah,
that?
yeah,
speak?
yeah.
let me ask you,
Yeah.
when's the
I
replay
see your
video? When you doing
tactics.
the replay video?
May
I
I
see
Peace,
how you
speak?
peace,
do.
y'all. Yeah,
You got
May
yeah.
I
I,
please
tactics.
I
speak?
firmly, I
With
firmly
him.
showed in the debate who was Negro, but
When
I
y'all
do
doing the
think
Beautifully
we're
replay
playing
video?
done.
fast and loose. I do think
Can
we're
I be
playing
heard?
fast and loose with the
Yeah,
semantics around science,
next.
what is considered science, what we're going to pigeonhole science to.
We
You know
playing
what I
fast.
mean?
You saying
Versus
we
natural
playing fast?
philosophy, because my brother Ashe did bring out the documentation about hunter gatherers practicing
What's
the
going on?
scientific method, right? The
What?
repeated testing of experimentation, the
It's
testing and
something I'm missing. I can't
experimentation
hear.
of
Oh
results.
yeah, see, I gotta back out again. Hold on. All right.
These things were going down. I would defer back to my brother's source on that. I
Who?
do think that we're playing fast and loose with that. I wanted to add that Al
And that ain't
Khwarizmi
fast
was
and loose?
doing. Hold on, I wanted to
It's
add that Al
momentary.
Khwarizmi
Let me make a
was
point.
doing calculus before Newton, right? And Al Jahiz, like you know, was
He
doing the same
wasn't.
evolutionary type of rationalizing for humans. Al Jahiz even said human skin color is based off of where you live. Right. So we know Darwin is following in a line of things. And I think when we pigeonhole science to a certain time period, we get to acknowledge people like Al Khwarizmi and Al Jahiz and say that they had one ingredient of gumbo whilst being able to dismiss them. And I think it is a minimizing of what other people's did. And in our fear of being Afrocentric, we might be leaning towards becoming a little too Eurocentric. So I think a healthy balance is still needed in this. And again, I would bring that back
I
to
agree.
us playing fast and loose with the definition and time period of what we call science.
Hey, but listen, family, though, we talk
Can
about
I
Al-Jahiz
respond to
and
that?
Hey, Chef, I take that back.
hold
It
on.
ain't
But
no way in
listen,
hell Chief X beat
but
him in
listen, we
the
talk
debate.
about
Yeah, he might have got
Al-Jahiz,
you
though, but
back.
we talk
Can
Cause he
I
about
He
just
might have got
he
him.
just
respond
landed a good one on y'all.
let me say this. We talk about Al-Jahiz and
That's
we talk
Black
about
Algae
Ibn, right?
101.
Pretty
Listen, when we
much.
talk about
All
Ibn,
he
right?
said is the white
So
man
hold on,
science.
listen. So even in terms of making a gumbo,
No, I didn't. There's no such thing as
Right.
the
Like
white
he
man
said way
science.
more than
no,
that. And if
listen,
y'all don't have a
No,
There's
response
y'all
to
no
what
listen,
he
such
listen,
thing as a
actually
never make
say,
sense. I would
then what
never
are we
make no point
doing?
like that. That's
Y'all
not
know
what I.
Right.
That's not what I stand
It's
on
the
to
That's a
same
hold
thing
joke,
you
to.
tried
homie.
to do to me.
That was a gross misrepresentation of
That's
my
a joke,
statement.
God energy. That's
No, man,
all.
let's keep it.
Don't.
Let's
I
keep
Nah,
it.
mean,
you meant to misrepresent me and
No,
put
let's
me in
keep
a
it.
box that's easily dismissible.
There you
God,
go. There you go, God
God
energy.
energy. Listen,
That's what you
we
do.
do acknowledge
Can
the
you put your
people.
email in the back chat? I like the way you
No, come
fight.
on, let me finish this before
No, go
y'all.
ahead, so I apologize. Go ahead.
Listen, we do acknowledge algae. We talk about algaes all the time. We do acknowledge the people that come before, but
Right.
even the Europeans can't add the rest for the gumbo if the other ingredients aren't there. Today's modern medicine builds off traditional knowledge.
Crazy.
You don't get to right, and it's still building off traditional knowledge right now. We only say that the distinction between traditional knowledge and science is the how, because science is defined as determining how things work. Why does a leopard have spots? It answers the how, why, what. You know what I'm saying? It's not just gaining knowledge and acquiring knowledge. That's a part of it, but it doesn't become science until you start exploring how, why, what the mechanism.
That's a good point. I agree, but if we can look through the record, right, and we can see that in the Islamic world that predates the scientific revolution of Europe, if we can see the Islamic natural philosophers was asking the how then, and they were testing, coming up with hypotheses, they had a scientific method to ask the how. So even if some of their scholars is called the fathers of modern science, y'all will still say, if they're calling these guys the fathers of modern science, and y'all saying modern science don't start into the 1700s, when you had guys practicing or being called the fathers of modern science in the 11th century, right? Then what are we saying here?
We're saying the same thing when we say Plato's like the father of natural philosophy, but we don't compare Plato and fucking Aristotle to goddamn Newton, who's also a natural philosopher.
Right. No. They said that this guy was the father of modern science. I ain't say Plato. I'm saying they're called, because remember back then they called them natural philosophers. They say Al-Haytham is the father of modern science. So Galileo and Kepler and all of them was reading his works.
Ibn al-Haytham.
They all did, but
right, and he had a scientific method.
Yeah,
right.
But I was still having to see his source. I think that's somebody's interpretation of it. But you have to also understand that in Islam and House of Wisdom, they use what is called the Aristotelian method. That was rejected. You gotta see what they rejected from the House of Baghdad to understand where the shift comes from.
So if I can show you Al-Haytham questioning Aristotle and dismissing him, right? Then what do you say there?
Yeah, he may have done that, but that wasn't the entire framing of the
But
Islamic
he wasn't
world.
the only one. But he wasn't the only one.
If you look it up, the Islamic world dealt with the Aristotelian model. It didn't change until Bacon.
So hold on. So what's his name? Newton and them rejected some of the scholarly works of their day, right? So that is showing that even in the Islamic golden era, they were doing the same thing. They were questioning.
No.
We getting what?
Bring up some examples of the how. Bring up some examples of the how and the methodology they used to determine the how. We got to look at
in his book, The Optics. He explained how vision.
Yeah,
no, that's
right. He explained how vision worked. Right.
Yeah, that was
he
sound.
Explained that.
Yeah,
and it was sound.
That was
But
sound.
he asked that question first. He had to ask that question first.
Listen,
and then he did controlled experiment, like everything.
Why can't you just go get that though?
I literally went through what was added after him, though.
Right. So hold on. I
so
agree,
it was stuff that he wasn't doing, right?
We're not saying
It was stuff.
don't
It
know.
was stuff he wasn't doing that the modern scientists were. I just read it a few the last time I spoke. I read the contributions of the lineage of the scientific method development. Roger Bacon, Francis Bacon, Rene Descartes, Isaac Newton. They all did stuff that the House of Wisdom didn't do. That's what makes it more complete. That's why the words
did they
was
what
it
did they do that he
matured in
didn't do?
Europe. The
Don't
modern
down that
the guys in the
hill.
17th century was doing stuff that the other guys didn't do.
Don't down that hill, chef.
But
I
that
think you can be
doesn't
the
What
disqualify
did
Let
he
me
what the
do?
other guys was
let
doing
me say
from being
this.
We not
science.
Let
saying
me
it
say this.
disqualified. Now you putting me in. You doing the same thing to me. You said I did to
No,
you.
I
I
didn't
didn't
accuse
say
you of
that
disqualifying.
disqualifies them.
I was
The
just
only
making sure that
Those
thing
guys
statement
was
was
great.
put out there.
Everybody stop for a
May I
minute. Go ahead,
speak?
Juju. Go ahead, Juju.
I think someone can be the father of science and not actually be doing science,
Damn, I
right?
can't hear Juju.
I
I gotta
think
back out.
people
Please don't agree with that,
I think people mess it up. Like you can have scientific thought, but that doesn't mean you're a scientist. That doesn't mean you're producing science.
I agree
Like
with that
Uncle always
point.
says, there's steps, and I think people just get it wrong. Yes, he was. He if he say he was the father, he wasn't doing science. Clearly, at least not the standard of modern science. Come on.
Yeah, y'all playing with that.
Don't agree to that,
But modern
Sucks,
science
bro.
is not the only science, and I think we're
That's what I was just
monopolizing
about to
science with
say.
the
Yes, it
term
is.
modern science.
Everybody stop for 1 minute. Listen,
StreamYard sucks.
y'all black
Jesus.
people, let me tell
I
you what
missed
black people
everything you
gotta
said,
stop.
Juju.
Hold on, this is
Thank
what
you.
black people gotta
Did
stop
they
doing.
hear it?
Yeah, they heard you. I heard you.
Okay.
This is what we gotta stop doing, man. We gotta
I can't hear
stop
Juju.
worrying about, she ain't talking about, you used to be. We gotta stop. Listen,
Can you hear me now?
look, we gotta stop this little wild game we got, yo. Y'all have made science so important because of the world you live in. Y'all made it y'all making this way too much. Y'all can't imagine the world without science. But guess what? I can. And I'm gonna bring you this example. If science matured in Europe, which it did, how come the Chinese, which science did not
Pardon me,
mature?
you got an echo. You still got to mute up.
Yeah, mute out for 1 second. Okay. If science matured, I want everybody on the panel to answer this, specifically God Energy, and everybody think they slick. And everybody put everything in, and y'all got everything in science right now. Y'all riding on it. That's why y'all dying. There's holes in it. You float, you're sinking. Why is it that when science matured in Europe, which didn't just consist of white people, y'all got that part wrong. It's people, humans, came to Europe because it was a learning center at the time. Why is it that goddamn China was far, far advanced than them? If science is as slick as y'all making it, right? We talking about the scientific revolution, and when it matures, China is far more advanced than them with their technology and math, because science didn't mature in China. Why is it that? Please answer that question. How is it that a group of people that don't look like me, you, or Europeans, right? Civilization is far more advanced than the science we keep talking about right now. So you're trying to tell me if the Chinese can do it, that indigenous Africans didn't do it, and they civilization in West Africa? I'm saying y'all capping right now. Either y'all capping, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. And I'm tired of the whole flagrant don't know what you're talking about.
What are you talking about or implying with Africans? And
I'm
no one
saying,
spoke negatively of
hold
that.
on, answer the question. Why are the Chinese farther along in their civilization without science? And it has matured in Europe.
You're talking about during the time period that science supposedly matured in Europe.
Yeah.
At that time period.
Yeah. Why isn't the China got them? Go ahead, God Energy. We're going to go down the line with it.
No problem. Don't cut me off with your excitement.
I ain't going to let you go 45 minutes, neither.
No problem. I promise I won't. China was also doing science, and I don't agree to your pigeonholed framework of science only maturing in Europe. So the same science, you cut me off just because you disagree with me.
Because I just told you they didn't have science, and it's not a good conversation for me when you just
you dictating to me what is isn't what is. What are you talking about? You're trying to make me acquiesce to a point I disagree with, and you know I disagree with your point.
You cannot disagree with the point. nature knows no color.
That's fine.
Right?
Europeans don't
Science does
equal
not care
white.
about the color.
I did a 2-part presentation on Black Europeans, and you're gonna try to misrepresent me as if I think geography is a proxy for ethnicity and race. Come on, brother. I think you're secretly trying to promote my presentation because you know I did 2 presentations on Black Europeans. So you know that I know Black people were in Europe when this science was maturing in Europe. So we're not talking about race and skin color or climate gradients.
You know that I know that you know that I know that you know you mumble jumble rap right now. Now answer.
So stop playing with me, huh?
Answer the
Stop
question.
playing with me, brother.
How you answer so we can move forward. Let him answer what he want to answer, then go to somebody.
Yeah, answer the
Like,
question.
come on, brother.
Yeah, I want to answer
You
that.
know I disagree with you. So those Chinese people had a scientific method to produce technology ahead of them because the Europeans wasn't popping in quote unquote science like that. They were piggybacking off of what the Arabs were putting down. Shout out to the Moorish conversation that we just had. So there was a lot of coalescence, and they were learning from those Chinese people as well. It's cultural diffusion, my guy. The Silk Road facilitated all of that. You know what I mean? So we're not going to count out the syncretic philosophies and how people shared ideas. Come on, come on with this. But I'm even off topic anyway.
Yeah, we disagree with
Who wants somebody?
Yeah, we totally we disagree with the mumble.
China had a head start though. China had a massive head start in. If you don't want to call it science, I don't feel like arguing that. But they had a massive head start in knowledge. They had paper, printing, gunpowder, all of that stuff. For damn near before 1500. So if you're talking about the most at that time technologically advanced, now y'all could argue the science thing, but then also they weren't even focused 100% on I ain't gonna say pie in the sky stuff, but they was focused on agriculture. They was focused on they was focused on results. Y'all could word that however you want, but they was more focused on results, and that was a big empire. So that's not even like
I would like to respond.
Can I add something to Sosa? To what Brass said, real quick. I don't think a lot of people know, but also this type of divergence into a science or modern science start off with the 2 things that Brass said and the gun. I think those things changed the world and also led to science as we know it today because of exploration and things like that. Yeah, and you can look that up. That's an academic work. There was those three things right there.
It's called the needle. It's called the needle.
Ditto to what God Energy said. I don't believe that, the Chinese didn't have a science. They probably had a different method, whatever, but cultural diffusion is definitely a thing. But I just want to recognize that we keep on using the word like modern science a lot, and we're equating like old world science, I'm guessing, with theology and mythology, but like there is a father of science, just the thought of science, right? And that was in like the 600 BCE. I have to forgive me on blanking on the name, but that was the time period where they were getting out of the mythology being mixed in with the science. So even if you're only equating science with the mythology, there is a point in time way before Europeans came along that absolutely was already out of the mythology version of the science that you're talking about. And like I said, all of these are steps to whatever it is that you're talking about. You don't get what you're talking about without everything else. All of it is in the realm of science. You don't have to believe that, but like just know.
You don't believe that.
Well, don't tell me what I don't believe. Like I'm a grown person, and it is weird that you're not like you're cutting me off to say something like that, but not something to. Not something to refute what I'm saying.
I did. You
not.
You beat yourself up.
I'm seeing Galileo. I'm seeing Galileo as
It was Thales. He was Greek in the 6th century.
Like YouTube link, but I don't see him as considered a father of science. So that's the angle I think y'all losing.
But if we're going by the information, if we're going by the facts is what you're talking about is fathers of modern science and modern science. But there is a father of science that you can look up and people recognize this person as being that. And that happened before what you're talking about. And if your whole premise is leaning on the fact that they were mixing mythology with the science, so that's not real science, then what about 600 BCE when they stopped doing it?
Who's the father of science? Who's talking about Aristotle? Who's the father of science?
Yeah, he didn't do it.
I just looked up his father of science, and they said it's
Galileo.
Galileo.
Who was the
So
father of science?
who are you talking about, sis?
Hold on, I got it for you.
I'm asking.
So if you look up the father of science, it does give you Galileo, Aristotle, right? But if you look up not modern science, right? It says the father of science typically belongs to Thales of Miletus. 624 to 546, right?
Thales of Miletus.
Thales of Miletus. Do you know who that is? Do you know what it is?
Just looked it up.
Do I know who it is?
Yeah.
Yes, that's why I brought it to the conversation. So this is what I'm saying. You know what? You got it.
I didn't do that. No.
At the end of the day, we can expound on. At the end of the day, we can expound on the fact that when I was here, we were having this conversation that you were equating these ancient people to the mythology and the science, and the mixing of the two is what it does. What does it make science, right? So I said, okay, fine. Let's look. Let me go in my Rolodex, and I remember somebody making a school that was outside of the mythology realm. It was only really dealing with the rational hypothesis and things like of that nature. So I brought it to the table, and now you're going to ask me if I know who I'm talking about?
Thales wasn't using the scientific method, though.
Yeah,
that's the issue.
So we are pigeonholing science to the modern science of Europe. That's what we're pigeonholing it to.
You got wow. Just mute out for a minute, sis. Listen, I kind of talked about at the beginning of the show, Thales, right? And what school he produced. If you look it up, it's not a whole lot of primary sources on it, so it's kind of loose. But basically, he makes the first school dedicated to inquiry, right? And this is crucial. It's crucial, right? If you look at the Egyptian school, which the Black Atheists should know offhand, right? Y'all can talk about the mysteries and all this. They didn't have a tradition of questioning any damn thing. They have a tradition of making sure they stood on the foundation of their ancestors. The same thing people promote in the conscious community. The ancestors, the historical narrative of the greatest of them all. And as soon as you say something about it, you get cussed out around here. So don't tell me about African thought. African thought was deeply steeped in the trajectory and the honor system of the ancestors and how great they was and how much we learned from them. Not saying they just was wrong. So to sit up here and play this wild ass game, that's definitely some white people shit to say the hell with the damn ancestors know what the fuck they talking about. Excuse my language. Y'all all say this, but yet when it's time to have a serious conversation about what I'm talking about, you start throwing bones and rocks at me. The truth is, Nile Valley culture did not lead itself to move science forward. It only allowed it to get to a certain point because of the culture. Nature don't give a damn about your culture. Nature has no color line. Do you get it? So if your culture is steeped in ancestral tradition, right? Promoting the love of the ancestors and the wisdom they had, which got you through tough times, it's okay. But science gonna cuss you out. And nature don't give a damn about your Egyptian culture. Only thing nature give a damn about, did you ask the question right and do you understand and move forward? That's it. That's not what these gypsies are doing. Y'all beat me up for being an atheist, but that's the point in history where people start questioning the gods. And guess what happened? They got locked up, they got enslaved or murdered. A lot of the Greek philosophers was murdered and sent the hell up out of Greece for it, but y'all don't want to talk about that. How many of y'all is willing to lose y'all life for questioning God? None of y'all. If right now, if the United States and Donald Wild Trump make a treaties on killing people to speak against Christianity, all y'all gonna get the hell off the internet and shut the hell up. I'm done.
Not me. Not me. Not me. Not
I would
me.
love to point out that you built a straw man argument over a bunch of stuff that I said already. And that's crazy that you're literally doing that.
That Christian shot was crazy, but
That
real quick,
was crazy.
real quick, Sosa, I hate you. He's not. They don't call him the father of science. They call him the father of the scientific method. So when they, and then the reason why there is some clarity, because then you run into that issue with Galileo and all and that. But in Encyclopedia Britannica, he's described as a pioneer of experimental science, a major figure in the development of the scientific method, a respected physicist, historian of scientists, a historian of science, Jim Al-Khalil. He says that he's the first true scientist. NASA refers to him as the key founder of optics and an early developer of the scientific methodology. So a lot of times when you have this conversation, we might not want to talk about. Nobody says that he alone invented science, but he was definitely one of the fathers of the scientific method, a pioneer. And I have no problem if NASA and other scholars are calling him the first true scientist. I mean, I don't even feel comfortable from YouTube. This is I'm not saying we're not qualified, but even in the biologist conversation with Darwin, there are other experts that call him a biologist, and that's 1833 is William Whalen. I think that's his name. So Darwin even fits neatly into, he most certainly was practicing biology as a science. I don't even know why we would fight that. Like, we could fight it, right, to be technically right, but it ain't intellectually honest. It's just not an honest fight. So if you want to be strict but in the broadest sense, these people there are people that are experts way more qualified than us that call them scientists. I'll let them up.
Yeah, we're not even tripping on the fact that they do that. We understand that. We don't even have to fight about that. If they want if Neil deGrasse Tyson said Isaac Newton is one of the greatest scientists, we're not gonna. But Neil, like we get it.
But you're saying he's wrong.
Y'all do me like that.
No, but you're saying Neil
definitely
deGrasse
do you like
wrong.
that. Definitely.
No, but Sosa. But you'll say that Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong. You'll say NASA is wrong.
No,
you'll say physicists are wrong.
No, I just said I wouldn't do that. I get it. I'm not. I understand.
So Newton is a scientist. Then.
Yeah, but I get it. Yeah.
Yes. Wait. Stay right there. So Darwin is a scientist.
Yeah, I'll consider Darwin a scientist, but I also have to understand that we're being retroactive because we just are. That's it. He was a naturalist. Newton was a natural philosopher.
But you're saying we're being retroactive. I just said NASA.
That was the word of the time.
That's what I'm saying. So,
but we're not being retroactive. 1833. Darwin lived during the time after y'all saying this all started.
He lived at the time of the term biology existed, but at the time the biologist was not widespread. He went to school for theology.
I agree, but was a biologist a scientist during that time?
Yes, but he was. But that's not.
Was he a biologist, Sosa?
No,
during that time he was not a biologist. I want to get you on record saying that.
At that time, the term was not widespread and wide usage.
I'm not saying widespread. That sounds amazing. Was he yes, he was a naturalist. I'm not fighting you on that.
I'm saying
but the term biologist was science at the time, and he lived at that time.
You're asking.
He lived at the time. William Whalen is 1833. Darwin lived past that.
I get it. I get it, Brass.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, but you said he was a scientist. I ain't gonna fight you on it. Ain't no need to fight.
But
yeah, I ain't gonna fight
I'm just saying during his day, he was not considered a scientist. So when we say that we're being retroactive, that's just a fact.
No problem. But if you say he's a scientist, what do y'all always say? Take your win, know when you won?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I'm done.
I ain't gonna fight. That's what I'm saying. I don't wish to fight on Darwin and Newton.
Yeah, that's a tactic though.
I'm back on y'all moving me back.
Yeah, but no.
That's a wild tactic.
I get that.
That's
But
a
y'all
wild
told,
tactic.
No,
that's a wild tactic.
But y'all told Chef.
That's a wild
y'all
tactic.
told Chef
Newton,
Darwin. Y'all told Chef that Newton and Darwin were not scientists, and we didn't get all of this.
We ain't told Chef that. Chef ain't had nothing else to fight with, so he brought the shit out. I had a general conversation about Darwin. This nigga focused on it with the flim flam blim blam boom conscious community barbershop moving, y'all niggas. I was not trying to plant my feet on no damn dog. That's one of my favorite scientists.
Hey, this might not. Hey, the way y'all talking in here today, this might not be a barbershop, but it's definitely a hair studio. Y'all getting just as gangster as we do.
No, nigga, I'm saying everything that's supported. You got Sister Issa, which I really appreciate her commentary. She making up shit. You got God Energy in this motherfucker making up shit sound good. You try and get this motherfucking email for what? To promote pseudoisms? Man, hell with all that nonsense.
Who emailed? I didn't ask her.
It's pseudo.
That was a joke, bro.
All of these subjective opinions that you get to just put on people.
Give us an
That's like your opinion is your opinion.
Don't put my argument in Egypt.
Here's the rule. Going forward, I do not want your subjective opinions out of nobody. Not me, not nobody. We're not doing the subjective thing no more.
I just gave you facts.
No, you did. That's not, you're right.
Okay, yeah.
So everybody else going forward, so I'm going to ask you, now, why was China more advanced than, quote unquote, the people who created science at the end of the day? Or shall I say matured it? Why was China more advanced than them?
I can answer it. I have a
go ahead, Grant.
Particular understanding.
Because you're pigeonholing science to only modern science with Europe. That's Europe. That's your answer. That's your answer. I don't know how else to say that, but that's your answer.
Okay, back. Go ahead, Grant, because I said nothing subjective from nobody going forward.
Yeah. So
your question is subjective.
No, it's not.
That's what you don't get because you're pigeonholing science, all of the realm of science, to only modern science. That means that if it's not modern science, it does not equate to science to you, and that is okay for you. But that's a subjective opinion, and the fact that you will never let me finish a sentence when this good brother next to me got to speak uninterruptedly is another reason why I know you out here with opinions.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? No, hold on. Everybody move. Nah. Hey, sis, you talk a little bit too long. How about that? There you go. And you be yelling.
I get 3 words out and you're already cutting me off.
You jumped
and
in.
all you get to come back with is some BS about how you feel about my character. And I don't care. I don't, because all of those are some more subjective opinions. The fact that you think I talk long, the person next to you don't need to think that. The person 2 doors down for you don't need to think that. That's your subjective opinion, Mr. I'm only gonna be factual.
Okay.
The hell?
Go ahead. All right. Go. We even now. Go ahead, Grant.
Yeah. So I want to most certainly try to address the idea that there were other methods that were other scientific methods. There does not appear to be any evidence that there's hiding scientific method that were like the Chinese scientific method, and because ultimately, if the Chinese scientific method was in existence in some sort of hidden way, I would think they would just hold on to it if it was working. That doesn't necessarily mean they weren't, clearly advancing, which we'll talk about. And I think one of the things when you do the comparison between China and in Europe, one of the things you have to understand is that they developed in a slightly different set of circumstances, correct? I mean, Europe to this day is still warring, correct? It is a very fractured and discombobulated continent, correct? And China is for the most part isn't dealing with that scenario. And I know for some that may start talking about the Mongols, but generally speaking, there wasn't the kind of issues that you're seeing in Europe. And so they were able to sort of push technology and advancements in a much different way. And you still have to remember the Dark Ages were quite damaging to Europe at the time. And the Chinese didn't experience this. And so they really didn't have this huge window where they really were cut off from advancement. So if you think about today, modern Africa broadly, was for the most part colonized and cut off from scientific, from advancing. And so they may be further behind than some of the other regions in the world, correct, that didn't have these breaks or didn't have these sort of brutal colonizers, correct? And so China didn't have that experience. So they were advancing. There's nothing wrong with saying that they didn't have what we understand what science is, while also acknowledging that they were far more technologically advanced than the Europeans and many of the other humans on Earth at the time. And again, it doesn't take anything away from the Chinese. And so I think we need to be mindful and respectful of the fact that a lot of humans were doing a lot of things without sort of making up new methods that don't exist. Even for Chinese, they don't even believe that they have their own scientific method that they are pushing out to the world. So we should be mindful of those types of things.
So who was saying that the Chinese had the scientific method?
Oh my God!
Man, listen, Sister Issa said it.
Oh, okay? I didn't hear her.
Okay, I'm saying because this is frustrating.
Can't get mad at her, bro.
Hold on. Sister Issa jumps off the panel, Suave and the motherfucker saying somebody, nobody put that lady off. Nobody did that. I'm saying she dove in. She got a chance to talk as long as she wanted to talk. Then she said she was being subjective. Bet, your own opinion. Then I said, let's stop doing it. Then she dove in again. 8 to 80 blind foot. Ain't nobody just jumping in like that. Woman, man, child, heathen. We not jumping in like that. And then talk. I enjoy listening to the sister talk. But at a certain point, we got to all knock it off. Like they running back and forth, bouncing, and it's confusing the conversation. Like we all sitting here not understand. It's confusing. Wavy brought a wild article up here. He don't even understand the damn article. It's so wild, I don't even want to do it to him like that. He reading titles, think it means science. None of that shit mean that. And then y'all sitting there act like you understand. They don't understand nothing. Hey, Grant, nobody know what the hell you just said in that damn chat. If you're not scientifically literate, you are confused about what you said. Acting like the Chinese had a scientific method and all that. What the hell is going on? I'm never going. The Chinese did not have no damn scientific method. What they had was brilliant technology and math and engineering at the level. That's what the hell they had. And it was better than what the science was in its mature state. That's the truth. Come on, man. We acting like we ain't got no damn sense around here. Everybody playing this game. That's what the hell y'all get for trying to be scientifically literate faking. That's what you get God energy for trying to play science. That's what you get Issa for trying to play science with him. Y'all playing. Bomb Squad playing science, and y'all really pseudo-scientific with this conversation. The hell's going on here? I'm not doing that. That sister's brilliant, but she got to stop playing in between the pseudo weeds.
Yeah, I will just add to this to everyone.
So what'd you say, Sos? I know you said something.
He said Darwin. He said Darwin and Newton were scientists. He just said it under his breath.
Listen, I'm good with that. I just don't like the fact that y'all run from 3500 BCE to goddamn 18. Like nigga, like come on, bro.
Issa say the same thing. She say science at 350,000 BCE. You said it, Issa. You said that. Now how I supposed to take that? I can't take you serious after that. That means that although I got love in my heart for Issa, I do. I can't take her serious in this conversation because she ain't sat down and took her time, got away from the conscious community, got away from shit I'm saying, and pick up a real book and just read it. Pick up my fault, not a book, a textbook.
Listen, and then on top of that, name of the two most foundational people in the world is Newton and Darwin. I mean, you picked the cream of the crop. It's like, of course, man, come on. I'm not going to fight that. Like, come on, man.
Cream of the crop.
What's good, y'all?
Where you been at?
chilling, man. And shoot, yeah, I've been listening though. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. Like, yeah, science. You know what I'm saying? Especially modern science, you got to at least be self-correcting, yo. You know what I'm saying? For it to fit in there to be true science. You know what I'm saying?
Great point, bro.
For me, but like, even the time that you know what I'm saying? Even the time of Darwin, you had Mary Somerville, which is the first person literally called a scientist. But they don't take away from what Darwin was doing. He still was doing some, some top tier, you know what I'm saying, science if we look at it in today's standard, you know what I'm saying, or biology.
Yeah, like I said, we're not going to argue with if the scientists say it, so we're not going to argue with that. If they want to name him the greatest scientist, fine. If Neil deGrasse Tyson want to say Newton is one of the greatest, fine, bro. Like, ain't gonna argue with that. But the Egyptians ain't had it though.
Right.
Shit. They had no movie.
You know what's keep being said? That is subjective whether or not the Egyptians had signs. Man, that's some bullshit. How about that? Let me call Cap.
Yeah.
That's Cap, Bomb Squad. That's Cap.
Go to the Egyptian doctor where they thought your brain was your heart.
That's why I told her in the beginning. I said, "Oh, well, if that's your personal opinions, I ain't got no response."
Yeah, but you can't talk an hour to me on your personal opinion at that point. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear an hour to your personal opinion.
Yeah, I don't want to hear that. Arguing personal opinions. That's a whole nother show.
Yeah,
I feel me personally.
Right, come on, man. Why are we even talking? Why are we doing? Because I'm not talking about how I personally feel. I'm saying it's called the Needleham question. That is not my personal opinion. That is the Needleham question. If you don't know who the hell goddamn Needleham is, he's a guy that spent extensive time in China detailing. Watch this. Watch me throw you for a loop. Detailing Chinese science. Now, how about that? Now, I just wanted to make sure I confused you.
My bad on that.
And he asked himself, why don't the Chinese, with all that they had, why don't science mature in China? Why are they far more advanced than Europe is? And they have science. Yeah, y'all probably need to read that first before you come at me, guns blazing. Needham question. Yeah, it's a lot. What's up, Cream?
Hey man, I'm just popping in. I hope I don't know if somebody said this because I couldn't hear a lot of people, but as far as the China question, even though China every 200-300 years, maybe, I'm gonna say every 200 to 500 years, they had like a civil war and they changed dynasties. They had a few thousand years of continuity, so it's not like you know what I mean. They were able to build up their knowledge base and never really lose it. So while they didn't have science, they had a whole lot of documented knowledge under their cap. And I feel like that's why they were able to maintain a high level of civilization even before the scientific method was developed and even after it was.
Crazy work. Go ahead, Sabi.
What's up? I apologize for that outburst when you were saying that. I wasn't trying to do that to you like that, but I'm not going back. And on this science thing, I when it comes to science in China and why they were able to have their have that continuity without the science that people are trying to force in other parts of the world when these empires and kingdoms and dynasties over in China was ruined, were existing, is because science wasn't necessary. They were able, as he said, they were able to sustain things through agriculture, dynastic practices, and things like that was passed down through generations. The archaeology, the technology, the technological advances, the war machines, and all that worked. It was practical, technical knowledge.
And sophisticated.
It was very sophisticated for them. So and Chef
But
said
anywhere in the
something
world,
earlier.
though, anywhere in the world, sophisticated.
Right. And Chef said something earlier. He said that when he was talking about the so-called father of science. At that time, in that world, what he was doing, it would have been to him science. But it wasn't technically science because there were steps missing. So thank him,
What is hard
thank
with that, bro?
everyone else, everybody who contributed to where we are today. Because at the end of the day, everybody, all the nations that we're talking about, there was some deity at the end of their so-called science. So all these dudes like God Energy and all the rest of them, stop
Nah,
playing.
they playing. They ain't playing in the arena we playing in. But the famous historical puzzle, yo. Why did modern science develop in Europe rather than China? Even though China had long been technically advanced. The question highlights that China had remarkable advanced knowledge. Europe developed the institutional structure of modern science. Most historians of science today agree 3 points. China possessed highly sophisticated knowledge, systems, and technology. These traditions included systematic observation, experimentation in many fields. The institutional form of modern science emerged in Europe during the scientific revolution. First of all, I talked about how your culture can get in the way of pushing you forward and fully maturing science. Man, I don't know why that's hard, man. Yeah, at this point, yo, I'm just thinking people just want to just be funny, yo. So I'm giving y'all a place. All the naysayers, man, study Joseph Needleham. His credentials is there, right? Look at his book, okay? Get into what we talked about, man. Man, look, hit the Cash App going out the door, man. I'm gonna let everybody, finish the same they want to say, man. Man, hopefully we can get into a sad talks, man. I hope Juju get that going, yo. And Super Wavy, man, relax, bro. Right? Super duper sophisticated African knowledge, yo, is always on display around here, bro. But I ain't mixing it up, yo. I want to give them credit for what they did do and not make up shit and act like they did something they didn't do. I can't. I'm not able to do that. I think what they did was superb. I don't have to add to it. No, I don't think Michael Jordan could actually fly. I think he was a great dunker and could outjump most people in the NBA. Yeah, I don't got a line say the nigga was flying with wings. I don't gotta say that. I think the Africans were fine in that environment. I think the very foundations that we talk about lies in Africa. So Juju, where you at?
I'm right here.
Talk to us, sister.
Yeah, I think the overall problem with some of the things that people said, and I'm not picking on anyone, I'm just making a critique, is this overall your opinion on things. Science doesn't care about your opinion. It has a methodology. It's something solid, something that's falsifiable. And I just want people to take what we know of science today and apply that to these ancient groups that you say have science. You know, even with Newton, there's a problem with that. You know, I consider Newton to be the bridge of modern science. There were some fundamental issues with Newton. He did amazing work, but he also tried to justify theology through some of his scientific inquiry, right? He practiced in metallurgy and mysticism. So those things would not fit the band of modern science. Yes, we give him credit for the steps that pushed us to modern science. So I just think that the opinion factor and what you think and hating white people so much that you can't even give them credit for their contribution. And missing the point because Greeks were Europeans, so they would be included in that class of white people. So I just find it very daunting you know, and I think, you know, we all can do more to understand. You know, nobody is without a question and critique, right? And that's what pseudo killers do. We learn, we read, we learn something new every day, and I think that's the beauty in it. But hate us all you want.
Well, salute, Ankh.
Man, we closing out, man. You dove in. Gup, you got something to say?
Yeah, I think I was just gonna say at the end of the day, you know, I think
Nah, nigga, you ain't cutting in. Gullah. All right, you missed your turn. Preem.
Yo, yeah, man. I think one of the things. Can y'all hear me?
I can hear
Can
you.
y'all hear me?
Hold on, Gullah, you missed your turn. I'm gonna come back to you.
Can y'all
Go
hear
ahead.
me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. One of the things the sister said that it just I'm pretty much reading the history of the scientific method, and now I didn't get around to listing it because we got into arguing, but she tried to present like the scientific method was like some arbitrary opinion. And science doesn't work like that. It's not an opinion. There are the scientific method is the best way we as humans, anybody on earth, has come to figure out how to get to objective truth. Now, if you want to talk about if you want to talk about aliens and other world stuff and all of that, and you want to talk mysticism and all of that, go ahead. Y'all can have that conversation. But in this scientific conversation, this is not an opinion. The scientific method, point blank period, is the best way in its completion to come and arrive at objective truth. And before the 1700s, we as humans here on earth, we just didn't have it. That's not a negative thing, because if you look at it, science is a baton. We passed it. You know what I mean? Pre-humans passed us the baton. Cause we gotta thank them for fire, controlling fire, and stone tools. We built on that foundation. But that don't mean they were scientists. They was the first one that cooked food. Some evolutionary scientists say us cooking food is what caused our brain to grow. Now that's not like that it's a debated topic, but everybody plays a part. Even those pre-humans play a part, because they were the ones that were experimenting for 2 million years on what foods to eat, what plants might heal us. They did that, and they passed that on down to us verbally. Then once we got it verbally, the oral tradition, then once writing was invented, people started codifying these things and writing them down and documenting. And then once we start writing stuff down, we could transfer information more quickly. You know what I mean? And even with that, there's a limitation to that because everything is handwritten. So now you got to wait till almost the scientific revolution or a little bit before that for the printing press to be invented. And then that's when our whole body
China
of
got a
knowledge
con-
as humans just blew up. And it's a process.
Yeah,
So
China
I'm
got
going to leave it at
a
that.
All right. Okay, let's go. Hey, Saint Swathi, what's up?
All right, P. Shalom. What's good with you?
Yeah. Would you say shout out? What? What?
Yeah, I know you. I know, I know you ain't got that much content right now for pseudos, nigga. But I'm the pseudo killer, nigga. No, let me not do that. But I just wanted to say to the point of, and I did want to use a football analogy. There's a gentleman named Jim Marshall that played for the Vikings in the 70s. He played for the Purple People Eaters. And at the time, they were recording what he was doing as a tackle, which later became a sack, right? So I think you do see signs of biologists and chemists before the scientific revolution. However, I do understand the need to establish the scientific revolution, or at the end of the 1700s, as you will, as the base of going forward with science. So I don't think you guys are not acknowledging the humans that came before the scientific revolution, but I could kind of see where you might have had some people that were pre-biologists or pre-astrologists before the scientific revolution. So ultimately, I thought it was a great build, and I could understand why starting at the scientific revolution and going forward from there is important. So I mean, I could kind of see everybody's point a little bit, but I do understand the emphasis on where science grew to and why it is important to acknowledge the scientific revolution and go forward from that point.
Yeah, you gotta have a damn line, man. These people don't want to have a damn line. I appreciate that. Grant, where you at?
Yeah, thanks for having me again. It's always a pleasure.
No, it's always a pleasure to have you on the show, bro. You know how you get down.
I would just say to Isa, I've seen you in a couple of these debates online. You know, I'm a fan of you getting in the trenches and talking about science, and definitely an advocate of seeing women in this space. Mm-hmm. But I would say that one of the things when I sort of hear you're so close to it, like you really do have a good understanding. Mm-hmm. I would just, if I was sort of helping prep you, helping prep for these things, I would sort of circle some of the things that would trip you up. Not to say that you're clearly thinking through the logic of your positions. And this, I'm not calling you out. I actually think you do a really good job. And, but I also want to make sure that people who are leaning into this scientific knowledge and understanding really have a hard road. Number one, we're coming from a group, all of us are coming in with highly religious understandings of the world. We're then having all this sort of metaphysical stuff that we gain over life, correct? And then you're trying to take to a scientific world. And so they get mishmashed while we're doing this. And so I would just definitely encourage you in particular, keep going. I don't want you to think any critique I may have had as a critique of your complete understanding. It was really just trying to be really precise around the things I particularly disagree with, but I don't disagree with you broadly. And for everyone else who are in these streets, I want to remind everyone just a little bit about the argument that Egypt is in Africa, and that Egypt's science is somehow indicative of all of the science in Africa, and therefore hence it's all of African science. Yet no one would say that the advancements of the United States, which is on the continent of Americas or in the Americas, is indicative of all the other countries on a shared continental space, correct? And so it is highly unscientific. It is clearly not something how you think about the world today, of taking one carve out of a particular continent and then applying it to the whole of that continent. And so even if we agree with you in a sense that Egypt in and of itself is highly scientific or whatever, it doesn't necessarily speak anything about all the other groups there. I'm not saying that they weren't or were not. I'm just pointing out that you're using a flawed logic, and it really does show the underpinnings of what I would tend to say, an ability to sort of unpack your belief structures and then hammer them and see if you can take that and map it to other parts of the world and see if they work. That's how you engage in a scientific thinking. You begin to start with an idea and think, okay, what if I applied this methodology somewhere else, and does it stand up, and would it be true? If the answer is no, then your methodology may be fundamentally flawed. That doesn't mean that Egypt in and of itself didn't provide science or some scientific thinking, and there are other parts of the continent, which again, the continental structure is a white scientific way of thinking about the world of carve up. So on the one hand, you disagree with white science, but you agree with the carving out of people by continents, largely brought to you by white Europeans, if that's the way your thinking is. I would just say, take a step back, think about why you believe what you believe. Are you believing in this one thing because it makes you feel better about your own skin color? Or you're believing in it because you believe that the methodologies you come up support your way of thinking, and that you have all the evidence that will support you not only today, but into eternity? And if the answer is no, you may have a flaw in your methodology. And that's something you need to answer, because science is on the side of people who are saying you're wrong, and you have all of the pressure on you to disprove the scientific methods that are currently being used today by every human in this earth except for you.
So where you at?
So I can slide out, man. Hey, Super Wavy, I looked at your source, bro. And when it says your source, when it says why has Egypt produced so many great scientists, they're not talking about ancient times.
No, bro.
This is a piece about a lady who is Egyptian, who is a scientist. She's talking about the abundant amount of scientists that are coming out of the modern day country we call Egypt. And she used her culture as inspiration. But nowhere in the article does she claim that they had science. She dressed it just like we did. She went through the Egyptians were pioneers in astronomy. You know what I'm saying? They played an important role in terminal flush. She kept everything where it was. She talked about Ibn al-Haytham. She talked about Ibn al-Nafas. She talked about Mustafa Mosharrafa. So people that's credited in her country. So this ain't even about ancient Egypt, bro. This is crazy. But anyway, man, good show, man.
Hey, so I did a whole presentation on that for him. He was so wild with it, and my man, yo. And I was saying, man, you gotta slow down. You're a little wild with it, bro. This that article right here, bro. You're a little wild with it. You gotta relax. This is it, right? See,
it's crazy,
this is it, bro. Yeah, it's crazy work, yo.
What the?
It's made by people he don't even agree with being Egyptians.
Yeah, and it's right here. Egyptian science, historical precision, a source-based critique of the British Council article. Why has Egypt produced so many great scientists? Yeah, they ain't talking about ancient time. Let me show you where you messed up at, yo. Okay, what is the article doing? It tells a compelling national story, but it uses scientists very broadly. Core quote in the piece: for 7,000 years, Egypt has inspired artists, writers, scientists, and intellectuals. The pharaohs left a huge scientific legacy. Good popular framing. Egypt has a long intellectual and technical tradition, and modern Egyptian scientists have made a major contribution. Watch this. Look, a piece merges ancient, medieval, and modern Egypt into a continuous story of scientific greatness. See what I'm saying? That is effective popular rhetoric. It is not the same thing as careful history of science argument. Weak historical position. The article applies the modern label scientist backwards to pharaonic Egypt without much qualifications. This is what we're talking about. What historically is well grounded. The stronger part of the articles are about record institutions and real later contributions. Ancient Egyptian records, Cambridge notes that the ancient Egyptian left writing, okay, particular and archaeological, pictorial and archaeological records, including medicine, mathematics, and astronomy. The Library of Alexandria is a real intellectual arch in Egypt's long history of learning. El Azir is also descendable examples of major knowledge institutions, even if the article states this broadly. The article modern examples: Ibn Haytham, Ibn el Nafis, Mustafa, Mustafa. Did I say that right?
Mustafa Musharrafa, I think. Yeah.
Okay,
Magda Yaqub. Yeah.
Man, are legitimate later figures in medicine and science. See how they're doing it? The synthesis. Egypt has a long documented tradition of technological, mathematical, medical, and scholarly achievements, yo, where the article overstates its case, man. These are points historians of science would most likely challenge. Article wording: the pharaoh left a huge scientific legacy. See? Better academic reading. Reasonable as popular shorthand, but scientific compresses many forms of ancient technology, crafts, ritual, and administrative knowledge into a modern category. I'm trying to tell y'all that, man. That's why you're not understanding what you're reading. It say they were the first to introduce agriculture, engineering, and architecture. Yeah, too strong. Architecture did not originate simply in Egypt, and engineering and architecture are too broad to assign to one civilization as first. Next point. It says the ancient Egyptians were pioneers in astronomy. Egyptian sky observations was important, but that should be qualified rather than inflated into a sweeping priority claim. Now, mummification shows how skillful they were in chemistry. Sophisticated embalming is real. calling it chemistry is a modern recoding of ancient craft practices. So I'm telling you, it's a whole lot of studying got going. I'm gonna finish right here, right? While historians of sciences push back, okay? The issue is not Egypt's importance. It is fit between ancient practices and modern categories. Anachronisms. The English word scientist itself was coined by William Weedwell in 1833. Earlier English usage was natural philosopher or man of science. It says category slippage, medicine, surveying, embalming, building, sky observation, record keeping are not automatically identical with modern science. Keep messing that up, man. Method. Cambridge explicitly warns scholars to ask whether the modern concept used to study Egyptian knowledge were actually current in ancient Egypt. Key distinction. The article strongest as cultural rhetoric, not as strict historiography. So, the fair conclusion is not Egypt had no science, it is used more precise language. I'm going to say it again. So, the fair conclusion is not Egypt had no science, it is use more precise language. In other words, administration is compatible with stronger historical decisions. All right. So, listen, man.
All right, about
Appreciate you, man. I'm gonna stop right here, read the screen, man. I felt like I didn't put too much into this at this point. That's the sources right there, man. I wanted to do that for you, Wavy, because I care about your education, bro, and understanding where we at, yo. And I hope y'all feel the same way about me, man. But you can't overrun this thing, man. Hey, look, science is undefeated, man. Y'all gonna get beat up every time. Don't step out there like that, bro. Don't step.
Hey, can I say something real quick? I ain't get to, remember I got something. All I will say is, man, science is not a linear thing like most of the people probably think. It's a collective thing and overlapping, you know what I'm saying, mechanism. And even modern science, it takes from the ancient science the parts that work, and you know what I'm saying, so with it being cumulative knowledge anyway. And so modern science, pieces of it is still ancient science, you know what I'm saying, from the pieces that actually made it work. You know what I'm saying? I like when you just mentioned William William Wewell, the first person that coined the word scientist. And he actually was talking about the first person he called science. He was a polymath. He called Mary Somerville a scientist at her works. You know what I'm saying? Her book in sciences was actually the popular book out before Darwin came out. You know, before Darwin book came out. So Darwin book kind of overshadowed her book. You know what I'm saying? So she had a great book too. Check her out. And the reason why he called her a scientist is because they use words like natural philosopher, a man of science. So you can't call a woman a man of science. So he called her a scientist. She was a polymath herself. She studied multiple disciplines.
So, man, look, I'm Juju, you want a closing statement? I think everybody got it in.
Yeah, I think overall it's a good show. I'm also gonna say if I offended you, Issa, my sincerest apologies. That's not my intention. But it was a great show. I just think that Chef gotta try harder if he want to put PK Community of Skeptics in check, and we gotta get out of this. How shall I say this very ancient way, backwards way of thinking. We got to get out of that. There's no white man science. The white man science wasn't even strictly by white men. You know, so I just think, the type of terminology is really holding us back, right? And it's very problematic. And I will also suggest that majority of the time it showcases people's lack of education, and that's not a spite, but I've said it before. We spend a lot of time on this YouTube space, and I think that half of the energy that we can take from spending time in this YouTube space. And I'm particularly talking about pseudos, and then they'll understand what we're talking about. To go to school, you know, to take up a discipline or field and really see how it's done, then I think you'll have a better outlook on what we've been saying. We only communicate the science. We never say we're scientists. We don't think that we're superior to anybody, but I think overall we have a better class than most people because we try. So, you know, instead of hating us, why don't you be like us?
Yeah, participate, goddammit. It became a point in the conversation where Chef would say, I'm not going to agree with it. I'm not going to fall into that. Wait a minute, bro. I simply asked you, where's your line at? Yeah, we figured it out. His line is at writing. Interesting. Hey, man, look, man, appreciate everybody tuning in, man. Appreciate you, Grant, man. Every time you stop through, bro, is real, yo. Appreciate your input, man. And I hope you continue to step to the shows, man, and produce that knowledge. Appreciate you coming through, Juju, Pseudo Kill Official, man. Producing that knowledge, man. We're waiting on our shows to kick back in again.
Working on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we need. There's a lot of things going on in space. Anthony been on this damn A game. Today, in particular, you've been on your damn A game. You put some serious sources in there, and you actually said some things that was pertinent to the conversation. I would like to end with this, Sister Issa. I know you say, why this man playing so hard with me? I gotta play hard with you because you can be dangerous. You're right there at that point where you can get it and still love the hell out of Africa and promote African ideals, customs, and traditions. We have people right here, right now, Juju, Chilembe. They keep everything well balanced, man. Don't nobody love Africa more than me, Juju, Chilembe, and other people. That ain't the damn point, though. I'm on you because I know that you right. But you got to step back off of that black algae. I ain't say get rid of it. I say push it all the way in the place it's supposed to be. When it's time to shout black power, I'll be right there with you to the top of my dang on lungs. But when we're in this intellectual discourse, right, and we want to be accurate and keep the mandate, what's the mandate? To make sure we promote African history, because people around us claim that Europeans messed it up and lied about it. And the black algae claim it was hidden from us. So now that we found it and we found the tools to find it through scientific inquiry, and we understand exactly what science is, and we understand what it is not, and we understand what ancient wisdom and knowledge is, then man, just join us in that. Yeah, bomb squad, y'all pseudo as hell, man. That don't mean I hate you. I'm just telling you like it is, man. Get it together, Ashe. Get it together, God Energy. Right? Get it the damn together. Y'all got a powerful woman on y'all team, man. I hope y'all keep moving forward. Right now, y'all pseudo as hell. And as for that damn debate, it was the damn tie.
Chief X lost. I don't care. God Energy, you got that. I just want to say that. You had that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Nah, they don't love them African. Chilembe and them, they don't love them African more than me. I done spent, man, damn near 25 years of my life trying to promote this thing to y'all, man. Man, hit the damn Cash App come out the door. I ain't even play the Cash App store. I still got to go to work for another 4 hours, man. All that to go live, man. Anyway, I'm glad people stopped by and wasn't afraid to jump on the panel, man. I hope Issa comes back and jump on the panel. Go back and listen to the show, Issa. You got everything you want to say out. All right? I say you was afraid to hit that panel today. God Energy, you hit the panel.
Yeah, I should got to hit the panel. And yes, Issa, you're welcome back anytime.
Yeah.
The Lady Killers appreciated a strong Black woman who is intelligent. We absolutely do.
Yeah, that's real talk. No shot. It's just that, you know, really, Juju will tell you, I was to fight with Juju super hard. Juju, like, come on, man. Yeah, I got an affinity for that. Because I know that when the women step out here, yo, it's almost like y'all can't even make no damn mistakes. Hate to say it. If you think you black and gotta go twice as hard, mess around and be black and a damn black woman. You triple. You can't. Oh my goodness. But we here though, man. We here with everybody, man. Let me see what we're gonna end this with, man. We're in this show with, man. We did get some cash apps, man. And we got a super chat, and I better read that damn super chat. That's what I better do. I'm messing with y'all. Let me read the damn super chat, man.
Oh, all right. I was gonna ask you a question.
Hey, can I keep building my treehouse in the size? Hey, man, big up to the super chat, man. And big up to the cash apps, man. Ghost, he always come through, man. That's super love, man. Appreciate you, Ghost, man. Appreciate that, man. Who else I had in here?
Can I ask you a question real quick?
No, you cannot. I'm gone, bro. I got to go. I gotta go to work, bro. Gotta go. And I'm tired of shit tomorrow. Matter of fact, my whole week gonna be done. I ain't gonna be able to do no more damn show.
All right, bro.
I gotta work, man. All right, man. We're gonna do that stay literate thing. Man, with the stay literate. Yeah, stay literate, y'all.
Stay literate. Teachers teaching. Lack of knowledge, it's a deficit. Why don't you get with it? Can you get with it? Monumental task without it. Why not get with it? Niggas get having fits and never a quick fix. Trick doing tricks for preacher in the pulpit. The religious think science to be a trick, but it's a religious trick. Pull out a blick, pray to Jesus, but still selling bricks. You still don't get it. You're still with it. Now you're in deficit. So what can science fix? Can't fix your ignorance. Your constant belligerence keeps y'all in the trick. In the trick. That's just content. You stay a cat. What we do with that? We teach the teacher. Call cap on the preacher. If this was knowledge, you're in the bleachers. The pseudo slick, producing magic tricks. It's all a trick. Back to not reaching you. We the teacher. Calling cap on the preacher. The grifter thirsting with as a grift. There's no lifting. The tide is shifting. We practice steam when you're lift. It's a polished gift. So what can science fix? Science can't fix your ignorance. Your constant belligerence keeps y'all in the trick. Still in the trick. That's just content. You stay a cat. No time for the grift. We killing pseudo, no that's lit. Shit stay lit. We never quit. Not one bit the literacy is lit. Killing them with the science shit. Whoa. Teachers teaching. Call cap. Stay literate. Stay. Lift.
I'm your host, Bobby Banger, and with that, we out.